Weißes Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwohin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride, but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride, but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I'll follow over the smoking guns. All this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me, all this mess around me.
We are back with the start of day 2 for the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters. We saw yesterday one team qualify being G2IG. Today we're going to have a second team that's able to qualify. That will be the last series of the day. First up, we're going to be starting with some elimination series, so that's going to be exciting. Denok, how are we doing today?
Doing well, and we got a lot of 2-0s yesterday as well, so I'm interested to see if some of these series might be a bit closer. I got the feeling that it will be, right? Like, you've got lower bracket matches, teams are going to be very conservative, do or die in that sort of high-stakes situation, and yeah, I'm very, very interested to see even if the LGD Azure series, which is on later today, as we can have even a look at the schedule, is going to be so hotly contested, because again, for them, I'm sure they're going to be breathing a sigh of relief. There are 3 slots available for China. Of course, G2IG has claimed one of them, but you got to imagine, even though only one of them is going to be qualifying by the end of today, those 2 teams in the last series of the day are the hot favorites.
Yes, definitely, without a doubt. Let's take a look at the bracket as well, and what will happen afterwards. We saw the schedule, and now we can see what happens. So for the semi-finals in particular, which is that qualification series, the LGD Gaming Azure, the loser will drop down to the lower bracket round 2. So you still need to win one more series to play in another qualification series as well. So I know in the past, sometimes we've seen like, if you've lost in that qualifier match, you just drop down instantly, and the next series is another qualifier one. This is not the case, and still we can see some teams pick up some momentum. We've already got Kev in lower bracket. That's a team that we saw struggle. They had some okay times versus G2IG.
Yep.
We definitely saw good moments of them, but they're going to be no slouch of a team that's easy to walk over. Nor Bright, nor Team Zero, and even some of the other teams could go on a roll as well. So really, for LG Gaming and Azure, you'd love to be able to book your ticket today.
Yeah, Kev didn't look terrible at all, right? I have to say there would be the easy favorite against either of Spiky Gaming or Dark Horse, whoever is the one to be able to get through in the second series of today, like we saw. But yeah, you have to go up that other level if you want to reach the top tier of the region, right? G2IG were a little bit too much for them, even though they did make a couple of mistakes, and I feel like LGD and Azure are in the same sort of category. But yeah, like you said, elimination series starting off. Some of these teams might not have been expecting to be here. Like we were saying before, Kev did have a chance to test themselves against G2IG, and that's because they 2-0'd Team Zero, who, we've seen in recent times they got third, fourth, I think, at the TI-12 China regional qualifiers. So they've been pretty close to glory, but it just doesn't seem to have clicked for them this time around.
Yep, and I think some of the other qualifiers we've seen this year as well, Dream League Season 23, they went Map 5 versus Azure, and unfortunately unable to get the job done there. And then we saw in the PGL Wallachia qualifiers as well, they came 4th. That was actually G2IG that knocked them out. So you are seeing them be kind of that
second place.
Yes, there you go. Elite League too, Kevin. That was even Game 5. So they've had some crushing Game 5 losses in some grand finals, and we're currently seeing like the top 3 is Azure, G2IG, and then at LGD, I suppose, when they're around, and then it seems like Team Zero or potentially Kev are that 4th team.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I would wager to say that. Team Zero, they've got a lot of pride, right? And this is a roster that's actually stuck around together for a decent amount of time, right? Ever since TI. Obviously, you had Ice there for the TI qualifiers, but ever since then, Ponlo's come in. He's injected a little bit of that Southeast Asian, perspective and flair into the team. I'm keen to see if he's able to make it work, because he's a man that loves to be able to make the big plays. I'll always remember his Chen play where he basically won the game for his team when he, just went for some backdoor rat play, which was amazing to see. But this is the patch of the Clockworks, the Dark Willows, the really high impact position 4s. So I want to see what he's able to do if he gets given the reins to do so.
Let's see what he's going to be able to pull out. I know he's been playing a lot of pubs recently, so we'll see how the practice is going to fare and how the scrims have been going as well for him and the boys on Team Zero. Because yeah, they'd love to be able to. Honestly, there's expectations of them probably to have maybe slight upset taking that 3rd slot. They definitely should be playing for one of the qualification series. So they got to go through Team Bright, who we've seen are some up and coming, I suppose, Tier 2 players. I guess really the big one who's maybe been in the scene, or at least a little bit more, is Zhang Xi Zhang Yu as the offlaner. We saw him have a stint on LGD, very, very short stint, and then we saw him on IG. That was when the COVID era was going on. So I don't know if he did play. No, he didn't. I was going to say, I thought he played a major. It was a Bali major, but no, that's where Old 11 came in and stood in for them. But yeah, he's been on a couple of bigger teams besides that. No one else really on Team Bright have, but we have seen them play a lot in the Tier 3 tournaments and even Division 2 when that was around.
Yeah, for sure. He always seems pretty consistent with his gameplay, right? And I'm interested to see how he's going to use that experience to be able to captain the rest of the team. I mean, we were both singing the praises of Small KK from Team Bright. Yes, they did lose fairly convincingly in their previous series against G2IG, the first series of the entire qualifiers, but wasn't really on the back of small KK, right? He always did a really good job in his lane. He had a high amount of impact moving around the map, particularly with his Leshrac taking a bunch of towers super early on. What I really want to see come out from Team Bright, if they're going to have any chance of moving forward further in these qualifiers, is a little bit more active gameplay coming out from Ukyo. It's gone are the days where you can just sit back and farm completely unopposed. The map is too big to be able to just, like, have just one person taking all of that farm. You need to be able to spread it out for multiple people, and the way that you do that is by winning a few team fights with everyone getting involved relatively early on.
Yep. And maybe to assist that is how they can, like, their support heroes too, because I think of the Leshrac game that you're mentioning, I don't remember the supports exactly, but we weren't seeing them even play with the Lesh when he was at that strength. So maybe they could change their draft a little bit to help at least give small KK some extra assistance with the supports, and potentially Ukyo's hero as well.
It was the CM and the Shadow Demon, right? So not exactly the highest damage heroes. They both not do the same thing. Of course, SD has a little bit of that element of save to it, but you certainly are lacking, like, a frontliner, an initiator. You can just kind of run away from the Leshrac, especially considering some of the heroes that they were up against as well. So I'm interested to see if they're able to get it all done.
10 seconds.
And we'll find out. We've got a draft ready to go. Team Zero going to be on the Radiant side playing with second pick. We got Bright on Dire with first pick. So I guess the one only little adaptation that we have is the Coddle band out, the respect band, of course, for 7E. I don't know if you've seen any games with the Coddle recently on this patch, but it does look like apparently it needs its respect considering how well he plays the hero.
Yeah, the one thing I like about it is you've basically given yourself a second boots of travel, I guess you could call it, because you can, like, use the recall on yourself to be able to move to somewhere with the rest of your team, as well as pulling someone else to you. So it kind of works both ways. So just even more movement on the hero, especially if you're able to get into a lot of that early net worth. So I think the days of the support coddle are kind of gone, but mid coddle can absolutely work.
Definitely a hero that you would probably imagine will continue to rise in popularity with this strength meta we have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Coddle is someone who's able to completely rip that apart with the Vessel and just with the high magic damage that you have pre-BKB.
Yeah,
so
early, before you're able to get into a lot of those items, which is very important, right? We've seen how much of a ticking time bomb that Eternal Shroud is as well. And, I guess Coddle isn't the worst to be able to deal with Eternal Shroud, right? Because it's not like you're dishing a lot of instances of damage. It's just these, big chunks of damage coming at you instead. So there aren't going to be many stacks of it built up. But instead, they're just going to go the Tiny, and I'm very happy to see the Zeus band out. I don't know how it's slipping through so many times. It has been the most picked hero across all regions, and it's got a 70% win rate. Like, how are you possibly letting a 70% win rate hero be the most picked in the entire quals? TA as well has an 80% win rate, so that is very justified in being banned out.
I don't know. There's some crazy stats right there. So we're going to see the slaughter slip through, though. This is something that you were mentioning yesterday a lot with the flex that we've been getting. So we'll see if it's going to be 7E that plays it. We'll see if it's going to be on that plays it in the off lane. How do we feel about, like, this? Does this have any, like, nice counter matchup versus the Tiny? Or is it purely, like, this is their own strategy that they're looking to go for and that they're not already wanting to try and dive too deep down the rabbit hole of trying to counter the Tiny and then you're messing up their own strategy?
I mean, if it's for the lane specifically, like, I don't think we've seen a single off-lane slaughter, have we? It's basically always been mid, but against the Tiny, it's a pretty decent matchup, right? You've got all this physical damage. Tiny starts with 0 armor, so if you could pick a really strong position 4 to assist with, being able to just close the gap, get in range, really bully him, I wouldn't hate to see, like, a Hoodwink and you go an early Blightstone. You've got good movement speed, you've got a slow, you've got a lockdown with a Bushwhack. Certainly could see it working.
Dire team ban.
Whereas, of course, assuming that it is going to be Ukyo again playing the Tiny, could very well just use, could switch it up to be on someone else, but I don't know. I'm seeing Tiny mostly played as a position 1 these days. Good justification for it, for sure, but I don't know. I think if you're going to go with this first overall
10
pick, it
seconds
does
remaining.
legitimately have to have that flex potential for your team.
5 seconds remaining.
No, we were mentioning a little bit yesterday. We were bringing up what heroes we're going to get to try and counter the Tiny. You know, we saw the Ursa to great success from Monet, I believe it was, who played it. So the moment Bright have gotten rid of the Doom, they got rid of the Razor.
Dire team
Ursa does slip through though. So let's see if this is something Zero going to be considering. They're 16th, 17th. We do get that clockwork though, so whether it's going to be ZZQ or Ponlo playing it.
Yeah, I was kind of expecting the Willow to come out instead. I mean, that is kind of the strongish lane that I was talking about. And now you're a little bit more restricted if you
10
did want to run the
seconds
Slardar and the off lane, right? Double melee into a Tiny doesn't always feel amazing,
5
considering
seconds remaining.
if he is position 1, you're going to have that cleave from the tree grab. You know, even just things like being tossed back underneath the tower can be a little bit dangerous. So we'll see how Team Bright look to respond to it.
Radiant team
Crystal Maiden.
Strong laner. Good way to start.
Mariska
They
has
end up
arrived.
snagging the Willow for themselves. Okay, so Tiny now revealed as being a core. So with what I was talking about with the CM Shadow Demon before, kind of doing the similar sorts of things, Willow CM don't exactly do the same
10
things, right?
seconds
Like, they
remaining.
provide a lot of control, there's slows, there's roots, but Willow certainly has that
5
burst damage
seconds
potential,
remaining.
and she's a lot harder to kill as well. So I really feel like she's just that
Radiant
little bit more
team pick.
versatile, and she's going to be able to
Dire
provide you
team
that
pick.
roaming, ganking, legit kill threat presence once level 6 has been picked up.
See, Team Zero not going to mess around with trying to reveal their lanes now. It's going to be beyond playing the Brewmaster, so 70 will pick up the start on mid, and Ponlo gets his ever so
10
comfortable
seconds
Rubik as well.
remaining.
So Rubik, very, very solid. I mean, easy way to be able to get the proc
5 seconds remaining.
of the Cinder Brew. Very excited to see kind of the new change with you chucking out the barrel as well.
Dire team ban.
It's a very nice change. Oh! No one is playing Kunkka right now. Absolutely no one. And Attacker on his stream said, I'm not playing Kunkka until it changes because it is terrible. And if Attacker is saying that about Kunkka, you know the hero's in a bit of a rough spot. So maybe they just felt like they were severely lacking in like control, team fight, a way to be able to just get out of these lanes in a decent spot. But this is a way out of left
10
field pick.
seconds remaining.
Did you hear any
5
reasons why
seconds remaining.
he mentioned it?
I mean, they just took away like all of his control, basically. You know, the stun
Radiant
duration on the
team
torrent is a
back.
lot worse. The changes to the torrent storm is a whole lot less. There's a lot less delay on the X mark, so it's a lot harder to farm. They nerfed pretty much all of his talents. Like, it's a lot of stuff that they look to focus on. Even his strength gain is reduced.
10 seconds remaining.
It is nice to have the Tidebringer as an innate ability,
5
though.
seconds remaining.
For some reason, the search tab in the client's not working, so cannot
Dire
find
team
the
back.
changes. I know you can do the changelog, but I want to see what the
The patch said.
I know the changelog doesn't say because when you look at the changelog for the hero, I know there's something you brought up yesterday. It doesn't like have the full facet and like innate numbers
Yeah.
on there as well. It's just kind of some of the abilities.
10 seconds
So
remaining.
yeah, let's see what else. We're looking at the last phase of Ben, Centaur, Night Stalker. Got a
5
rid of Bright, of
seconds
course. Still
remaining.
looking for their Zhang Yu hero, and we still need our YSR hero as well. We have seen, of course, formerly known as Erica, really often play these hard carries. You've got the Slardar to be able to buff you up. You've got a Clockwork as well with the melee. So I wonder if there could be some ranged carry potential.
Yeah, it's a possibility. I mean, they don't exactly have the greatest initiation right now on Team Bright, right? Especially, again, if it's going to be a tiny one. We've seen Ukyo doesn't really like to build into that Blink Dagger, right? So if you're just slowly trying to get into a lot of these fights, then you've got a lot of heroes that you need to get past, right? Slardar, Clockwork, Brewmaster. It's going to enable something, I'm going to say like the Drow. I'm not sure if Drow is the best option, though, but maybe it's decent, right? Going up against the Dark
Dire
Willow.
team pick.
Just having something that's going to be able to go through that Shadow Realm and still deal damage when she's trying to be a little bit cheeky with the Shadow Realm.
I mean, Ursa's still there. I guess Conquer, there is a lot of control for the Ursa, which could be a little bit frustrating. But if you are looking to try and address the Tiny, gives you some roach taking potential. I guess Slardar
5
already kind of helps that
seconds
though. And although their ways to
Radiant team pick.
bring towers down is probably
Legion
very
commander.
lacking on Team Zero.
Yep. What was the other hero that we saw that had a really good time against the Tiny? It was the Doom, I believe, right? Like all that percent damage with the Infernal Blade felt quite nice. The Enchantress for
10 seconds
some extra
remaining.
pure damage.
5 seconds remaining.
So really just,
Yeah, I believe it was as well.
Yeah.
So probably why they banned it out, right?
yeah, didn't care about the Craggy at all. Okay, don't hate the Legion Commander. They've got a couple of heroes that are a little vulnerable if they get caught out. Of course, Rubik, very, very squish. Brewmaster, can't let that ultimate get off. And the thing that I like best about this is that they do have the burst damage to be able to combine together with the duel, right? Like Willow roaming together with Legion Commander, going to be very effective. Okay. All right, we get to see a couple of newish things coming through. Erica playing the Muerta. And it is one of those things that is able to deal some of that damage to the Dark Willow when you're in the Shadow Realm as well. Provides them with... I wouldn't say they were lacking in teamfight, considering they've got the Brewmaster, but the Calling definitely is a very nice spell to have, considering, you know, you're going to have a CM and a Willow that kind of need to get up in your face to get a lot done.
I know this is something that YSR was playing even... I mean, because it was a period of time where your Muerta was really strong. That was one of the Dream Leagues when she was introduced to Captain's Mode, and then we saw her got nerfed, and kind of the only people that were really playing her were like as a position 4, like Tofu or 9 class, for example. And I know YSR in some of the qualifiers, you know, like Elite League or whatever, Dream League, for example, he's still tried to actually run this Muerta. So, you know, it is kind of that, you know, maybe range hero like we were thinking to be able to pair with the Clockwork, someone who can also be a tower sieger as the game goes on. Do you get much value though with the Croesus Haze on the Slaughter?
Not really. I mean, most of the time when you're looking to take a lot of these team fights, you are trying to be in that ethereal form, right? With the Pierce the Veil, so it feels a little bit more They gave her always having the spell Lifesteal, right? I think it's not linked to the Aghanim Shard anymore. That's one of the changes to the hero, so that's a nice little buff to be able to play around. Oh no, you can always just attack ethereal units. Got it. That's the difference. So pretty nice, you know, a way to be able to counter Ghost Scepters out nice and early.
But let's go through the facets as well. She actually went for the Dance of the Dead. I know people going for the
Ofrenda.
other one, the Ofrenda, yep, at the start.
You will make a nice snow angel.
I don't know if the Dance of the Dead is more one, because I mean it's not like it's a particular one you would go for a carry or not. It just, you know, doesn't particularly matter. So I guess maybe for a friender you're hoping, you know, you're not going to be dying much on a carry. So how much value you're going to get out of it? I'm
I was
not
speaking with
entirely
a few position 4 Muerta players who really liked the Ofrenda because you could do things like, you know, put it down during the pre-game into, like when you're smoking, put it close-ish to the other lane. So let's say you're playing at position 4, you put it near where your position 5 is in the trees before it's being found out by anyone. You make a play, you die, you instantly respawn down there, and then you've got a tri-lane to be able to make plays with. So, or you could just do it the other way around, right? You could put it in your lane, and then at level 1 you just go down bottom.
Okay. Sounds like there are some pretty unique ways you're able to use the facet from the Muerta. Unfortunately, we're not going to get it this game, but we'll see how YSR is going to look to play the carry Muerta regardless. See what we have in store for us. So we do get that mid starter. This is definitely a bit of a China staple. Trying to see if there's any surprises with the facets. Kind of looks like, I know maybe the Rubik one is a little bit, I think both are okay, right? We're seeing it. I don't know how you feel, if there's one that's a little bit better than the others, but I think from what I've heard, people are kind of playing around with both.
Yeah, I think people are playing around with both as well. I'm interested in Small KK and his facet, so he's chosen to go the Tidebringer, so clearly just wanting to be a more consistent damage source in a lot of these team fights. I'm a little worried that maybe that, again, means that Ukyo is going to be a bit more passive with his Tiny and his farming potential, because I feel like the other Kunkka facet is quite nice, you know, being able to get that rum buff onto heroes for 3 seconds whenever you use the X mark onto someone, which feels pretty good in the middle of a lot of these engagements, especially considering you have the potential for some high burst damage coming out from Team Zero.
Oh, forgot about this one as well. What's a clockwork? I know this is something you've always really liked to bring up.
Oh yeah.
An incredible combo with the cogs, with the calling.
Especially now.
Don't mind about dead shotting.
With bigger cogs as well, right? You're going to be bouncing around for the internal cogs as well. So it's not like you prevent people from running away when you use the dead shot. You're actually causing them to take damage now. So it's even stronger.
I must say, I have not seen this mid matchup. I know you're saying Conker's going to feel a little bit weaker with some of the changes, but overall very intrigued because Slaughter has often been quite strong against melee matchups, but also Conker's not too bad as well with the Tidebringer spam. I guess the thing with the Slaughter is that you've got pretty good armor, especially since you're going to be in the river for the entirety of the lane, so maybe that spam from the Tidebringer's only... You're really not going to do too much against him.
No, I agree with you. I think the Tidebringer normally is just this thing that allows you to dominate the lane. Not so much anymore. They left a little bit of the build-up as well with some of the talents. Really just feels a little bit weaker. Some of the early bonuses, I suppose, that you get. 70's doing a really good job of just using the Slithering Crush as well to be able to deny a lot of creeps away from the Kunkka so far. Leading the lane 6-3 versus the 5-1.
See how some of the other lanes are shaping up as well. Take a look at top first. Of course, Ukyo back on the Tiny. Ponlo's Comfort Rubik, Beyond on the Brewmaster as well. Have you seen any brews with the new change?
I like the roll out the barrel. It's nice.
Okay.
You know, it means that you can just like... You don't necessarily need to go out into the lane anymore. I've honestly even seen... I'm a little surprised that he's got Thunderclap leveled up, considering he went for the roll out the barrel facet, but I've seen Bruce skip Thunderclap legitimately altogether. Just see the power of it.
It's going to be a kill by the looks of it, yeah. Black Grenade even used, why not? Beyond... I really wonder, actually, with this Brewmaster, because we have seen like some of the difficulties with the heroes being your farming speed towards the Radiance, and the fact that you've already wanted to level up Cinderbrew, right? And then you didn't really, you would put 1 point in Clap because you didn't need the mana, right? You just wanted the, I guess, the active of the Cinderbrew, but now you get it itself in the ability, I imagine, with the impact damage. So it sounds like it's a really nice buff to the hero. I'm not quite sure about all the other things. I know the Primal Split was changed pretty heavily with the numbers.
Just seeing if there's anything else on their team that I need to be mindful of, because the one, hold on, although it might be in a little bit of trouble, although, nice
TZ is...
Thundercrap, yeah.
Just going to be chased down. Another kill. This is looking like a really scary lane.
Yeah, for sure. It's like, kind of like the old Rubik Centaur style, right? You're guaranteed to be able to set up for a bunch of stuff, especially when you get off to such a nice start. And now, Beyond, he's level 3. He's got a couple of braces already. He picks up the Healing Lotus. It felt like that first blood, even, when Ukyo died, was like a little bit of something that had happened in your pubs, right? He just went really deep, basically underneath the enemy tier 1 tower when TZ was going to try and unblock the small camp. It was... a little bit surprising that he put himself out there so deep, especially considering, you know, early on, Tiny, not the tankiest. Later on, of course, but in these early stages, he is incredibly squishy. There they go, and they're going on to TZ.
And again, this should be another kill for them. Let's take a look at bottom lane. Looks like maybe the Legion's actually going to be in some trouble with the cogs holding him into place. I saw, honestly, if he maybe dead shot a TK over to the right, potentially could have got a kill too, but regardless, very happy.
Just watching Ukyo here. Legion. I mean, he's still taking a little bit of this harass. You just popped the Blood Grenade on Ponlo to be able to activate the Cinderbrew. And we know that CM doesn't have TP. She just TP'd back to the lane previously when she died, so... Won't be going down for now, but he's out of regen. Hopefully TZ is carrying some, which he is. Be able to help him out.
I do want to go back to bottom real quick just before the Crystal Maiden. How do we feel like this lane's going to continue? Because, you know, the Moetz is off to a pretty good start. Looks like Jean Yu, I mean, yes, that death, but is farming okay. Are we expecting this to be favored one side or the other?
I mean, just that... Oh, hold on.
Oh, that was cool. That was really well done. The dead shot into where ZZQ was playing. Looks like the Shadow Realm probably enough actually for TK, especially when the press the attack's going to be given over, but you see how comfortable they are with this combo.
Actually, this is really cheeky as well, right? So if you're using press the attack just prior to going into the Shadow Realm, that healing bonus, it's HP regen, right? It's not a heal. So that's actually going to buff up Willow's Pixie Dust, getting 100% extra heal value out of it. So you're actually quite sustainable in this lane as the Dark Willow. The off-lane Legion Commander wants to be a heal bot, but, you know, it's nice to be there.
If it's going to be able to keep your Dark Willow laying inside, it's going to be very valuable. Nice scan, very good read, pretty much instant actually when ZZQ went through the rift. So UQ and TZ, vulnerable from this.
I know he's been there a while, but it kind of looked like CM just got to the lane after having died those couple of times down there. She's slow, but she's not that slow.
So no support's going to rotate. Actually, they will come from top. I was going to say maybe they're a little bit late, but your perfect timing. 7E doesn't need any assistance anyway. Has the Illusion Rune now to work with, and man, that's a lot of damage with one crush. 7E might be able to get the kill. Crush, unfortunately, not enough mana. And now 7E, gonna get enough. Nope, still lacking the mana to be able to potentially bring small KK down before his death. So very nicely done with the double supports rotating to try and assist the Conquer, who was struggling a little bit. Not that much, but definitely was having a bit of a harder time.
Yeah, for sure, and that's going to create a little bit of separation there, right? Get that extra XP, get the bonus assist gold as well from the Conquer, give him time to be able to go back to base and refill everything. Doesn't want to use the TP to be able to do it if he can avoid it, right? You just want to make sure that you're maximizing your potential mobility around the map, and it's all set up by that scan, right? They knew ZZQ wasn't really in a position to be able to help out going back the other way. They knew Ponlo was going back towards the top side, so that was the time to be able to make that sort of move, and the supports keeping them in this game so far.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Unfortunately, gonna have to see ZZQ go back towards bottom, so wasn't able to really get anything off the rotation. I guess he did stop Ukyo from farming. We see a lot of damage was dealt into the top tower with the catapult. Meanwhile, YSR continuing to free farm down bottom as well. Didn't really stop the Legion Commander, but looks like really all the lanes very happy from Team Zero.
Yeah, for sure. Even being a good little metal courier Clockwork, giving the tier 1 neutral item over to Erica, who's chosen to go for the Lance of Pursuit. So again, another pretty decent combo when paired together with the Clockwork, right? You're just trying to dead shot them to be running away, then you get that little bit of an extra slow, a little bit of extra damage coming from the Lance of Pursuit. That's not where a lot of the focus is going on to right now. It's all around the mid lane. As Ponlo gets the haste druid denied in front of him by TZ. But it's about to pop off. I mean, we're getting close to some of these support ultimates coming through. It was a 1-for-1 Wisdom Rune trade. So I'm really banking on Ponlo getting some big spell steals off here when you consider what you've got to be able to play with, right? The boat especially, but also just anything that the Dark Willow is able to throw. Rubik's going to thrive with that extra cast range.
Yep. Even just some other basic spells as well, right? Like randomly slowing press the attack, but Frostbite, Avalanche, awesome, really great spells for Ponlo to be able to work with this game. ZZQ will find Ukyo inside the jungle. Nice little use of the cogs to be able to push him a bit closer towards Radiant. Let's see if they're going to be forced to use the Primal Split though to assist with a kill. And no one's actually tipping in to try and protect him, so no split required, and a kill will be found.
Oh, he's going this really greedy build on the Brewmaster, and why not, right? He's absolutely crushed the lane. 2k net worth lead at the moment for the Brewmaster relative to the Tiny, and he's already only, what, 1700 gold away from picking up a full Radiance. You talk about ways to be able to proc that Cinder Brew, right? It does need to be magic damage. You can't do it with physical anymore, but the majority of the team does have that magic damage to be able to play around with. Basically, only the Slitherine Crush isn't going to be proccing it.
fluctuating with a 3,000 to 4,000 net worth lead pre 20 minutes, or pre 10 minutes. YSR.
Down bottom.
Chase down bottom, small KK. They're not going to be able to get the duel, but they should be able to get the kill though. Doesn't look like boats required. YSR will make him work for it with the Pierce to Veil activated.
No boys.
TPs at all to help him, and he's going to have to do it by himself. And I mean, you kind of wonder, like, maybe with some teleports, how different that could have been. I guess, unfortunately, ZZQ still without the level 6, 7E without the blink, but they're going to look for a kill into TK mid lane.
Radiant's bottom tower
Fine.
is under attack.
Stolen Cursed Crown by Ponlo, so
Dire's middle tower is under
be able to
attack.
have a little bit of extra control around this. Maybe they just thought, you know what, we don't have our ultimates yet on Clockwork specifically. I feel like if he had it, he might have been able to make that that rotation for the save, and they were just prioritizing this 10-minute catapult wave. Much rather take away a little bit more of the map, make some of these rotations that are eventually going to be coming out from Team Bright a little bit more obvious.
Dire's middle tower has
Quick look at
fallen.
Legion Commander's items as well. Has not that much right now, and it seems like he really wants to be playing around this Blink Dagger. Should be reaching it around a similar sort of time from that Willow hitting the early peak in the effectiveness on this Dark Willow. Not too much magic resist to be able to deal with the Bedlam when it's tossed out. We'll see how quickly they're going to be able to read that sort of movement on Team Zero.
You remember this tiny build?
Oh,
TI-11 one, right?
yeah. I would like him though to be able to play with.
Yeah, that's true. Easy. Well, there's the Frostbite from Ponlo, level 3, very nice. But yeah, exactly right. I believe this was Army's build, I think, and then of course we saw a lot of other people start to go down the route. I mean, actually no, a lot of other people were doing it as well, now that I remember. So, interesting. He's committed. He's already gone for one of the Hyperstones. So this is a big change, because we saw him play it yesterday, and he went the Echo Saber into the Aghanim Shard second item.
I wonder how that's going to influence things. Like, is he going to rely on his team maybe to make baits with the other four? Means that he's going to have the map opened up. Maybe he just acts as like a massive tower sieger early on. Try and enable further ganks with this Legion Commander. They still don't have a Blink Dagger for the LC. He's still going to try to go for the duel though.
It's going to be messy. Especially with some rotations. They'll get the kill. There's going to be a response to him, and look at the position from the Brewmaster with the wraparound over to the left. Should be able to get the kill into TZ.
He's got Radiance too.
Oh, they got the X as well from Ponlo, so Small KK is going to be dragged back, and nothing to fear. 70 with the jump in. They haven't used Split just yet, though. I think as a result, Small KK able to get away. A little bit hesitant, honestly, with Beyond from using the Primal Split. Kind of surprised we haven't seen it from him so far.
I think he was waiting to see the Terrorize coming through, and he was going to try and like next level play it, but TK's positioning was really good, right? Making sure to stand inside the fog of war, not give anything away about that, and yeah, they're going to be able to get away with one of their cores not dying as a result. So, 1-for-1 trade. I don't think they're going to hate that on Bright, especially considering they were able to get the dual damage as well as a result.
Kyo. See if they're gonna have the they should have the control, and with that there should be plenty of damage with multiple bashes. See that though, Avalanche stolen, Beyond's gonna come in, and even if the boys get there, they'll probably be facing up against a Primal Split Radiance Brewmaster that's ready to go. So another death onto Ukyo's Tiny. This is 3 already.
Dire's top tower
Not the
is
start
under
that you're
attack.
wanting. A couple of Blade Mails coming out though, for both the Kunkka and the Legion Commander, so this really does say to me that they're going to want to go for a lot more of that brawling style. How many smokes available? Yeah, you can see CM even just switches the smoke in right now, wants to get a little bit of that vision, buys up a couple of Observer Wards as well to be able to make the plays. Until you get into the Blink Dagger on the Legion Commander, it's not necessarily going to be easy. They don't have the greatest instant catch on Team Bright. So if they run into you...
Hook shot from ZZQ is going to be able to stop the freezing field instantly. Zhangyu's relatively survivable though with the Blade Mail. It's going to make them think twice. Still Jewel will find the victory. 70's going to try and address the backline. It's a little bit messy from Team Zero. Hesitant with how they're trying to play their team fight. Ukyo's going to be able to stall out 70. Still, we are not seeing the Primal Split. Beyond's going to use it now for the last second, but the instant Shadow Realm will protect
He's
the
dying
Willow.
pretty quick.
And yeah, as a result, he's going to try and get the Earth Panda out. 70 jumps in to defend him, but 70 sacrifices his life. And I mean, YSR as well was unable to enter, unfortunately. Maybe if he found the DD or someone else did, it could have been a different fight, but not going their way in the end.
Gotta be very careful about where you take a lot of these team fights, right? Now they're going to have the awareness that, you know what, they've got the Blade Mail available. You've got a lot of tankiness on this Legion Commander in particular, right? Might not have the most net worth, but he's now level 9 after yoinking this Wisdom Rune away from the supports and has chosen to go for the Stone Hall Plate as well. So obviously not as big of a damage absorption as previous, but just with that, with the safety bubble, with all the armor, with a heal, even just the Kunkka rum as well. He was very, very happy to be able to put himself on the front lines.
Well, 4,000 net worth lead. So after that, it's not growing. Ukyo importantly has the Ag Shard. Should be able to farm the Ancient stack, especially with the help of that first Hyperstone. And Small KK is, again, having probably definitely the best performance we're seeing out of Team Bright. So, see how fast he's going to be able to work on the early Scepter fight. We'll break out around mid, though.
Really just wanting to protect that power rune as much as possible. Small KK could have got the Arcane rune, but instead they're just putting a lot of emphasis onto this Clockwork. Duel is going to get another charge onto it. Plus 30 damage now for Shang-Chi. And twice now they've been able to get that exact same Observer Ward as well. So really not wanting to enable this early net worth lead to balloon into anything more significant beyond he was just looking to farm up his next item for himself. I believe he bought himself the Aghanim Shard as well, so wants to be able to cancel it early in a dangerous situation like that where they had a lot of AoE damage. I'm not sure what the interaction is with the Kunkka High Tide facet and the Brewlings, for example, if it just counts the Earth Panda as reducing it, because if not, you're just going to be able to spam that out in team fights, and if he continues to get a lot of this farm, then really don't feel safe popping that Brew Split at all.
Not only getting the farm, but getting the experience as well. Top level here from Small KK. And with him in combination with Ukyo and TZ, looks like this bottom tower is going to go down.
Got the Moonshard.
There you go.
Look how quickly this tower's going to go down, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Gone.
Oh,
No damage.
Did they see the clock? They're going to see him now. And the
no
rest of the
tower.
team, with a pincer move, they're going to jump the backline simultaneously.
Duel.
So Pomlo's going to be able to get the kill into the Crystal Maiden, and now everything dropped for Small KK. Fortunately for him being surrounded, even YSR is here as well, so with a run buff, it's not going to do anything.
So I don't mind the CM death, right? Like, I think the positioning there from TK, from TZ was very solid. Maybe realizing that a potential gank was coming, but Kunkka just hanging around for far too long, especially considering you don't have a tier 1 tower for the Legion Commander to potentially TP to assist with the rest of the team. So, you know, you could afford to give up a support in exchange for a tower, not your highest net worth core, though. They want to
See
keep
what
the
they can
ball
do.
rolling. Yeah, they got the bottle with the invis on the Slardar.
Do you want to see even die? Keep the ball rolling, because this is split on cooldown for 90 seconds. Is this a window where maybe you can respawn and try and take a fight?
Oh, for sure. I mean, Legion's got the Blink Dagger as well, so this is your time to be able to make something happen. I just wonder if they're going to want to just wait a little bit, because they do have that that Aghanim Scepter in just 500 gold, but doesn't seem like that's the case. That Observer Ward, though, caught out the smoke, so really nice placement there by Pon, though. Understanding that you do have a Legion Commander, they're going to be going for ganks, and they're going to back off completely. So the vision game at the moment being won by Team Zero.
What can they get done off the back of the smoke? Unfortunately, there's no wards for TK or TZ. Actually, they did just place one. Not going to be able to get any deep information. At least utilizing the smoke. So back to farming. Ukyo towards a triangle. We'll be going Blink. So this is a big adaptation from what we saw yesterday. I know we already spoke about the Moonshard, but he didn't go Blink at all. Again, it was the Shadowblade Silver's Edge that was the, third, 4th item for him. So looking to get involved. Still, it's going to be another time where it's like 20 minutes into the game where the Tiny isn't really showing up to team fights. But let's see what he can do with the item soon.
Yeah, for sure, and it is going to be very important for him to hold on. He's going a little deep here. He's at least got a few boys hanging around him, but you can see 70 He was just teasing him a little bit, popping the corrosive haze, making him feel a little bit more anxious about where he could move. I wonder if he waits with the courier until that corrosive haze actually expires, so that he's not going to have that blink dagger revealed. Ooh, no, they still get a very brief glimpse of it. So if they opted to go for another smoke now, they actually should know that the Tiny has the blink dagger if they're constantly checking inventories.
Dire's top tower is under
But I mean,
attack.
it's so important, right, to be able to actually burst down one of these heroes, whether it be the Muerta before she's able to pop the Pierce the Veil. Not exactly the tankiest hero right now. Same sort of thing with the Brewmaster, right? A lot of what he's gotten into is just farming efficiency items in that Boots of Travel and the Radiance. So most of the time, Brewmaster, he's just this tanky beast. Not quite yet.
Wonder when Team Zero actually want to consider that Roshan. I guess it is a little bit more awkward with it being down on the bottom side of the map now, just with naturally how they're progressing on the map. Potential. I mean, if a fight breaks out, you have the outpost to be able to TP to, but you'd love it for top in the tier 2 tower. Let's still see though, of course, because the Slardar can amp it up and enable you to take it incredibly fast.
ZZQ really wanting to keep vision around this high ground. Has to be very careful. I mean, you are playing against a Legion commander, right? So can't be giving too many more of those dual victories over, especially now that LC is level 12. I love the fact that they are grouping up together so much more on Team Bright relative to what we'd seen from them in their previous series. Very much felt like a disconnected team. Not so much anymore. Just roaming across the map as a 5-pack and, well, basically makes this bottom area of the map unplayable for Team Zero. They might not necessarily hate that though. Of course, they don't want to lose the tier 2 tower, but Slardar isn't quite ready to fight. He just needs that blink, that BKB, excuse me, because up until this point, it kind of feels like whenever he's gone in, he's just been immediately pushed back by the Terrorize, by Frostbite, everything just keeping him held in place and not doing what he wants to, which is just burst down those supports.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Onlo just doing his best to try and keep this slowed down, but don't do too much down here just as a Rubik.
I said it's pretty good read then from Team Bright. Recognizing their strength and I guess the weakness that is currently there from Radiant with how close they are to these next items. So they're going to be able to take it. T2 tower pre-BKBs. We're going to see if they stick around for a little bit longer. Some pings are coming out towards Roche. Radiant do have this, I guess, lane ward, so it's going to see them starting to pile back towards the jungle, so they don't have to be too worried about that.
Feels like they're more contentious to play around their own vision, and maybe they're going to go ahead and take the Tormentor, considering everyone's kind of hanging around on this side of the map anyway. Doesn't seem like it, though. Do they want to go for a smoke of their own, perhaps? Or maybe CM's just looking to try and get the Tiny into that Solar Crest. I mean, this is kind of like budget Lycanags, the way that they're going for this, right? He's got a Moonshot on the Tiny. You've got the level 15 talent for the Grow attack speed reduction minus. And you're going to have a Solar Crest as well. So Tiny's actually going to be attacking pretty damn fast. Although they know that it's going on, this movement down towards bottom Roshan.
It's going to be a big teamfire that tells the tale of this game. If Bright successfully win this, getting Roshan and then cutting the net worth lead, Radiant, if they're able to come out on top, this net worth lead will continue to grow, and then they can be the ones starting to control the map and take some objectives down. TK is going to get a ward at least before the fight will break out.
Onlo's Sentry does have range over that, though. Who's actually going to put themselves out there to be able to get the D ward off?
70.
Erica.
I see TK actually going to blink defensively. Fears on the hunt as well with his own blink dagger. They've got the Observe one on the cliff. BKB is going to fly for the starter. Let's see if they got the physical damage. The stolen torrent. It might be enough to keep 70 alive. No way. Crushing, he escapes. 7E will live, and Team Bright will be not as fortunate as the hook shot is still there from ZZQ, and Ponlo's spell casting keeps them up and healthy. It'll be a 5-man wipe in the end. And Roche as well for Team Zero.
Oh, they get away with murder there. Probably, you know, the best and worst of Podlo, right? The stolen Torrent Storm means that they've just got so much of that extra control. Look at all the damage that Eric is able to pump out when he's not being focused at all. But yeah, taking that fight right underneath the Observer Ward, getting away with it that time around. So they're going to be rewarded for the good mechanical plays, but they're certainly going to want to polish up on that because they were so close to being able to put that team fight so much further in their favor on Team Bright.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And now you just instantly see the BKB start to get queued up as well from Team Bright, realizing that, man, it sucks to have to worry about the cogs and the Rubik impact, and even just a lot of this damage coming out from Erica as well, right? He pops that Pierce the Veil, you saw how much damage it does. The way to answer it is that BKB.
Net worth they doubled off the back of that team fight. So not only that, bunch of experience was gained. Great position for the boys on Team Zero to be in, potentially a kill onto Small KK. It has been X'd up, so I suppose. Oh, wall, this is deep. Is it going to matter though? Legion's going to try and TP into Protector, but the damage from YSR is, it's already too much at this stage of the game, and just wait and see what's going to happen once we get to the later stages when he's 6 slotted.
Pushing alongside a Siege Creep as well, so this is going to be a tier 2 tower going down. They don't have the Glyph available. Just keep this push going on forward. Why not? I mean, Kunkka is your team fight. You'll have the Aegis for plenty of time, and maybe realizing that while they don't have these BKBs, they're in a really vulnerable spot. Only Tiny has picked his one up so far. Keep moving on in. There we go. Last Glyph potentially being used.
See if they get the range first.
Love that calling as well. They put the Brewmaster on the front lines and say, you know what, and he stands inside of the calling radius, so LC without that Blink Dagger isn't going to be able to Blink Duel the Brew even if you wanted to.
Showcasing their true strength, Team Zero. Another hook shot as well, and again it's onto the Conker. This time he does have backup. Jules gonna fly out. A quick and easy kill to the
Torrent Storm again.
Another Torrent Storm from Ponlo's not gonna make this an easy fight. As Beyond's gonna look to try and walk it in the middle. YSR as well with a big epic from Ukyo.
Nice
will not matter. They are just too far ahead. Team Zero can chase him down. There is no escape. Your high ground is not even safe. TZ will not make it up there. Meanwhile, Beyond's Prime will split. Will clean up the support. G's are dropped and Team Zero will take it 27 minutes in.
Very, very quick escalation this game went through, right? It was kind of hanging in the balance, a little bit of a lead going through for Team Zero there, but man, that just ballooned out of control off of the back of one fight around Roshan. Gotta say, Ponlo was the one kind of to be the MVP of that game. You know, he won them that team fight. He enabled the Brewmaster to have such a strong lane, to be so far ahead of the Tiny in the early game. Not just one fight, but two really, really decisive victories there. And you know, one of the weaknesses that we hear from him a lot of the time is that he dies a lot. Let's have a look at some of the post-game stats. Not a single death for Ponlo on his Rubik, so he's been able to remove a little bit of that from his game, and even get a little bit of dual damage for himself as well.
10 dual damage, that's all he needed. That was the extra confidence for him to be able to position accordingly. And yeah, some great spells stolen. See, overall, Team Zero, there was some from Bright better showing. I mean, like you said, it escalated incredibly quickly, but I was at least impressed with how they're able to recognize their strength to be able to start to group up and play the map and go for that tier 2 tower down bottom. I think just like you said, some out execution from Ponlo in particular with the spell casting was a big factor here, but it was different from what we saw from them yesterday, where they just rolled over in that series yesterday versus G2IG. This one, at least they look competitive for a decent portion of it until a couple of fights, and it just went out of control. I think 27 minutes doesn't really tell the tale. In the end, Team Zero, though, a very good performance.
Yeah, and we saw there with the damage breakdown as well, that for Ponlo's Torrent Storms, and it just did all the damage to the cores. The supports didn't take a bit of it, but when they don't have BKBs, of course, that's when you want to be exploiting that as much as possible. And you know, I have to wonder for Team Bright, they are only one game away from being knocked out of these qualifiers. I think the Tiny experiment is done. You got to try something else, because Ukyo just doesn't seem to be able to get on the same page as the rest of his team. The laning stage was clearly exploitable in a pretty big way. Even just the small things like where he died for the first blood, right? Completely away from his Crystal Maiden, a hero that you picked to be able to secure that laning stage for himself. So hopefully they can, quickly reset mentally and go into this game number 2 with a refresh mindset.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to do that though, because like you said, elimination series and overall though for the boys on Team Zero, all 3 lanes looking incredibly well too. So maybe that's something we need to see at least Team Bright put a little bit more priority on when they head into this next game, just to try and give them at least a good base to be able to work from, because otherwise they will be eliminated in the hunt to the Riyadh Masters. So just game 1 in our first series of the day. We're going to send a break. When we come back, we've got game 2 action kicking off. We'll see you guys soon.
Hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb. Leben ist Leben. Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt. Solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb. Leben ist Leben. Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug. Wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb. Leben ist Leben. Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
just nothing. Ooh, what are you? People talk loud again, what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give a bit. Ooh, what a chew. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong.
A good bounce back performance from Team Zero from their previous series in the upper bracket. They're able to get a convincing Game 1 victory over Team Bright. Let's see what Team Bright are going to be able to do, though, to find a solution. Of course, keep in mind this is a elimination series and now an elimination match as well. 1 game away from being knocked out of the hunt to make it into the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters. So, Deno, you mentioned previously you'd really like to see them shy away from the current tiny strategy that we have from Team Bright. What are some other openers that we could get currently? Because there's a lot of very strong heroes that we're seeing first phase. Is there some that you would like to see them put a little bit more emphasis on then?
I mean, I feel like I would be okay with the tiny if, like I said during even the initial Game 1 draft, it was a legitimate flex, but it really just doesn't seem like it, right? And it enabled Team Zero to be able to pick around it. So if you're not going to have it flexible, I feel like Tiny's not one of those top heroes of the patch, right? They ended up getting the Dark Willow for themselves anyway, but I wouldn't be opposed to just opening up with the Dark Willow and keeping your options a little bit more open, for the rest of the game moving forward, or going for some of that legitimate flex, right? We've seen Clockwork be played on 4 and 5, not the worst opener for yourselves either, and it takes it away from ZZQ.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's see. Hopefully this is something Bright are able to recognize and how they're going to be able to adapt heading into it, because so far we've seen so far we haven't seen the greatest showing from them. Not quite sure. I wonder who is the real shot call for them too. I don't know if it is going to be Zhang Yu, being probably the more experienced person in the offlaner, and potentially if he doesn't have a good game, then maybe that's a bit of an issue with how they can look to play the early game with him kind of being from behind. So we'll have to find out, though. All our questions soon to be answered. We've got our second game draft underway. Team Bright going to be on Radiant playing with second pick. We got Team Zero on Dire with first pick.
Yeah, I'm going to see how that's actually going to influence things, right? Because Team Zero, they've got the first pick, and did they was it a tiny first pick or was it a Slaughter first pick overall? I forget.
I think tiny into Slaughter.
Yeah. No, it was Slaughter into the tiny, right? Because tiny was first, and then I was talking about the potential for Slaughter, if it was a good lane for it, to be good against the low laning armor of the tiny. So yeah, tiny was first overall. And they're just going to forget about it. Good. Don't even be tempted. That's a good way to be able to think about it. Just go ahead and ban it. Clearly they feel like it's a strong hero, but maybe just not for them.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, you can't make it work, then we'll make sure Team Zero can't make it work either. So
have to imagine it's a Zeus ban unless they want to pick it up themselves.
Yeah, that means Storm will potentially slip through. Another hero that slipped through is the Coddle as well, which we saw banned in the previous game from Bright, again, because 70, that is one of his better heroes.
There we go. Like it. So what are you doing? What? I don't even think there is a choice against the Zeus, to be honest, right? Like, TA is the choice, but Team Zero have banned that out. So they've got a really nice start to the game so far. They just need more stuff that's guaranteed lockdown, right? Like a small stun isn't going to do it. A root isn't going to do it. Zeus is going to be able to get away from you. So you just got to have a way to be able to potentially heavily roam towards him with multiple stuns, or just try and stay away from all that damage in the lane. Sure, I'm okay with Alina. Should be fine in this. So it wasn't small KK that got crushed, was it, on Alina? I remember a game where Alina just had way too little net.
No, that was Butterfly Effect.
Yes, yeah, no, that's right. That was not enjoyable viewing for all Butterfly Effect and Alina enjoyers, because you got to get so much more out of the lane than he did. So this should be fine. Just keeping it range, making sure that you're minimizing the effect of the live wire facet as well from the Zeus. Of course, it procs off of your right clicks as well, so the further you are away, the less damage you're going to be taking. So something like the Lina feels pretty good. Don't hate it. And you know, give you a stun, give you some burst. This is what I've been asking for. So good opening for Bright. Now it's just a matter of stuns to be able to follow up. Reliable stuns as well, because that previous draft that we saw yesterday, where it was like a Pudge with a Lina and a Naga, I think, as the only forms of lockdown, that is the opposite of reliable. You know, you just got to make Dota easy to play. So something from one of these supports. I'm a little surprised that the Clockwork is still in this game, to be honest. I would be looking to prioritize that if I'm Team Bright with this first pick coming into the second phase.
Yeah, and if they don't pick it up, then we could see Team Zero go for it as well. Considering, I mean,
you could just Chen, and you could run a Satyr Mindstealer into the Zeus.
Sure. Be some well, frustrating for the Zeus to play into. Have you, when you've been seeing the Zeus games, have you noticed has he been more strong in the lane? Because I know previously, like, people would think whenever they see a Zeus, it's kind of like it's a free lane. Like, he farms, but you also farm just because he shoves it in and gives you so many sick titles. Like, it's not a concern. Has it been different though with like a melee matchup and with the live wire?
Yeah, the live wire certainly makes it a lot less mana reliant, right? Like, you can just go a little bit more into that right click in the lane for more sustain, a little bit more right click damage even to start the game off. You can get away with something like, you know, the Null Talisman, as opposed to just straight up rushing for your first big item. So I can certainly see it working. Centaur, this basically just feels like a Zeus draft, right? Like, protect the Zeus. You've now got two great teamfight ultimates that are going to be able to assist you with the Stampede and the Terrorize. So prior to having great movement speed or BKBs, you're going to have a lot of difficulty getting onto the Zeus. And that's even, you know, without the ultimates, you've even got the Bramble Maze with the extended radius as well. That's just going to make life a whole lot more challenging. So I'm a little surprised that they went ahead and banned out the Clockwork in preference of the Batrider. But you know what? It's clearly something that they feel a little bit more confident with. So I'm not going to oppose it. I'm just a little worried about how they're going to be able to kill too many targets if you're these Team Bright heroes.
I feel like the Centaur would have been a great hero for them. Like, that's a bit of a counter pick as well. Like, both Lina and Zeus, very position-based heroes, being Glass Cannon. Yep. And you know, if Bright had the opportunity to maybe pick it up 16th, 17th, that would have been something maybe they were looking at. So unfortunately, there's definitely other offlaners, but you know, none that really have the toolkit of what like Stampede does to assist everyone to get on top of the really squishy heroes.
Like, honestly, I wouldn't hate the Legion Commander again. You know, you've got a way to be able to get out of the roots. You've got the duel to be able to have that lockdown for, you know, all this escape mechanisms that I've been talking about, right? So, you know, find the Willow, find the Zeus. They're probably going to die during the duration of the duel. I'm just not sure if you can pick it this early on. It might need to be one of those like last overall draft picks that they go for again.
Are using a lot of their reserve time though, but of course makes sense considering you have some very difficult picks. You're going to have to reveal at least one more core into Team Zero. Potentially, of course, we'll see if it's going to be Batrider 4 or 5 as well.
Also, if it's a Lina 1 or 2, I'm assuming it's going to be a 2, just because it's one of the few things that can get out of that lane against the Zeus in a decent spot. But I feel like they should just pick their 1-2 punch here with the top lane. No, sorry, the bottom lane. The support position 1 combo. And they do. Okay, yep, this is fine. It's a little bit of that extra control. You have some tower taking potential. You importantly have some front line, but I don't know. Ukyo's positioning hasn't been the greatest so far, these qualifiers, right? So I'm a little worried that unless someone is really babysitting him with his positioning both in the lane as well as in these first early skirmishes, he's going to be caught out a little bit.
Have you got a preferred Wraith King facet as well?
The curse one.
Yep, okay. Even the nerfs, they're not enough?
No, I don't think so. You do a crazy amount of damage to supports, like, legitimately with an armlet. If you get it pretty early on, you can take away, after the curse ends up popping, like, 60% of a support's health with one right-click. It's kind of nuts. Also, you can do some cheeky little plays with, like, I think we saw it yesterday, right? Holding the Wraith King ultimate until you die the first time, and then you level it up if you want to just get the reincarnation, because you get that 3.5 seconds to be able to move in the Wraith form to a bit of a safer spot. You can also, you know, die with being out of mana, then pop the stick when you're inside of the Wraith form and actually res. So there are fewer ways to be able to punish the Wraith King by like mana burn now as well, which does feel kind of nice.
Dire team ban.
So Team Zero, what do we got? Oh, Juggernaut. Okay, well this is an old classic of Erica's. Do not see this hero very often. And very intrigued as well on how it's going to be able to perform. Haven't seen. I know there were a lot of rumblings about this Juggernaut change. She was nerfed slightly in the A patch. At least the games I've been seeing, haven't seen honestly many Juggernauts at all. So very excited to see what this new Jug's able to do.
Really like the LC ban. Like instantly, it came out from Team Zero. They realize how good their team fight is, as long as people aren't just getting immediately locked down on the front lines. They need something else that's going to be able to provide this. Is it maybe a Mars that you run into this? Like, it's not the worst. You know, you prevent the Heavenly Leap from being able to get away from the Zeus. You get the Stampede kind of nullified a little bit as well. They just need more stuff to enable the catch.
It's a bit tough first Jug, but I mean, everything else you're saying, there's a lot of value. So yeah, it's just they feel like they're going to be able to get out of the lane.
Patch. He's a strong hero.
Yeah, no Slardar, Legion.
Even the Night Stalker would have been amazing, right? Like, you just Stampede, right, and then supports are safe. Ooh. Say 5 Wyvern. Winter 5-in. Sorry, that's terrible. But you've got now a counter to like Batrider initiating, right? It's very clear, like, his role in this game. You know, you need to get a blink early on. You need to build up your own stacks. You need to have a little bit of time spent farming just for yourself. Blink in, lasso, drag back to the team, hopefully blow someone up. And Wyvern, it's going to be up to ZZQ's positioning to make sure that he's in place to get that. I mean, if he can get his own Blink Dagger, fantastic. A curse onto the Batrider just to prevent any sort of follow-up damage.
Let's see what they're going to be able to pick last here. Will be the Razor. Okay, so
good against the Jug, but bad against the Centaur.
Yeah, greedier route as well. And can be a little bit frustrating with the kiting potential of the Winter Wyvern. Like, if you do get Curse the Razor. So let's see. Obviously, you know, this is definitely, dude, this is a super greedy lineup on Team Bright. Like, who is the Batrider going to be making plays with? I have to imagine. I suppose it's going to be the Wraith King. Like, maybe this armlet, like Blink build. Maybe maybe the Lena as well goes the magic damage route. So it's not going to be like that Maelstrom into the really intensive farming for her. But it is quite greedy from Team Bright.
I think TK needs to put in the performance of his life if Team Bright are going to win this one. Like I mentioned, he is your initiation. He is the one that needs to be making the plays, and he's even gone the arsonist facet as well. So with that sticky napalm, he's going to be trying to take towers solo, maybe from Fog. So we'll see if he's able to make it work, but it's a lot to put on a support's plate. Especially when you've got all the cores that are just going to be soaking up a huge amount of the farm. So like, he needs to be cutting waves, taking towers, initiating, getting an early amount of farm for himself for the Blink Dagger. It's scary. I wouldn't be going past Team Zero because I quite like this draft, and I feel like the Wyvern does tie things together quite well. They were lacking perhaps a little bit of team fight, a little bit of that reliable control that you need to start off a lot of these fights, and again, it's just that extra bit of delay that the Zeus needs to be able to get away from a lot of these engagements unscathed.
Thank you.
Okay. So are we pretty heavily favoring Zero? Do we still see avenues for Team Bright?
I think it's just going to come down to the lanes, right? Like, in the lane, I mentioned this is what you're kind of picking the Razor for. Pretty good against the Juggernaut, and Wyvern, good at a lot of things. Lane is not one of them, and I feel like that's going to be where you can get abused a little bit. I don't hate this combo. Most people, actually, no, I'm not going to say most people. It's about 50-50. The Wyvern facet go for the essence of the Blue Heart to restore mana. Particularly with a Juggernaut, you can just use the Cold Embrace onto the Jug, give him enough mana to use the Healing Ward, and then, you know, you're healing as well off the back of that. So it's a really sustainable lane, but of course there's just not as much damage output.
Smoke up down bottom. Ukio. Seen a couple times so far that he's given away first blood. Luckily enough, he's going to have this high ground ward. See if they read the ward placement or not. Like that's going to be the case. Back on the Wyvern, do we feel like we're going to get like more position 4 Wyverns? You know, when the Winter's Curse got changed, I think, you know, ZQ was really running it. We were getting like, maybe like was like Phase Boot Orchid or something. Do you think this is something that people might be looking at with the other passive or the other facet?
You mean like, when you say the change, are you talking about the one where you can still deal magic damage into the curse?
Yeah, remember, I don't know if it was like a year ago or whatever, but when we were seeing, yeah, like you could do damage inside the curse at the same time, because before you couldn't, right? I think with the initial curse, and then
just had to
we
be
saw that
magic
changed.
Damage, I think is the only difference there. I don't know. I feel like Wyvern in general does work as a position 4, but you have to be really greedy to be able to make it happen, right? You'll get abused if you're going up against some really like fast pushing or heavy ganking lineup, because you're not exactly the greatest roamer, right? Like you're pretty slow movement speed, you've got low damage, you don't have any form of control until you've got that that level 6 available for yourself. So I mean, if the enemy team just doesn't do anything, then by all means, you know, you're able to make it work, and you're one of those supports that can actually be a huge threat once it comes to the late game. But I think it just comes down to a late pick in the draft, like we just saw, but most of the time you're not picking your supports then. So I don't know. I think it still works best as a 5, but I can certainly see the right avenue for it if you're going to like switch up the lanes at the last minute.
Sure. Does seem like mid lane we're not going to have the battle that it was with the Slaughter and the Conquer. This should be pretty much free farm, I imagine, for both the Zeus along with the Lina. It's going to be the side lanes where the action will be double ranged up top, and then down bottom, of course, we have the Crystal Maiden along with the Wraith King. So I would say this is probably the lane where we're going to see more kill threat compared to the other. Definitely top, maybe there's something, but probably bottom more than likely.
Yeah, probably. I'm just watching ZZQ doing his best to, again, it's such a big weak point for the Wyvern, right? And it's gotten a lot better ever since they have heavily reduced the cooldown on the Arctic Burn over time. Yes, there's a little bit less attack range. Yes, it no longer increases night vision. Yes, there's, you know, a bunch of other weaknesses to it, but previously it was a 51-second cooldown. Like, this is a little while ago. Now it's 26, so you're just, like, twice as viable in the laning stage. What I do hate about the Splinter Blast change is that, unfortunately, even maxed out, it doesn't wipe out range creeps anymore, the Splinter Blast, which is very annoying if you're looking to try and just build up your own levels by, like, split pushing waves. Go on the jug.
Split Fury hold. Do you think the nerf to not being able to one-hit range creeps is that there was enough of a buff with how you can use it on your allies now instead? Does that,
yeah,
like,
I mean,
offset?
You can use it on creep waves as well, right? So it's a way, like, if you creep wave Splinter Blast plus you have the Aghanim Shard and you Cold Embrace, then, you know, you actually are taking out the entire creep wave, whereas previously it was this awkward situation where, like, one creep would survive, you're not actually pushing the lane. Hold on, ZZQ might be in a bit of danger.
Looks like he definitely will be. Cold Embrace only going to delay the inevitable, so it will be first blood picked up for Team Bright here in our second game. Xiangyu's going to get it.
Good start. Oh, again, they picked for the laning stage, and it's working out for them so far. The train's got to keep rolling, though. Wyvern's biggest weakness is these really early levels in the laning stage, especially if you're going that early point in the Cold Embrace. Although, he doesn't mind the fact that he's been forced to do this, because you do have that that facet to be able to play with. So a little bit of extra mana for the laning stage as well. You should basically not need to spend any of your resources on mana regen.
Am I...
Dire's bottom tower
I don't know
is
if I'm
under
missing
attack.
something. Did the Razors still have the... Okay, never mind. It's in the Storm Surge. Okay. I was double checking. I wasn't sure if I wanted to know if he still had the like AoE damage random strike. I was trying to see if it was in the innate. Yeah, the zapping thing. I didn't know if it was in the innate or if it got it with the Eye of the Storm, but it's still with the Storm Surge.
giving him movement speed away from Storm Surge and into his innate abilities. So basically no nerfs at all for the Razor.
I could do with more of that.
Does look like YSR is having a little bit more of a trickier lane. See if it's going to be a Maelstrom Mjolnir for the Juggernaut, if it's going to be the Battle Fury. I don't think we're actually getting like any Battle Fury jugs at the moment, so probably is going to be the earlier one.
I like the Maelstrom in general, just because you do need the Gloves of Haste to be able to build into it, right? And when you're a Juggernaut, any sort of thing that's going to increase your attack speed is obviously going to be more beneficial. There we go. We see that combo up top. Healing Ward, plus the Cold Embrace. Keep him high mana, keep him capable of using the Blade Fury, and he's incredibly healthy as well.
Now they know that the Crystal Maiden's coming through the portal. A bit of a big wave here to potentially die with. YSR's going to try and look to clear that up as fast as possible. And unfortunately, the Crystal Maiden rotation is not going to work out.
Not going too deep. Just want to touch on one more Wyvern thing because it's me. The Winter's Curse as well, they've changed that one a little bit. So basically, previously hold on, I'm hearing a static link up top. It'll be okay. Previously, the duration of it was based on, like, if there were... How to describe this? Basically now, the duration of it increases by each hero/creep that gets caught inside of it. As they're trying to get a kill onto the Razor.
Is this a crazy TP? Are they actually even going to be able to get in range? Oh, that was much closer than I was expecting, actually, with the Outer Bramble. Now small KK, though, off the back of the Haste Rune. So as if Onaman already used the Laguna Blade somewhere else, it doesn't look like it's going to matter, though. YSR will be killed off. Great use of the Power Rune from small KK.
Yeah, just the power. I mean, suppose against the Zeus, you shouldn't really have too much of that potential to be able to, like, outshove a Zeus in the lane, especially considering, you know, he's got that live wire, he's a little bit more attack damage oriented, he's got more points in the Arc Lightning, but, well, clearly ended up working out pretty well for him. Bottle is not going to get refilled by his EZQT being in there, so a little bit unfortunate. Does at least get the D-Ward off. Alright, do we have time to mention Wyvern stuff again? So, the Curse Durate... No, never mind, they're going for another another move up towards the top side. You let me know when I can talk.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if a fight will break out. Looks like it probably is going to. Pondo's...
Oh, disconnect there.
They'd love Zhang Yu. Would really want this kill onto the Razor. Seems like they know. I don't know. Pondo... He got scared out by the creeps. Okay.
Yeah, he's standing next to the creeps.
Okay, I think you have time now.
Alright. So, Curse is based on the... Oh. Shut up. The duration when it gets applied, basically, right? So if you're landing a... Let's call it an 8-man curse with many, many meepos, that's how long the area is going to last on the ground. So even if you, like... You can't really move out of the area. Whereas previously you could use it, like, to set up for stuff, if that makes sense. So, like, you would use it anticipating that people were going to move into the Winter's Curse radius, but it just lasts a really short duration if you use it in that way. So it actually doesn't provide that much in the form of lockdown. You actually need to be able to land it heavily into multiple heroes in the middle of these team fights. And I think that, you know, Blink Dagger was a good item on Wyvern previously, but it just becomes even more so now, considering you do need to hit these, like, massive team fight Winter's Curses to get the same sort of benefit out of it.
Well, ZZQ got kind of a solo kill and a bunch of creeps as well along with that, so he's level 5 actually for the Winter Wyvern.
Unfortunately for 7, he wasn't able to get the last hit, so he doesn't get that bonus experience from using the Thunder God's Wrath. Still gets the assist gold, but would love to be able to increase that experience. Doesn't necessarily have a lead, but he's basically neck and neck with small KK.
Oh, I saw. Okay. Jug's going to be forced to TP back with the static link along with the Eye of the Storm used from Zhang Yu, so... I do see with this Razor last pick, it is doing a great job to be able to minimize how much early farm that the Jug is able to pick up.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Small KK.
Baiting.
Blood grenade and a kill for them. Maybe even TZ. 7E is going to be able to get the slow with the heavenly jump. Enables Ponlo have some extra control, and in between the towers, they're going to be rewarded with the double kill. I suppose 7E is actually out of mana currently, but Arcane Boots gives him enough extra juice to go.
And hold on, TK. Oh, very nicely done with that positioning to be able to stop them from just keeping the ball rolling. Have the Winter's Curse available on ZZQ if he just needs to try and keep them away from him. Even maybe the Cold Embrace, yep.
Middle tower is under attack.
Still though, I'd be very happy just denying a regen rune away from the Zeus at this point. He's starting to get out of control, starting to show why he has that 71% win rate over, I think, like, at this point, like 100 games in the qualifiers. #1 by far. Just ban it. Or pick it, you know? The enemy team's not going to ban it. Why not pick it?
And this here looks very interesting.
Dire's top tower is
Interesting is one way to put it.
Top lane. Goes out into the Razor. And a big kill because Zhang Yu's lane was going incredibly well. So 7E is going to be able to get a good injection of gold. ZZQ's making great work of this early Winter Wyvern.
Like I said, laning stage, weak. And understandably, there was a little bit of roughness at the start there, obviously. Juggernaut dying the one time, not really able to secure too many kills, dying twice yourself, but as soon as you've got that ultimate, you've just got so much potential, both for these early portions of the game to be able to set up for your team who might be lacking things like the Blink Dagger, lacking mobility. You can defend towers really easily with the Splinter Blast as well. And then later on, you've still got that teamfight presence with Winter's Curse going through the BKB, having that, that way to be able to influence quite heavily. And I feel like this is the sort of thing where, you know, he's going to buy and infuse raindrops now. You could just straight up rush the Blink Dagger next.
Well, we do see already Blink Dagger actually picked up from Beyond Centaur, who we have not had the opportunity to speak about bottom that much with some of the action around top and mid. We've sent top
down
net
for a
worth.
kill, for an Ukio kill.
It's going to be a big one if they can find it. It's got, of course, got Reincarnation leveled up. Nice side steps, but it's really not going to matter in the end, and no TPs will come down. They will now, but it's going to be too late from TZ. In fact, if TZ reveals himself, they might just go for the Crystal Maiden too. I mean, 7E's going to have plenty of damage output, and now with the Crystal Maiden is stuck in just, again, kind of in two minds, and this is a bit of an issue with the greedy draft. Like, I mean, Zhang Yu gets the tower top, but your Lina doesn't want to rotate down. This Batrider wants to be farming towards the Blink Dagger, so yeah, Crystal Maiden thinks that she can assist the Wraith King with getting dive, but she gives another a free kill on a silver platter for Team Zero.
That's right, and they're just keeping on bleeding these kills across the map, just moving back through the Twin Gate, not even needing to expend TPs to be able to do so. At least there, Zhang Yu was able to get the tier 1 tower, right? So it makes a lot more of the map open up for this greedier draft. Might enable them to just, you know, put Batrider down on the bottom side, perhaps. See if he can try and protect the tier 1 tower there. Keep the lane shoved. Maybe even go a really cheeky play and try and cut some of these waves. See if Zeus has any stacks built up for him, which he does. Like, if you can somehow get TK moving into the dire ancient area, that's a really big injection of gold that you can get to him. Get him closer to the Blink Dagger, force some defensive rotations, and allow your greedier cores to be able to farm a little bit more freely.
They're going to make the attempt onto YSR, but the boys, they weren't ready for that, but the response is almost instant. A second death in a row for the Razor. Now with the Stampede actually gets him out of range of the LSA. And now Small KK is going to die as well.
Very short
it is just
duration on the
falling
curse there.
apart.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Falling apart indeed. Not even just the Stampede avoiding the Light Strike array. It was also the benefit because they had the Splinter Blast cast on, I believe, the Juggernaut, right? So just being able to close the distance there as Batrider was trying to get over the, let's call it a cliff or a ditch, just enabled that Splinter Blast to still connect onto him. ZZQ ends up securing the kill onto TK, and yeah, like we've been saying, this greedy draft being punished.
Yeah, there they're even going to be able to get Ukyo. Man, the movements from them across the map is just looking incredibly clean. This Radiance... how surprised are you that he went Radiance instead of like, I don't know, Armlet Blink or whatever?
Very. It's probably the way to do it. Maybe he thought his team wouldn't have the items that they need by the time he was like ready to fight, and that's probably a core's worst nightmare, right? Like you sacrifice a little bit of your farming potential, and your team actually doesn't do anything in response to it. But
Radiant's bottom tower.
they're not really doing anything in response to it now. Just the 3 kills, 15 minutes in.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This'll come in handy.
Radiant's bottom
They
tower
are making space
is
for
under
TK
attack.
though, which should probably be the other way around, right? Like Bat Riders and maybe an Earthshaker are typically the only support that you'll give just that little bit of space for to enable them to get into the BKB for themselves. Just about 100 or so gold away. They are just making his life a little bit more
Radiant's
challenging.
middle tower is
Still
under
though,
attack.
he's been able to pick up
Radiant's middle
almost
tower has fallen.
the Blink Dagger for himself. And maybe things will change then. Although again, Ukyo won't be ready, even with the Radiance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
With the winter, we'll hold that actually. Starting to tip into the uppers. They have the lane ward by the realm of the T1 tower. Scouted out small KK
Under attack.
along with the Razor, just hand in hand farming. So you're able to get a quick and easy kill onto the Lina. No messing about from them.
I don't hate that Lina was farming there. I mean, there's no tower. It's probably the place where you feel safest, but just with their lack of vision around the bottom twin gate in particular, means that you are still vulnerable to people if they're trying to TP through and catch you out that way. So even a observer ward wouldn't have helped him out. They've got a sentry covering that bottom twin gate too. Very nice map.
Smoke up, Team Zero.
Radiant are
Going again.
scanning.
70's making sure that they have no vision nearby. He's going to protect himself from getting this extra wave.
Yon's got an Eternal Shroud as well, so he's happy to put himself onto the front line, save that Stampede until the static link gets used.
I mean, potentially unkillable. 3,100 health, man, at 17 minutes in. Along with whatever magic resistance and blade mail that they have to be worried about not hitting him.
Thundergod's Wrath used, take your pick. Everyone had their positioning revealed. They'll even see the courier moving towards the Razor.
As a result of the vision, they're going to be rewarded with a big kill onto Zhang Yu. Okay, well we have a bit of a moment. Do you see when the Winter Wyvers go for this facet that the Cold Embrace is usually maxed out after this Winter Blast?
Radiant's bottom tower
Yeah,
is under
I would
attack.
say so. Like, you can be very... It's a more of a defensively minded build because Team Zero are certainly not lacking in any form of damage, right? Like, you've got Willow Zeus. They are just dealing a huge amount of that magic early on. You're just there to be able to support your team. And, you know, like we were expecting, he has gone for that super early Blink Dagger to be able to set up for a lot of these team fights. Just allow the Centaur again to be that secondary form of initiation. They'll see that TK has the Blink Dagger. So at least they've got a little bit of that information about out of this kill. You see like how short the duration is on that Winter's Curse, even when it's got those neutral creeps nearby.
They also see Tizzy as well with this Observer Ward. Also still that Cliff one as well from Radiant, so it's going to scout out ZZQ starting to move on forward. But already 7,000 net worth lead, 18 minutes in. You've got an Arcane Rune now for 70 to work with Pre-Manta, so he's about to get a big
Radiant's middle
injection of
tower is
gold.
under attack.
And it's just, once again, they're in this awkward state where, you know, you've hit the Blink Dagger on the Bat Rider, but you've got no one else to be able to make plays with him, right? Like, Razor still needs 800 gold until he's got a BKB.
Radiant's
Wraith
top
King
tower
still needs
is
about
under
that to be
attack.
able to have his Blink Dagger, so it's like, you've been able to create all this farm, create all this space for a Bat Rider, and he's not actually using it when he's, you know, freshly picked it up, which just means that you're going to get into another item. I swear, Beyond just like a couple of minutes ago felt like he'd picked up that Eternal Shroud and didn't have much more in the terms of a gold bank. He's already up to an additional 2,300 gold on top of that, topping
Radiant's
the net
bottom
worth
tower
on this
is under
Centaur.
attack.
Probably one of the most farm Centaurs I've actually seen at this stage of the game.
Get
He's
used to
so
it.
rich.
Get used to it. We're seeing it a whole lot more.
He's actually so rich. 605.
Radiant's
No boots.
are fortified.
Yep, who needs him? Alright.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They
is
don't even
under
have any
attack.
percent damage as well, so like something like a heart wouldn't actually be the worst for the Centaur. Instead, he's just going to go Shivers.
Radiant's
Sure,
bottom
understandable.
tower has fallen.
Looks like they are going to start to maybe set up potential fight around top. Radiant.
Catch him
Very
on the
good
retreat.
vision, though, in a line.
Remember, he's still got the Blink Dagger on ZZQ. He's seeing if he can catch anyone as they're trying to run away, but
Radiant's
they
middle
walk back to
tower
the
is
safety of
under
their side of the
attack.
map right before it turns into daytime, importantly as well. So you just, even if you feel like you've got the vision advantage, there's a vast difference between that nighttime, daytime vision to be able to play around with. So rather just, once again, go the conservative route, which kind of feels like a worrying trend for Team Bright right now. 7E's just going forward first.
Radiant's top
And that
tower
is just how
under
confident they're
attack.
feeling right now, being able to put the Zeus out there on the front lines. Why not? He's got the boys hanging around behind him, maxed out healing ward, cold embrace available, stampede, terrorize, and no BKBs. Actually, just one BKB on the
Radiant's
Razor
top
to be able
tower
to
is under
go ahead and
attack.
make plays with. So at least they instantly go with actually the second one. Built up on the Lina. Boots of travel available
I think
as
that was
well.
under the ward.
Radiant's top tower has
Yeah,
Maybe.
it was.
I don't know if you saw. I think it was under the ward, the
Dyers
smoke.
are scanning.
Maybe anticipating
Good
that
luck
they might
killing
go for a
Beyond.
steal here. Yeah.
Oh, wow. I mean, that gives them a bit of an opportunity. They're going to have to work for it, but that blink in aggressively. But the rest of the boys a little bit too late with the
Oh, the light
lasso.
strike's really good.
Winter's Curse is still there. I mean, maybe they're going to get the Winter Wyvern, but it's not going to matter in the end because all the other cores are just freely spellcasting and right-clicking inside the team fight. Ukiyo will get ripped apart. Smoke AK steps up a little bit too forward. A B can be activated, but where are you running? Team Zero find a fight, and they're out. They're out of here. They are out of the qualifiers. Team Zero will find a incredibly easy 2-0 victory.
Very dominant performance coming through, and honestly, once again, it was abused during the draft stage. Even in that last fight, Winter Wyvern took like 3,500 damage, but the entire time he had the Cold Embrace on him, he had the Healing Ward standing right next to him. They weren't even able to take out this Wyvern before the curse popped off, and yeah, I think this was just a huge draft punish coming through from Team Zero. This is the Team Zero that we were expecting to see coming into these qualifiers. The surprise loss against Kev in the upper bracket, but they're going to be moving on forward to the next stage of this lower bracket. And the positive side, I believe, is that they are... is it positive, actually? No, never mind. In the next round, they are going to be playing the loser of LGD versus Azure Ray, as we have a bit of a look at that scoreboard there, just to be able to see a lot of the sustain and even just the damage coming through from Team Zero, right? Zeus, once again, easily topping the scoreboard and not necessarily doing too much in the form of his ultimate. It was just purely from a lot of this uses of the static field, the arc lightning. It's just such a strong hero right now, and that win rate, Lockie, it's continuing to grow.
Yeah, it's continued to grow. I'm without a doubt seeing why. So, yeah, man, this hero is looking crazy. Team Zero, solid performance, much better series that we're seeing from them. I know you're saying, their next series, of course, is going to be versus the loser of LGD versus Zure. I think honestly, if they were to qualify into Riyadh, they would have had to have beaten one of these teams, including G2IG as well. So if you're going to do it, may as well do it in the low bracket round 2, because I'm pretty sure everything at best of 3s, even that last series. So, do it here and then give yourself a lot of confidence heading into that final qualification series as well. So,
I know it's
get it out the way with.
It's an attitude that Blitz has on Liquid, right? He doesn't want the lucky thing, or he doesn't want to pick the easiest team. If you're the best team in the tournament, you're the best team in the tournament, right? You got to beat the best to be the best. And certainly it would, like you said, give them a lot of confidence. If previously they would have had to just beat G2IG, but imagine if they're able to get qualification by beating both of those two teams, right? The loser of Azure versus LGD, as well as whoever is able to get through. Maybe they get their revenge up against Kev in that lower bracket final.
Yeah, but we are still looking ahead of ourselves just yet. We're not going to be at that stage, but this is the road to victory here for Team Zero, the road to Riyadh Masters for them as well. So for us, we are done for our first series, a very, very early finish, which means unfortunately we are going to have a very long break as well. We're going to be starting 4 p.m. CST. That will be the Spiky Gaming versus Dark Horse, so the other lower bracket round 1. I'm just taking a look if there's any other qualifiers going on at the moment. I believe South America, they probably should be done. I'd be surprised if they're still going on right now, but there are
Maybe
potentially
MENA
some. That's in a couple of hours as well. That's starting in 3 hours. So it does look like everyone's going to have a bit of a break with Dota. Maybe you can go play some pubs, go have some food or whatever, get yourselves prepared, because when we come back in about 2.5 hours, we'll have our second series for the China closed qualifiers. We'll see you guys after a long break.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans, just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MCs doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you wanna go play yourself.
They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot. You better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. Look, I don't really see God as the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you want to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. This my game won't stop, no, I can't fit in your box. Whoa, that's the mauling shot, froze, set the scene, no plot, hoes. Whoa, please don't play me, cause when I let the beat sound, you think I'm crazy. But none of you critics gon' faze me, so when I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it, go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you're just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. I'm the main event, ain't no back and forth, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, oh get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to prove me wrong and try to give respect, but who we looking for if there was no one left? Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Boy, I'm locked in, never take a loss in the sport. Boy, I'm top 10, giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud, ain't had no options. Oh yeah, let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body, cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, Hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's up, then that's up. Nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, From the same will say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same will say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Don't the same will say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity. Raise that the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them, leading the way. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring the corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them, leading the way. Sooner or later, we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I thought all over with smoking guns. All this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone.
If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping and standing, part of my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. 20s, 50s, and 20s. Stay stack, lot of them. Racks, house by the lake, bought that. Opposite the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got 'em so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast think I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy pay, price going high, yeah. Yeah, I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
Forever getting shorter. It's now, no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending. It's not in our course at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, till death do I. 'Cause I feel like a freight train is running over me. So I'll say what you want me to make you believe. Mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for it. with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need to hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies or facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. Yeah. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. We ain't never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We ain't never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts. But it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, no to work. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. Man, we coming for them things that they said I couldn't have. Get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto: hard work that's over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
They say that I'm such a weirdo. Tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the interfere, yo. Everything you see ain't what it appears, though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me. I'm what you can't find. I'm not from the day. I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to. Couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. Yeah, you're welcome to join me. I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Inside of me.
They call me a monster. I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off. Prepare your conscience. Prepare for honest. Cut off all the nonsense. I'm all in your chakra. Wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor. Boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up. I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play strong is the hammer in my hand? How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire
killing never fails. To a hater, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't know
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump if I will just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Got the wrong. Got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whispering my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, holding the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. I took a break. You're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet. My legend's written in the stone, yeah. You're crying danger in defeat is now your only friend. Even your mama's gotta know. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out beside your mouth. Final round, only the sound of my name in the crowd. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh. You hit a bus. Oh, 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 oh,
You're so cool, cool. So stick around. You're so cool, cool. You're so cool, cool.
Papier, Seite um Titel, Mitte 20 und hier Zeile für Zeile, offener Blick, find nur beim nach vorn sehen zu mir selber zurück. Und auch wenn's irgendwie nur eine Plattitüde ist, der Augenblick zerfällt, hält man ihn fest. Und wenn ich's richtig sehe und verstanden hab, dann sagt er selbst, wenn man ihn ziehen lässt, ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jeden Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt, solange sich alles bewegt. Lieber neue Gedanken aufleisen sollen, statt ewig im Gestern mit den alten Parolen. Nun ist die Währung, der Weg ist das Ziel. Kostet die Welt dann vielleicht gar nicht so viel. Und auch wenn manches davon sicher Plattitüden sind, man fühlt genau, wenn es stimmt. Ich geh einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet ein Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt und unter mir, da hör ich die Sirenen singen. Ein Teil von mir will gern gleich hier zu ihnen sinken. Doch ich widersteh, hör auf mein Herz, ich geh. Ich werd nur kurz zum Abschied winken. Und dann einfach nur los, irgendwo hin, auf jedem Weg. Ob klein oder groß, wartet am Sinn und wir haben's erlebt. Nein, ich hab noch nicht genug, wart mal wieder auf die Flut. Schwimm oder schweb, Leben ist Leben, Leben ist Leben. Solange sich alles bewegt.
just nothing. What are you? People talk loud, I get what they're telling me. I fucked up, but I didn't give it. What a true. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. By the time I'm changing my remedy, blowing up, I get sick and tired of this. What a truth. No one talk now, I'm feeling lost on it. Silence is loud, I get it safe from it. What a truth. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Hey, I gotta say, something's going wrong, and everything's upside down. I'm falling. Hey, I gotta say, I'm always on a run. I'm getting closer to the light, and everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. And everything's going down. Yeah, everything's going down. Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Im Coupé hinten links, ich schreibe und ich trink. Mit den Brüdern und wir chillen. Heute Abend ohne Sinn. Sie will, dass ich sing. Doch ich mach mir noch einen Drink. Ich brauch nur die Klick. Und sie weiß, dass es stimmt. Die ganze Nacht nur. 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 Ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé. Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht. Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen. Der Verstand ist lahmgelegt. Der Kopf ist aus Gedanken leer. Die Musik laut, die Augen schwer. Ich hör nicht auf, will immer mehr. Der Wagen rollt über den Teer. Und wir fahren und
wir fahren, cruisen langsam durch die Stadt, ohne Plan, aber Kippe aus dem Fenster, ich erschafft, wie gehabt, holen für den Body an der Tanke Saft, 808, das so laut, hörst du in der ganzen Stadt. Die ganze Nacht nur, 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 die ganze Nacht nur unterwegs, Sportcoupé angehen mit den Brüdern und Rosé, Späti gehen, Shorty schläft, wenn die Sonne untergeht, Runden drehen, dich erlebt, ich will nicht mehr gerade sehen, der Verstand ist lahmgelegt.
Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Big Pie, Kippen und Drinks gegen Tristesse. Großstadtbild, komm ich nicht weg. Kopf fragt, mach kein Pisstest, nein. Ich will nicht auf deine Party gehen, nein. Engel und Teufel tanzen schwanzig. Von deinen Lippen tropft der Chardonnay. Ich küss ihn weg, bevor du schlafen gehst. Sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Faded auf den Wohnzimmerdeal. Baby, sag, wieso sind wir hier? Kann sein, dass wir den Boden verlieren. Wir heben ab morgens um 4. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg. Ich sitz auf meiner Fensterbank, die Nacht zieht vorbei. Ich blick über den Tellerrand, trinke Sekt auf Eis. Ein Teufel und ein Engel tanzen auf dem Parkett. Vielleicht sind wir unsterblich, müssen nie wieder weg.
Landstraße in den Süden, Kickdown, Moto Guzzi, Sozius, Traumfrau, Monika Bellucci, High-Res, Roadtrip, Neapel, Rom, Overnight, Truckstop, Insta, Snapshot, Polaroid, 40 Love, Korken knallen, Karte Door, Spa-Time, Bubble Bath, Aftershave, Miyake Sport, Private Coach, Crunches, Lunch Break, Yacht Club, Seafood, Aperol und Lachsteak, Küstenring. Wir haben Erfolg, Millionen Dinge und dein Lächeln spiegelte meiner Persol, Pilotenbrille, Holz knackt im Kamin. Es werde hell, wir lieben uns die ganze Nacht, nackt auf dem Bärenfell, Wüstenstraße, weite Terrasse, Whirlpool, Eiswürfel, Corbusier, Casino, Hopping. Die ganze Welt ist hier, Drinks für 2. Champagner, Elixier, Traumpaar, Undercover. Americans, unsterblich. Grace Kelly, Cary Grant, allein unter Palmen. Und dazu kalter Cider, Sommerwind, Küstenstraße, Sonnenbrille, Alpha Spider. Hors d'oeuvre, schwerer Wein und klarer Kopf, Zigarren aus dem Humidor, Cohiba und Davidoff, Candlelight, sanftes Licht, Candelabra, deine Haut, China White, Seidenkleid, Balenciaga, was die Leute denken.
be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in the chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Scream out.
I see you turn around. You shine the brightest now.
There's no doubt.
This current's changing, changing.
Still Voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. Voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max whip you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less you Jackson, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's unusual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till I get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't ever stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
We are back with some China closed qualifiers here for the Riyadh Masters. A bit of a long break. We've got our second series ready to go. It's another elimination series as well. We had to say goodbye to one of the teams early today, which was Team Bright with a 2-0 defeat versus Team Zero. Now, Denog, we're going to be sticking around in the lower brackets. Spiky Gaming taking on Dark Horse.
Yeah, definitely one of those other lower bracket games. We didn't get a chance to be able to follow, excuse me, Dark Horse on their pathway through the upper bracket, but Spiky Gaming, it was a pretty messy game from them, right? They were going up against LGD, and LGD made it look like pretty easy work.
Yes, they did indeed. So we'll take a look at the schedule and what other games we have in store for us for the rest of the day, and then we can see how the bracket's looking up too. So yeah, of course, already on our second series, the first one 2-0, and then the last one, the upper bracket round 2, starting at 20 CST. That's going to be LGD taking on Azure. That is a qualification series. So a lot is on the line for our last series of the night. Before we get there though, we have to say goodbye to one of these two teams. We'll take a look at the bracket as well and see how we are currently positioned. So the winner will go on and face Team Kev, and we'll see who that is going to be, with Spiky Gaming up against Dark Horse. It's going to be, I'm definitely, like you were saying, I'm kind of surprised at the performance we saw out of Spiky Gaming, because you take a look at the roster, and there's some players on there with a lot of experience. I know we weren't sure if like it was actually outside playing the position 5 or Victoria, because he was going like outsider now, so just one extra letter. We didn't know if it was someone else, but it is actually him. So you've got Victoria, you've got Xiao Yu, you've got XWY. There's a lot more experience on this team, and they looked
They got crushed. Let's be real.
Yeah.
They got crushed.
Yeah.
Especially Xiao Yu. I was really surprised at how just bodied he got in the lane, playing these heroes like the Death Prophet, for example, meant to be like tanky-ish to be able to, deal with some of this burst damage, but it was just way too much. And one of the big issues was they let the TA through. Probably not going to happen again.
No, I don't think that tier is going to get let through. But of course, there's always a big, this issue right now where there's just so many other heroes that are still incredibly viable. You let the TA through them, maybe the Zeus makes it through, or maybe we see the Storm Spirit, or I don't know. We actually haven't seen Tiny have that much success so far. So, maybe you get some other heroes that slip on by.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think you can. It really depends if you have first or second pick, right? You know me, I've always been a second pick enjoyer, just because it's going to allow you to basically set up 2 of your lanes for success, and you can, respond to any kind of like meme strats that people might be looking to go for. I think for these teams that expect that we are the better team, they kind of want that. They want to avoid the cheese. They want to avoid the last pick Meepo, the last pick. Huskar's not really too much of a hero right now, but you get what I mean, right? Like that sort of mentality. So first pick is reserved for the Dark Willows, the Weavers, if Zeus gets through of the world, but I think second pick is still overall a really nice one to be able to have.
We'll see. Has priority been done so far?
First pick is going to Dark Horse.
Okay, and then Spiky, of course, having Radiant. I guess this is one thing. How would you preferred some map changes overall with the patch, or do we feel like that would have been far too large of a patch to include some map changes as well, which completely...
I think so.
Like the dynamic. Okay.
I think the issue with the previous map was, and I mean, how many years ago has it been now that the map got increased? But the previous map was just like solved, basically, right? Like you knew exactly the flowchart that you needed to go through to do everything, because there was just a limited number of things to do on the map. Now you've got a bunch of other things to consider, right? You've got Watchers to consider, you've got Tormentors to consider, you've got Wisdom Runes to consider, you've got like, let's call them 4 additional lanes of neutral creeps to be farming, and even like which side Roshan gets taken on is also a factor, depending on, what heroes you've got in your lineup. So I think the map is good for now, but just completely changing up the system, allowing for more methods of balance with this facets, that's a really cool tool. So I'm loving how Ice Frog has been able to keep the game fresh. I gotta say, we needed it after quite a long TI patch that just kept lingering it on and on.
Yeah, and now hopefully who knows what's gonna happen with the new hero? I already forgot his name.
Ringmaster.
Ringmaster. Who knows? He's gonna shake things up as well. But those are we don't need a new patch for quite some time. So ready to go. We got our draft underway. We're gonna be heading into this one very shortly. We got Spiky Gaming on the Radiant side, playing with second pick, and then we got Dark Horse on Dire with first pick. So again, we were mentioning about some of those really strong heroes at the moment. We'll see what gets let through. Dark Horse at least are going to have the opportunity to pick first heading into it. And because again, we can speak a little bit more about Spiky because we were the ones that covered them against LGD. Would we like to see them prioritize maybe Xiao Yu a little bit more inside the draft, like whether that be his hero to the later stages or even like just giving him a stronger lane overall?
I think it was less about him having bad heroes. It was more about they just let their opponents have just crazy good heroes, right, to be able to play around with. Shiro just dumpstered him when LGD played against them last. So I think that can be a little bit more of the priority. Spiky Gaming, they have gotten rid of the TA in the first phase of bans. So at least that's going to be something that's they're considering. AA ban coming through from them as well. Are they still just going to open with the Zeus? No, an Io instead.
Okay, spoilers. You guys will get that up on the screen pretty shortly. So,
but people got to know, people like radio casts and all that sort of thing. But I know with IO over the years, it's been pick team fight to be able to beat it, right? Pick a lot more, not just team fight, but AOE damage, because IO is very centrally focused on what you want to be going on. So I wonder what Spiky Gaming are going to do in response to it. Is it going to be something like even a disruptor that can make your life a little bit more challenging? Can't really pick the Conquer anymore to be able to punish things like the relocate, but disruptor with that glimpse absolutely can also provide you the team fight that I was talking about.
Dire team ban.
How are we on the IO facets? Because I know both of them are pretty decent at the moment. Do you have a preference?
Kritzkrieg, in my opinion, is the superior one, just because that provides the majority of what you were searching for previously, right? Like just having that spell amplification, having that increased attack speed. That's really the stuff that you're looking for with an IO. You're wanting to be on the front foot as opposed to Medigun, which feels a little bit too defensive, And I can't think of too many heroes that like kind of want to go in, but also be that tanky. Because even the things like the Shrek, right? If you're getting the Bloodstone and the like, just having the spell amplification is going to help your inherent tankiness. So I don't see too many justifications for going the Medigun.
10 seconds remaining.
Okay.
Radiant team Dire
Response from
team
Spiky though, we're going to get the Dark Willow, so there is some of the team fight that you were mentioning as a good way to be able to counteract the Eye, considering this is a hero that does lack that. And we're going to get the Storm Spirit that slips through the pool as well.
I mean, it's good, right? They've got strong ganking potential. Again, just Storm Spirit, another one of those heroes that you can just toss the Bedlam onto, and then he's instantly able to jump onto the backline with a huge amount of burst damage. If you're able to find the IO, even more ideal, sort of situation. So I wonder, I mean, the Leshrac has been removed from the pool by Spiky Gaming, so obviously not wanting that pairing that I was talking about previously. With Dark Horse, I wonder if they want to set this up for even just the position 5 IO, or if it's position 4. It really hasn't been picked much at all, but I still rate the Mars in this current patch, right? Like, I feel like the facets are both really good. You've got good scaling potential as well with your innate ability. The later on it gets, the more health regen you're going to have, and you can become incredibly tanky inside of that arena. And this is actually a combination that we've seen a fair amount of, I believe the old Talon, current Aurora roster played it a decent amount, as well as Spirit, right? Just using the Nightmare to be able to set up for ganks across the map. You know, it means that Bane does need to play a little bit more proactively, but I quite like it. It is still very single target focused though, so I'm going to need Dark Horse to address that somewhat.
Is there any, like, how are we feeling about the Bane with the... Because it kind of seems like the innate, along with maybe the Dreamstalker, is a little bit more opted for like some mid lane position 2 Bane shenanigans. I know, of course, this is not what we're going to be seeing in this game, but like, what do we make of the changes to Bane?
I mean, I don't really value it as a core, to be honest. I think Sleepwalk is really nice just because you can... All you need is like a split second of the Sleepwalk actually going off, right? And then you can end up using stuff like Force Staff to be able to bring that nightmared hero back into the rest of your team and punish it accordingly. So I can see it working. I don't mind it at all. Razor into the Bane is a little bit of an interesting one. Your vast majority of your damage is being done through your attack damage. Of course, there is a little bit of AoE coming through from there, but Enfeeble makes the static link a lot harder to be able to have. Just even the latch distance becomes so much shorter. And it's a hero that relies quite heavily on the BKB as well. So having a Fiend's Grip to be able to stop one of those big early timings is pretty devastating. Although maybe they're just playing it for the lane, right? Play it against the Tiny specifically.
Get Clockwork as a follow-up though. So Spiky at least have a secondary way to be able to initiate, to be able to hunt the Bane, which is ever so important. I feel like Clock and Dark Willow in combination together are relatively nice as well.
Oh yeah. Think of how many internal cogs are going to be hit because of a Terrorize inside of the larger ones as well. And even just Storm Spirit, Razor, there's a decent amount of AoE damage coming through from them too. So like this pairing. What I do like as well from both teams, honestly, is the fact that we don't know 100% where this Razor or Tiny are going. You know, it's Razor could be a 3, could be a 1. Spiky Gaming are the last overall pick, so they're going to be able to flex this one out a little bit. You'd probably say that the Willow is not locked in as a 4, but you just feel so much more effective getting just that little bit of extra experience, a little bit of extra net worth, and Clockwork really doesn't need all that much. You know, obviously the hookshot is a great ultimate, but when you consider you've got a Storm Spirit, Bedlam is something that you just want to get up ASAP.
You know, I feel like it's more dependent as well, like on the melee range matchup. Like you really want the Clockwork to be playing with the Razor, I would imagine, and maybe there's some value with the Clock to be laning into the Bane because it's probably going to be the position for Bane too.
Yeah, you never know though, right? Like, I think that's why Dark Horse are taking so long to consider what they're actually wanting to do. Could it even be a Tiny mid, you know? And they go for like a Bane 5, IO 4 with someone that makes a little bit better usage out of the tether for the laning stage. Say Tiny into the Storm doesn't feel too bad.
What are some of the other offlaners? I know you brought up the Mars. The Legion is also
Legion's
relatively
okay.
solid.
Slardar's
If
great.
you, yep, Slardar's very good.
Bristleback kind of a dead hero, so not him anymore. Even maybe
Dire
Viper
team ban.
for a little bit of protection. Okay, they're just going to go the Zeus. I'm surprised it's lasted this long, to be honest, but it's not like they're lacking massively in catch, right? Like, you can hook shot into a Brambles, and you can't just leap away, follow that up with a an Electric Vortex, and
Radiant team
Zeus is
ban.
going to die, and Io is not really wanting to tether the Zeus. You know, that is not your priority this game.
Know that, you know, previously in the past, the Storm has always been a nice way to address the Zeus, like just with the infinite catch across the map. So, you know, this has not changed even with the buffs to the Zeus and all your damage. I mean, I imagine the lane is still going to be pretty decent for the Zeus. Storm's probably a little bit better now with the change to the Vortex as well, so change to the Remnant. But yeah, like you said, they've got plenty of catch for the Zeus, so we'll see if this is going to be enough. We'll see if they want to try and go for some even more ways to get on top of him. I mean, you know, Centaur is something. Is it banned? Yeah, it's already banned. Never mind. Okay, so some like Centaur-esque hero, some offlane jump. I don't know if we've casted an Axe game just yet, but
I think we've done one.
Dire team ban.
And it looks pretty good, and we're getting rid of a lot of those strong offlaners that I was talking about to potentially pair together with the Io, right? Nightstalker is actually something that I was considering Spiky gaming to potentially look to go into if you wanted to run a Razor 1, but yeah, just the risk of Dark Horse picking it up early on, especially with how strong he can be now at the 0 to 5 minute mark because of the Night Rain facet starting the game at night time. Would have been a little bit of a difficult sort of situation. So again, I need more team fight. I need more, not necessarily reliable lockdown, but just ways to start the fight on Dark Horse. And yeah, Legion Commander, the last one of those offlaners that we were talking about, is going to come on through. So maybe now you do move the Razor to being that position 1, have the Clockwork paired together with it, Dark Willow 4, and then just something in the off lane that's going to be able to get on the backlines. Primal? Lifestealer, okay. I guess... I don't know. I
we
mean,
saw this yesterday though, right?
We did, but I feel like Razor into the LC doesn't feel that bad. Here's going to be Zhao Yu playing the Razor though.
I think the big thing about yesterday, we saw the Legion actually kind of body the Lifestealer in the lane. So we'll see how different that's going to be in this case. We'll see. I have to imagine that it's going to be the Clockwork being played as a position 4. They'll try and send the Dark Willow with a Lifestealer. So we will see what the call is going to be for Spiky Gaming. How are we feeling about the last phase overall though? You A-ed on the Legion, and then your favorite on the Lifestealer.
You missed it there. But I don't hate it. I don't hate the Legion Commander. I mean, it gave them that guaranteed lockdown that they were needing, right? Against the Storm Spirit in particular, but even Victoria on his Dark Willow. My issue is that until you've got that Blink Dagger, you really just don't have ways to be able to set up fights on Dark Horse, right? Like, you're probably not just going to be walking into, you know, a Blade Mail Legion Commander, right? That's just a recipe for disaster. Maybe once you get level 6 on the Bane, you're going to be able to get something happening, so at least you get a tiny bit of dual damage and before the Blink Dagger does come online. But I'm also interested to see, like, does Tiny feel like he even needs the Blink Dagger for himself, right? Because, yes, it's important against the Storm Spirit, but you're most likely going to have Sheep on his Io just running around with the Tiny, using the Relocate as like a pseudo Blink Dagger, right? Onto the backlines, into the tree line, and trying to, you know, surprise in team fights in that way.
By the looks of it as well, unless anything changes, and I guess it's a bit too late now, Razor did go for the other facet. I think the couple games that we've seen the Razor so far has been the Dynamo, so the spell amp with your attack damage. This time it's actually going to be whatever the facet is that buffs up your Storm Surge when either Storm is used. So this will be a bit of an interesting, I guess, adaptation. We'll see how this one's going to be able to play with the Thunderhead.
I suppose just feeling like they are going to be the ones, you know, getting into the thick of things. I can't imagine too many situations, though, when, you know, there's going to be a Zeus, a Bane, and an Io just all in Eye of the Storm range, right? That's the absolute last place that they want to be. They want to be hanging out as far away on the back lines as possible, so interested to see why that choice was, especially considering with the Dynamo, you'd have to say outside of like the Nightmare and the Fiend's Grip, there's pretty much nothing stopping you from just continuing to run at an LC and a Tiny, right? Once you've got that BKB for yourself, it becomes even easier.
Maybe the farming is
maybe
the extra buff from it, potentially, because we do see often like Razors in the early game, they will not hesitate to just use Eye of the Storm to farm up. I don't know if this is something that just drastically increases the farm speed.
We'll have to see. Clearly it's something that they've theory crafted somewhat. And hopefully for Xiao Yu, he has a better, at least, laning stage compared to what we saw in their previous series against LGD. That was just, it was really messy. It never felt like he ever had a way to contribute to any of these team fights that eventually broke out. And it was some really early GGs being dropped in that previous series.
Looks like it will be a 2-for-2 with the bounties. And the lane setup is going to be MDR with Hara as well. So you got the Clockwork with the Razor, the melee ranged, and bottom melee range. Outsider previously was playing those position 4s, at least in the lane. And set up with the off lane, I should say. He's going to be back down bottom. So I know we were unsure yesterday, but now that we are sure, we can speak a little bit more about this player individually. I mean, previously known as Victoria. And this guy has been around for a very long time and had good showings as well. Some pretty goddamn good showings on teams like LGD. I mean, TI7 with a 4th place finished. We've seen him also high placements at some of the other majors as well. The MDL major in 2017. I mean, the Boston major is with LGD there too. So yeah, Victoria's been around for a very long time. Unfortunately, since that LGD stint, or the long kind of roster he was with them for, we haven't really seen him get back into like a tier 1 team.
No, definitely not. And I'd say that's probably one area that China actually has a good amount of solid position 5s at the moment, right? Like even in this tier 2 scene, you've got someone, I guess you couldn't call them tier 2 anymore, but LGD's results haven't been amazing just yet. And you've got a TI winner on effectively like the 3rd, maybe even 4th best team within the region.
Yeah, and I mean, a person who we don't see at the moment, Pichio as well, with the previous Asta roster. I mean, they were very, very dominant, and you're potentially getting, well, I think they had a maybe 4th place finish at TI 11 or something. They definitely placed incredibly high. So he's not around currently. I know he was getting a lot of praises as well with an up and coming 5. So yeah, no, I heavily agree that the China's position 5s, they are not lacking.
Nope. Great 4s and great 5s, and not like many position 1s, but I would say, certainly Arme and Monet are really up there.
Oh, nothing too crazy going on with the lanes. I mean, I guess the first thing I see, never mind these. Yeah, the heroes top on farming. They're trying to do a bunch of harassment. MDR will be able to connect with the plasma field, and with the slow, they're going to be able to chase down with the Bane underneath the tower. This will be first blood. MDR is going to be rewarded, so already a much better start. Hara takes a ridiculous amount of harass, but has a sell.
Worth, I believe MDR has now gotten more kills than he did in his entire previous series, so that is always a good benefit to have. I was a little worried that they wouldn't actually be able to confirm that kill because Hara had fallen quite low on the mana, wasn't able to get the battery assault going off, but they get the first blood. Nice start to this one. Overall, I do prefer Spiky's draft. I'm just the lane's got to go really well for the Lifestealer, and it's not going that great right now, right? He's 100 net worth behind. You've got a huge creep wave coming in underneath the tower that Aeonid's just going to be able to completely freely farm. Honestly, if anyone goes forward, he can just drop the overwhelming odds onto that full creep wave and really nuke down the Lifestealer's health.
Yeah, what happened to the lane for there to be 3 Radiant range creeps down bottom?
I think there was just a small camp pull with the freaking kobolds that effectively do nothing to the creep wave, so it was brought out of the wave, but then there was just a double wave after the fact.
UCCS is, again, I mean, your bottom life still struggling. Top lane, like Razor Tiny, really behind as well. I know it helps because Razor got the kill, but meanwhile, mid lane, they're having the time of their life. XWY, 24 last hits, 28 and 4 on Han. So these two heroes are going to be fine. We will see power runes are going to be a pretty big factor with them in particular. Maybe not as much Han, but I think, you know, they're both really like the regions, the arcanes, potentially be able to amplify their farm, and really they can still get active potentially with like a haste rune.
Very interesting choice by Han to get so aggressive against XWY, especially considering he got the bottom water rune denied away from himself. And XWY did have the water rune to be able to work with, but I suppose just wanting to make sure he doesn't fall too far behind. Of course, it's very important for that early Thunder God's Wrath to be useful around that timing for the first duel, but he should get it a fair amount before Aeonid does. Ooh, Courier. Okay. At least it did get delivered. The Blades of Attack. Up top, Hara should be able to confirm another kill up here onto Cristiano. Maybe not.
Should, yeah, the Rain Sap, a lot of bonus health back, but too much stolen damage. 100. Nice rotation actually from outside. A bit of an opportunity. We're going to see the Iro TP in. Maybe Sheep might be in trouble though. Still the static link damage is stolen. Double bounce back from the Cogs, and now Sheep need a little bit more damage. MDR is going to hunt for it. This is quite the chase now. Avalanche is back up. The plasma field clips on the edge, and they're going to be rewarded with the kill. Unfortunately, with the tree throw off the mark, MDR will not be slowed down. And
these Cogs, man.
Back to the lane and yeah, have fun with your mana.
Yeah, he should still be able to get the kill, surely. The slowdown, although with the kills that Hara's going to be able to be part of, there we go. I thought the boots of speed might be enough.
A blood grenade? He's gone. Should tick out.
Yeah. Alright. Some valuable gold for a Bane.
So nice, brings two blood grenades out to the lane. Like he brought two instead of the one. Wouldn't have got the secondary kill into the Razor there.
Mm-hmm. Now he's got a way to just much more consistently trade with the Razor specifically. Obviously, he still wants to stay away from the clockwork, but getting all of that experience up for himself, and more importantly, the raindrops coming out on the Courier. You know, Razor's the one that you're worried about mostly in that regard, so just wanting to try and get up in his face, constantly keeping track of where Hara is on his clockwork. He does have a smoke actually on Cristiano. I wonder if he feels like he can go for a smoke and try and yoink away that wisdom rune, but yeah, he's already gone for the scan. Ooh, does he end up popping it? No. So the scan ends up going red, and he changes tact, moving back up towards the top side.
We're going to see how the XWI pops the illusion. See if he's just going to continue to try and farm up the jungle area. If he does want to start to get involved and manipulate some of the side lanes. Plus, we're going to look at how you can give some levels to some of the supports as well. Probably the Willow Clockwork, the important ones in particular with their playmaking aspect.
Mm-hmm. Also mindful of, you know, Aeonid, he's falling a little bit behind in experience in this lane relative to the Lifestealer, and obviously because you've got an IO paired together with you constantly, right? That's always going to be the case. So yes, it's going to help you with the actual, you know, laning itself, but I really like the fact that now Sheep is going to back off, maybe help out with one of the power runes, and yeah, just leave Aeonid to get a little bit of that solo experience. Because Thunder God's Wrath is back up, and Hunt, it's not a top rune, ends up being down bottom. Sheep yoinking it away. Getting a nice little D-ward here.
How do you feel like this game gets broken open? Is it just unfair? Top lane, Hara? Static Link still a cooldown. Second use of the Thunder Gods, and another kill here for Zeus. So continuing to pole vault himself up further in their net worth. He is very far ahead of anyone else.
Yeah, and I think that's... I think they're happy being a little bit more passive on Dark Horse, right? Like, they don't have the heroes to be able to take towers early on. Zeus doesn't do it, neither of these supports do it. Legion Commander's just focused on getting into that Blade Mail for himself, although Han has to be a little careful about how deep he's going here. That's level 6 on Aeonid, so might need to be just a little bit more cautious there on XWY. But yeah, I think if they're just able to hang on back until, you know, Tiny gets into, looks like he's going an Echo Saber into a Shadow Blade. If you can wait that long without losing too many towers, I think you're going to be supremely happy on Dark Horse.
And you feel like they have the capability to be able to defend these towers on Dark Horse, or
for sure?
Are you
you got relocate for, you know, wherever needs help. You've got global presence as well, so Han doesn't actually even need to be there a lot of the time. And you know, if the lane isn't pushed in enough, there's danger that you actually can start to take some of these towers, right? Zeus super capable of quickly pushing in, you know, creep waves to enable taking of towers. And you got to say, Tiny, Bane, we saw how difficult it was to kill Cristiano even those couple of times on this Bane. So yeah, I think they've got the capability to be able to withstand. Probably the next 10 minutes might be a little bit too much. Oh, they're going to be able to yoink this away. Oh, don't war into it.
Should get the kill. Very with using the Heavily jump though. And they've got pretty deep for this. MDR's going to be nearby. They want to try and target down with the Zeus, but with going for him first, well, they'll be rewarded. And that looks like Bane as well is going to go down. I thought maybe the Iris sustain would be enough, but it's far too early in the game for Sheep to be able to at least fix out some of the damage output without any, you know, defensive items, no mechanism just yet. So yeah, way too deep, like you said, and they're going to be punished.
I think they saw a few of those TP rotations come in as well. I understand going onto the Clockwork, forcing out those TP rotations, but then if they could have just backed off immediately, that would have been such a huge win, right? All the attention taken away from Aeonid and L'Enfer on the side lanes means that you are going to be able to reach into those next timings, but instead, you give up a killing spree to XWY, you give him over another kill, you start to build up more of that galvanized passive for himself, and he's not too far away from being able to pick up that Witchblade and start to make a few more proactive moves, because the timing for Spiky Gaming is going to be coming so much sooner than Dark Horse, right? Level almost 6 on the Dark Willow, almost 6 on the Clockwork, so I'm really feeling like they're going to be prioritizing the 12-minute power runes, and then maybe around 13 minutes or so, once the Storm actually has the Witchblade, it's going to be go time. Might get it even sooner.
Looks like they can go whenever they want to. So it's just a question of how you're going to be able to take down these objectives. We are, importantly, like we were mentioning earlier, on how MDR is going to actually perform on the Razor, and just if he's going to have a better couple of games than what we saw yesterday. 3, 1, and 2. Pretty decent position at the moment in their network. Nothing too crazy. Behind the off laner on the other team, but he is finding his farm.
Very cheeky by Hara there, just trying to stay in the tree line. He's got the hook shot available, but scouted out by the lightning bolt coming through from Han. This is the danger as well, right? You just cannot let them sit back and do and make no offensive moves if you're Spiky Gaming, right? Han, he's approaching in on the money needed for the Aghanim Shard. He's having such a good game that he's going to have that money.
To a down bottom. Oh, the Infest Bomb. Ambitious. I didn't see how it started with the duel, but he had no boys playing around with him.
I mean, he just took so much damage so quickly, right? It was the Infest Bomb, it was the big zip in, it was the Bedlam as well coming through, and there really isn't too much that poor LC can do about it.
Instant smoke as well, and they're actually going to double back to the lane. Still have all their ultimates. In fact, your Bedlam's back up.
Yep.
Or do they want to go through the portal instead? They do see L'Enfer currently farming top.
Just trying to make their movements not overly obvious. Placing down one of those deep observer wards as well. They know that their movement hasn't been scouted out. Nice hook shot.
On team come through. They're pretty close as well to be able to risk dying with Han off to the right side. Let's see how much damage the Zeus can output. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough at this stage. Yes, they kill off the Razor. You'll probably get outside a tube, and now Han steps up forward, and XWY Abdul's going to be there. They'll get the kill into the Clockwork. Now, XW doesn't have a lot of mana. He commits inside the cogs to press the attack kill. Not enough. Aeonid does his best to keep his position 2 alive, and now XWY might just be able to TP. Let's see if Aeonid's going to have the damage. Zip to the low ground, but He can still chase. Will now go for
Cristiano's
the TP.
coming.
Can drag the creeps. They got the Fiend's grip regardless. Well done. Bane gets in range, and it was a big kill for them to at least be able to make that somewhat of a decent skirmish.
They made it a decent trade. Not the greatest to just use the Fiend's grip, but by all means, you got to make sure that you're not letting the Storm ball out of control. Right now, he's still staying at the 8 galvanized stacks for himself. Ended up losing a few with that death. More importantly, though, they finally get that first dual kill onto the Clockwork that had just gone a little bit too deep there. You know, there's aggression, but this seemed like unmetered aggression, right? Like they lost sight of some of the stuff that's going to enable them to make further movements, such as taking the tier 1 tower. Also meant that Bane was able to actually just TP into that tower, right? And be able to, you know, stop the escape coming from the Storm Spirit.
Now you have these ways to be able to set up for the relocate. The Bane's levels, Aenid's very close to the Blink Dagger. What a global potential for them to work with now on Dark Horse. Let's see if they can start to rack up these kills onto the side lanes before Radiant feels strong enough to group up as 5.
It's even more important that they do try and target Zeus now, though, right? He's got almost level 12. He's just purchased up the Aghanim Shard right at 15 minutes. And he's working his way towards that Manta style. Han, his damage output is just crazy good now at this stage, not needing to even expend mana.
Nightmare drag into Aenid. Pochihara is really not going to be able to do too much. And with a relocate, they're going to get a +1 kill.
What the heck? He's soft on the inside.
Oh, another duel victory coming through for the LC. Feels very confident in just putting himself up onto the front lines, and I believe he's even got that Blink Dagger coming out for himself. So just a little bit of time spent in the jungle, it seems. And then he's going to be ready to go in about 20 or so seconds. If they can keep this this Storm controlled, and they're going to be feeling incredibly happy. I've seen him toggling back and forth from his quick buy onto, you know, whether it be the Eternal Shroud or the Lincoln Sphere. Obviously, you would love to have both, but right now it really does feel like that lockdown coming through from the Fiend's grip and the duel is the biggest issue.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See if they're going to be able to mount a defense as well from Spiky.
Yeah,
Hara
2
steps up
seconds.
forward. Looking for the Clockwork. Plus back further inside the middle. Hara should go down, but there will be a response. Oh, the Bramble jump to the Bramble. The Legion fight the Jaw to the life sword. They're going to have the damage though. Rage got out before the Jaw, and now with the Infest, it's there in the nick of time. They'll keep the carry alive. Bane's going to be chased down. XWY still got some mana to work with as well. To be cautious how deep they go.
A bit of a misplay there. Ending up losing your Tiny. Not being able to survive through it. Relocates up in 7 seconds. I wonder if they do want to just commit back into this fight, considering they don't have the duel for the next 30. And again, they just ended up wanting to go that little bit deeper, right? They got a quick pick off onto the Clockwork, but weren't able to transition that into an objective. Kills mean nothing unless you're able to open up the map as a result of it. They're not actually gaining all that much either side, and the net worth is actually just ping-ponging back and forth between these two teams.
Stupendous.
Yeah, so who do you feel like is more favored with a even net worth heading into like the 20-minute mark?
Ooh. I would say Dark Horse slightly, just because Zeus's scaling potential is insane. The later a game goes, LC is just going to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Tiny, we really still haven't seen, as he gets a kill here onto Xiao Yu, we still haven't seen that true teamfight presence come as well.
It's like both offlaners going to give their life away.
They see Cristiano moving up here through the Twin Gate. If they wanted to just anticipate, move down there, be able to pick him off, they could absolutely for free. Doesn't look like they're interested though. But yeah, finally, Tiny has the Shadow Blade. He can look to make plays, and he's going to get a very, very easy pick off there onto the Dark Willow.
Oh, he's going to go back for the tier 2, but he might die because of it. Uh-oh. That's one tier 2 down. Thank you very much.
Ward down as well. Tiny going to be very, very healthy on the mana front.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's
T1
middle
Tower's
tower
going to go
is
down
under
as well, mid
attack.
lane. Couple of objectives now. The hard work we're seeing from Dark Horse is starting to pay off, and they're going to continue to try and make some of these movements across the map. Bane and Legion sweeping to top towards the towards the lifestealer. They do not have relocate. Let's see if they're going to have the damage.
They got Thunder Gods.
Looks like they will.
Oh!
Thunder Gods there. Ooh,
Neutral creep got the kill.
What? What? That's.
Let me have a look. That was a Dark Troll Summoner 13 damage that got the kill there.
Nice. Nice.
Hold on, Razor.
Bottom lane.
Good positioning by Han.
MDR, Glimmercape is going to try and slip out of the cogs, but Bane once again. Cute use from Hara though. Actually able to cancel the Fiend's Grip, gets out of range of the lightning bolt. MDR's okay. And you've got XWY, maybe a Terrorize as well is going to fly out. They're going to try and dump everything onto the Zeus.
He's
the
out.
Relocate will instantly send him over the right side, and he's still kind of close enough if a fight will continue, because Lunfer is looking.
And remember, he doesn't even need full mana, right? Like, he's a Zeus with, I believe, one more creep. Manta style coming out to him, so even more split push coming for these lanes, and, well, he's also got an IO potentially to buff him up, right? I know most of the time it is going to be a Tiny paired together with him, but honestly not the worst to be using that that Crits Creek overcharge onto the Zeus at this point, right? All the attack speed, you're just launching out so many Chain Lightnings with the spell amplification as well.
The dual smoke. Need and Jin. See who they're able to find. Maybe MDR. 1900 health they're going to have to go through here with the Razor. No Thundergords at the moment. Bottom lane. One for is scouted. Sheep no relocate, and they feel like this is a lost cause. Sheep is actually just going to run away. Not wanting to try and play with the jump into the mechanism. Legion and Bane are actually still starting to move down bottom. Aenid's going to find the target onto the Dark Willow. And no one on Radiant will respond.
Alright, more and more being built up. Can't really continue to stay this deep though, right? Like we've seen so many times, the dangers of playing well away from the rest of your team. No avenues for them to be able to TP for safety. Maybe just wanting to keep this bottom lane pushed in because they know that Roshan gets down bot for the next 3.5 minutes. With, I mean, it's okay farm that Lifestealer's got, right? But he still doesn't even have the Radiance, so it's like... He's got to have that before they're looking to take any of these true engagements, and maybe they're even going to consider Roshan after the fact.
It's probably a later Radiance timing, unfortunately, than what they're hoping for, but... Let's see, what do we want next from him itemization-wise? You could be looking some stage. Sanjay Yasha's probably got a lot of value with the Fiend's Grip, a lot of with the Jewel. Speaking of the Jewel, Enid's going to get another victory. Yeah, why not Thunder's probably not required, especially he doesn't get the kills, so kind of feels bad for Han.
I think he's going to be happy with just more attention being taken away from him though, right? The more kills that Enid gets on his LC.
The Razor.
Yeah, relocate's coming in.
Another one. All right. This is when you kind of get the map to open up in your favor for Dark Horse. We're seeing what they're able to do with the pickup potential of their lineup.
Just having a look around the map for Io. It doesn't look like Sheep has really prioritized the Watchers at all. We saw him de-Watcher, that sort of situation, with his innate, the Sightseer. It gives you actually a really good amount of vision around some of these key choke points, so I want to see him put a little bit more emphasis into that one there. As got the duel up again for Aenid, also is level 15, so with that level 15 talent they want to go.
Infest bomb onto the Legion Commander. Sheep's going to try and do his best to keep him alive, but as soon as the threat of the Terrorize comes out, Sheep has to step over to the right side. Zeus is going to tip into the outpost.
That was without Bedlam as well. So they still got a decent amount of damage, but just no way to enable Lifestealer to get on top of everyone else just yet. Well, it's a kill. It's slowing down the game a little bit, but as I was saying before, I'm not sure exactly a slow game is exactly what you want. Considering Han away scot-free, he's going to be building into that Bloodstone for himself. Become even more and more of a threat. She Okay. AoE brain sap, even more survivability now for Cristiano, who's just waiting down here on the bottom side for anyone to show themselves.
Dire are scanning.
Relocate, just having enough mana for it very shortly. We've seen, this is what we were talking about when we were speaking about Team Spirit, right? This is such a classic Mira Maposhka combo. You know, you think you're safe to farm right next to your tier 2 tower with all the attack, the cast range as well from the Aether Lens, from the Eye of the Vizier. You're just going to get caught out instantly. So it seems like that's been a message that's been thrown out from the Spiky Gaming shot caller, just saying, look, if it seems safe, it's not. Because they've had a lot of vision down on this bottom side of the map. Let's just hang together a little bit. You know, we even talked about it when the Aya was picked up that early in the draft. The way to beat it is team fight. Don't isolate yourself.
Finally, they feel like they're strong enough to be able to do that. They'll clump up together. T2 tower is going to be under threat now. Let's see if there's going to be a defense mounted from Dark Horse. You've got Aenid nearby. Jin's starting to even venture from the west for a potential backstab, or maybe seeing if anyone splits away to farm this top area.
I thought XWI was just going a little bit too deep on his own, but he does have that Lincoln Sphere picked up for himself, so maybe just feeling like he's going to have the potential to get away if the Bane was hanging nearby.
It's a great spot for an eventual fight on Dark Horse. You have incredible vision nearby. Really would love to see them try and force the issue. The unfortunate thing is that, like, right? Did they? Okay. Did he just give the ward away?
No, he was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Pretty decent damage being put down in mid as well, though, right? Just getting a little bit of vision there from the Thunder God's Wrath, feeling like at this point, they don't even necessarily need the damage for it. They're going to try and keep that Observer Ward as long as possible. And Cristiano, he doesn't have a safety net anymore because he did use that Nightmare to try and set up for the rest of his team.
What, jump in?
This is a
into the
really
relocate.
early jump in.
It's so ambitious. Infest is always going to be there. There is just no way MDR is going to go down unless the relocate is at the exact same time of the duel, and you have just given them a way back in. This net worth lead that was there from Dark Horse evaporates. Lonfer, Shadowblade and ducks out to the south now, but they can look for Roche. That was a crazy attempt.
Yeah, I mean, somehow didn't get connected on by the dust, but, you know, with this sort of lineup, with how... Well, it's not even under-leveled on the IO, right? But until you're level 3, you basically need to relocate in before the duel even starts. It was a good 1 second delay, so LC was completely on his own for 4 seconds, right? You didn't even have the Thunder God's Wrath. It was used as a scouting tool previously, so just a very, very odd choice to go back on in, considering you'd lost both elements of vision, both the high ground there as well as the lane. And even better for Spiky Gaming, all of that happens right next to Roshan, so they're going to get a freebie for themselves.
Stupendous!
Going the SNY on the Lifestealer, such a classic item to hero pairing, the old race car coming through, and it's great this game, going up against the duel, the Fiend's Grip, even just the Nightmare and the Enfeeble. Means that you might not need to use the Rage instantly.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I'm gonna try and take a fight onto the Observer Ward. Unfair, we're starting to come over the rest of the team, signaling that playoff. They are starting to walk underneath this Observer Ward. A lot of vision for Radiant to look to utilize.
And none for Dark Horse to be able to use. That's 3 Observer Wards now that Hero has been able to claim, and that's another death as a result of them just being able to waltz on forward.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
See that? They used the Kobold to get rid of the Nightmare as well.
Oh, sheep. Tries to relocate in. 4 seconds left and a kill. Multiple people want to try and...
Hold on. Fair might just get away. Okay. Wonder if they're considering going for the Tormentor. I mean, you got 3 heroes on this side of the map. Maybe just without the Eye of the Storm, Razor doesn't feel confident enough to be able to do it. How many Gossamer Capes do we actually have on Spiky? Just the one. Dark Willow still actually holding on to a trusty shovel. 28.5 minutes into the game. Oh yeah, that's because they lost their tier 2, right?
They lost, yeah.
But, I mean, you would love to have that sort of thing going up against a tiny Lonfair. Yeah, the last few fights might not have gone too amazingly for Dark Horse, but He is still racking up the farm, racking up the damage, and he's about to hit that level 20 power spike. Just wants to be able to at least get the Crystallis before the next team fight breaks out.
And the Zeus as well. Han's also getting a ridiculous amount of farm. Let's see what they're going to be able to do with it. Side of these fights that are coming up. XWY with the invis. We'll be able to run straight to the Zeus. Of course, Aeonic can help him out. Jin's going to be nearby as well with the Nightmare Trick. It's just not enough. They blow up the Zeus and now Bane's gone as well. And look what's happening on the map. Top is knocking on their tier 3 tower. You're about to lose a tier 2 as well. It's just that one weird mistake up top where they went for the duel. This game is completely turned around.
I feel like there was a bit of a mistake there as well, right? Io didn't have the relocate, so it wasn't even paired together with the Tiny. Speaking of Tiny, he's on his own a little bit down here.
He can't even BKB TP out. I guess Hookshot's on cooldown. I don't know if he knows this though. He's just going to try and man fight. He would be able to escape. He's going to go for it now. BKB should cover it.
Ambitious.
What's going on? You got two heroes top net worth. Are they just taking weird fights? Are they just not on the same page? Is a raiding not executing?
I think it was a number of things, right? I was going to touch on it, but then, you know, another gank attempt was attempted, right? It was nighttime. You have had all of your observer wards dewatered. You're going up against the Aegis. I feel like that's the sort of situation where you just have to... And you didn't have relocate available as well. You just had to let the tier 2 tower go, right? You had nothing going in your favor other than the net worth that you've got. So make the most out of this high ground advantage that you have. You've still got a Tiny who's giga farmed. Look to use him as much as possible, right? No Blink Dagger, but should be pretty easy still to be able to get like a toss back underneath some tier 4 towers. Set it up with a Sleepwalk or something like that.
Radiant are scanning.
So with 50 seconds or left in the Aegis, doesn't look like Spiky Gaming are wanting to release the threat of this high ground push. They will continue to walk up, even pre-Scepter here. Unfair, is he going to be able to find the toss? Unfortunately, doesn't see an angle with the creeps on top. Rage is used though. Going to be the last second. Unfair actually tossed directly up into the air. Now they're just going to go straight towards the Tiny. She does his best to try and help him. Jules down to the south as well. Aeon is going to take the clockwork out of the fight, but now he's in danger. Seal turret on a reset. 20 seconds of the Aegis. Not going to matter with the timing.
I think he's just had a little bit too much of that damage drained on the Tiny. 147, a little bit too much to entice him to try and go back into the team fight. And he'd held his buyback in that team fight, realizing that the last few ones had gone pretty disastrously. But now, with the high ground defended, with the Aegis gone, he's happy enough to be able to buy up into the Crystallis. So even more damage coming through from the Tiny now.
Dire are scanning.
Able to just get out back on the map. And they'll look to take away some of that great vision that Spiky Gaming had set up for the last little bit. Don't think anyone's in a position to be ganked, but they're going to go for a smoke anyway. Just roll the dice, hope for the best, see who they can necessarily find. XWY, his spidey senses are tingling, and he's going to get on out there. Victoria playing around his Observer Ward just inside the tree line for now.
Run! Oh, not more dual damage. Yummy, yummy.
Easy money. And now, I mean, Willow is a pretty big part of your team fight, right? She's providing a lot of control, especially for these backlines, right? A well-placed Brambles can interrupt a lot of what the movement that is possible for the Tiny because of the, you know, holding in place for the tether. So we're approaching, I don't want to say normalcy again, but regularly scheduled programming, let's say, from what we were seeing in the first 20-odd minutes. Although it is Spiky Gaming that have a 75% win probability at the moment. Still with that slight net worth lead. What are we looking for? Okay, we've nearly got the Heaven's Halberd picked up for the Legion Commander, so sure we'd love to have that just to have something to be able to use onto the Storm Spirit against the Lincoln Sphere, enable the duel. And he's got that Meteor Hammer as well. So increased mana regen for the Storm Spirit. Actually pretty crazy. 43 mana per second. Look how crazy that is.
That's bugged for me.
What's it say for you?
35?
No, definitely 43. It's toggling between 41 and 43. I think he's just tread switching constantly.
Oh, what about kill?
Well, he just bought as well. He won't have buyback.
50 seconds. They'll get Tormentor. Which the Roche is still down. No other objectives they're going to find with the kill. Maybe? I say that. One fair?
Maybe not. Do they still have the gem on DR? No. Storm's the one holding on to it, and he was the last one to TP. A little surprising that he chose that option. Might have just been, okay, not wanting to wait around, I suppose, for the 35-minute Wisdom Rune, but I feel like that was his mentality for staying there on that side of the map, and he's just going to bail 5 seconds prior to it when you don't even have a Legion Commander up and alive. So I feel like that was the main source of distress for him.
It might run into Lonfair though. See if the Storm Spirit's going to be on the front line. Looks like he is. So what's going to get dropped down? Lonfair's going to try and make the jump at the clockwork. Hara just gets blown up 4-0. And MDR is fully committed to the team fight with the fresh use. That's a great relocate, but Han, he will not get out. Look at the damage.
That's a lot of damage that they're able to output just in a very small AoE, right? I suppose going up against the IO, as Sheep, speaking of, just ends up dropping. Yeah, so I suppose a guaranteed way to have the Thunderhead proccing a whole lot more often with an IO hanging around nearby, but it's actually a pretty good usage of the relocate to get the Tiny back to safety. A really odd bit of positioning once again from Dark Horse, just putting themselves out there. Still 10-15 seconds left on the Legion Commander respawn time. They didn't have a tier 2 tower, they didn't have a tier 1 tower. Would have taken 6 seconds for him to get to the outpost, and they still went super deep when Spiky Gaming have a tier 1 tower to be able to play around with still at top.
Guess if there's anything to say, that was refresher used for the Razor, so I'm not going to have this for 120 seconds. A big advantage for him inside some of the team fights. First time we're going to see media potentially, maybe the last this game as well.
I don't know about that. I think we'll see some star plays coming through. Popping the Lincolns with the Enfeeble there was Cristiano. He's just got such a big cast range as well, so the fact that he's going for it.
Why did he jump in the storm? I'm so confused. Why did he not just hit the barracks?
I don't know. I suppose realizing that like he is the save, so rather he just buff someone up, not put himself at any sort of risk. He doesn't have a Lincolns for himself. So everyone else
coming outside.
But here we go. This seems like a much more reasonable team fight coming through here from Dark Horse. The downside, of course, as he walks on through a Static Remnant, they know.
They'll definitely know now. Never mind, didn't pop with the Static Remnant. Nice zip away. And it's going to be forced to just draw the clockwork. He's not got a better option. MDR critted down 1400 damage. And now over to the right side. It all went great for Dark Horse. Finally, we're seeing some signs of life for them, but off the back of the buybacks, they're going to get out. Relocate will keep him alive. Jim will look for the TP. Unfortunately, he will not make it. Multiple buybacks committed though from the boys on Spiky.
Surely he's not going to connect together with him. Or tried for a toss, just keeping him inside the fountain, but not going to be successful.
You can't escape the underscape.
What happened there? How'd that just go so much better?
They had 5 people with them, and they got the initiation. That's the difference. I think it was a little bit of lack of respect, for sure, being given by Spiky. Like, they saw the Storm Static Remnant be procced in the lane, didn't have any sort of vision set up in to be able to prevent that, right? If that's the sort of thing that happens, I think you have to just instantly drop something in the lane so that your positioning inside of the tree line is going to be, you know, a little bit more useful.
Yeah. That's fine. I don't think there's any soul liquor potential, though the Zeus is beelining towards bottom. If they could get rid of the Aegis straight away, this would be huge. He bought back Prior, so this big advantage they wanted to keep on him will not be there.
No, they will not. He's going to be able to get away just in time. Alright. Still looking even-ish, right? Like, yes, win probability is looking pretty high for the Radiant. You know, it's gotten to that point where now you've kind of surpassed some of those big timings that you were waiting for on Dark Horse. Zeus really isn't going to get too much bigger. Looks like he's going into... Has he already got one of the... No, he's going into a Bloodthorn. Okay. I mean, I suppose with how fast they're hitting with an IO buffing them up, that's actually going to do a fair amount this game.
Unfair might find Hara again. Lifesteal is currently not with the team.
The gem on anyone?
A little bit of remnants of the vision with the Thunder Gods. It's going to try and make the attempt onto Tiny. There goes. Lonfer really the target. With the Fiends creep over to the right side. They need a way to protect a Lifestealer. It'll come through at the last second, but I mean, look at the damage percent from the carry. Tiny's going to go down. Sheep will attempt the TP XWY. I think potentially lacking detection, and they want Han instead with the regen rune. He's going to be able to continue with the zip. Dooley's on cooldown, so even though Aeon's going to TP in, he really cannot do anything. XWY is able to live on a slither of health, and now also MDR will live too.
There's a couple of times now that you've just walked on into a Brambles with the Legion Commander. First time was a lot earlier on around that Tier 1 tower offense, and now when you were trying to get a bit of a save in onto the Zeus, and you just see how important the Dark Willow is, right? It just limits so much movement that Han is able to have in a lot of these team fights, and that was the usage of the Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer, right? As soon as that BKB got popped by the Tiny, he just wasted so much of the duration, hopped straight inside, and yeah, okay, I was thinking maybe they're just going to go straight on for a rush towards the throne. Won't be able to, though.
How many times in the qualifiers have we seen like a regen Storm actually win team fights?
Oh,
I feel like it's been a bit too many. I don't know. This change to the rune, it's a very interesting one.
It's an incredibly interesting one, especially, you know, the amount of time that you're able to just spend inside the ball lightning. You know, you can use that effectively as not being damaged time, so that, you know, you just run away essentially for the majority of it. And, well, this is not how we were expecting things to turn out, at least based on how the early game had gone. I thought Dark Horse overperformed there, but maybe just feeling a little bit overconfident as a result, and well, now they're down Megas. I gotta say, the glyph wasn't refreshed there, I don't think. They'd lost all 3 Tier 3 towers, but they hadn't lost a single Rax. But the Rax, the Rax didn't refresh the glyph. I thought that's how it worked now. Maybe it needs to be like the Rax of the Tier 3 tower that you first took? I don't know.
What you...
Hold on.
Hang on, XWY?
Okay. Oh, he's got a DD as well.
Enid. I run into Hara first. A quick and easy kill potentially, but the Aeon is going to protect him. And now once again with the Lifesteal looking to get on towards a Tiny with the backline supports. They've been jumped. Both the Bane and the IO are in trouble. Over to the right side, there's a duel out on the Razor. When it's not going to work out in their favor, now Han is left on his own devices. The Zeus, no supports to back him up, and he's out. Han's had enough. Screw this. Where's my team? You're not here to play with me. GG, I'll DC. We'll go next. Spiky Gaming take game 1.
You could sense the frustration coming out of that one. You know, he'd done such a great job for the majority of that game. He was keeping well ahead in net worth. He hit all of his item timings, and they were just off by about 5 or so seconds a multitude of times, right? Whether it was not having the duel, not having the relocating after a couple of seconds after the duel actually happened. And well, I feel like one thing that really, in addition to some unforced errors that Dark Horse made, also Spiky Gaming cluing up to this combination of the IO Bane, right? They just, after a certain point, after they had been able to get those core items that they needed for their farm, they just never split up again, essentially. They were always nearby. They were always using that superior team fight to be able to, nullify the effect of the Bane. So basically, he started being treated like a Lincoln's popper with the old Enfeeble. Certainly didn't feel the late game impact of the Bane as we did in the early. So let's have a look at the scoreboard, see how everything did pan out as a result of that game. And yeah, I mean, I think I remember Han being like 7-1-7 or something like that, and he certainly had a big fall from grace once a few of these team fights start to break down.
But like, I know. Also, I know you're saying like Spiky Gaming with how they're able to read on how how to take the team fights to group up because Dark Horse were playing for this pick-off lineup. But it definitely felt like some of the late game team fights were very, very, very uncoordinated. From Dark Horse, just not sure. If what really was going on towards the later stages, but it felt like sometimes there were just some mistakes to start, then other people were a bit too slow to follow to potentially protect someone, or just playing as 5 at the later stages when it was required. So what do you think really needs to be addressed when we look towards this upcoming game now, because they're one game of being eliminated?
To me, it's always just going to be like, it's all about playing to your timing. Sorry, I'm just literally ticking the timer along on this this post-game screen, and I was like, okay, well, once Tiny gets like those first few items that he needs, the first crit, you want to make sure that you're using that and not having to worry about the Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer, because at that point, Lifestealer was still just 1-1-7. He actually hadn't contributed all that much that game. We saw the slowish Radiance that he got, but literally the exact same second that he got his Crystallis, the Aghanim Scepter was there, and that's a result of having that Azure stolen because of the poor team fight. So it's all like this big flow-on effect. I feel like they just missed their window by about 5 minutes, and it all just comes down to, a couple of key decisions that didn't go their way, a couple of team fights that just might not have been completely well thought out.
Okay, well, let's see what they're going to be able to do to make amends for Dark Horse, because one game away now. One game away. We're still yet to see them get a victory as well so far. In the qualifiers, it was a 2-0 defeat from Azure, and we'll see if they can try and bounce back and send us to a Game 3 decider for our second series of the night. So we're going to go to a break. When we come back, though, we've got more action here for the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters China Qualifiers. We'll see you guys soon.
Time is elusive. Our days are getting shorter. It's now or no way, 'cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn away. I've been blinded, 'cause all I see now is a fairy tale ending is not in our cards at all. Make a change, forget wait for nothing, to death do I, 'cause I feel like a freight train is running over me, so I'll say what you want me to make you believe, mortify and complicate. I'll wait by until it's too late. But I think that you know much better. Wait forever.
XL up in the pen, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We gon' stay right where we at. We ain't never fall back. Never falter. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we ain't never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. We ain't never fall back.
Quick break, ready to go. Second game up very shortly with Dark Horse taking on Spiky Gaming here in the lower bracket of the Riyadh Masters close qualifiers. Then I don't know, we're getting a bunch of 2-0s. We'll have to see if this series is going to continue with the trend or not. Spiky Gaming, they would love another 2-0. Dark Horse trying to send us to a third game, and let's see what the mental is going to be like as well, right? Because Han was quick to GG and quick to DC.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, not that it's hard on a Zeus, but he had the most damage done that game. His impact was very high. I think the big difference there from this game, what we saw from Spiky Gaming and the previous up against LGD, is the impact that Zhao Yu had on this game. He was leading damage done. He got the first blood in the lane. It felt like he was this constant presence, and importantly, like, it wasn't always just the Storm Spirit being the ones to go on the front lines, right? He had confidence in the rest of his team to be able to back him up, especially once he was able to pick up that refresher orb, right? 2 instances of BKB, 2 Eyes of the Storm, 2 Satanics as well at his disposal. So, loved the way that Zhao Yu was able to play this one, and hopefully for their sake, he's able to continue.
Yeah, we saw, I think there was that first fight in particular where he got the refresher and resulted in almost, whether it was a team wipe or whatever it was a great way to be able to reveal such a key item here for the Razor. So we'll see. I'm trying to see what he played yesterday as well. There was a
DP and something.
DP, yeah, what am I looking at the wrong one? Is he
maybe?
I think it's just wrong. Okay, yeah, the wins are wrong. He played the Death Prophet and the Beastmaster? I don't know. Liquipedia is tripping out.
It is bugging out. There is no way that draft would win. That Liquipedia is saying, the Pudge one that I had not too many friendly things to say about. I think he was he a Primal Beast in one of them? I think he was.
Yeah, yeah. Third game it was the Primal. Okay.
All the wins are swapped, basically.
Yeah, for a second I was so confused. I'm like, hang on a second, I don't remember this Death Prophet winning in 23 minutes with the Pudge, but yeah, no. So yeah, we saw him with the Death Prophet. We saw him with the Primal in the previous game. So sorry, in the previous series. Let's see what they want to give him, because potentially Razor needs to be addressed heading into this one, considering he looked very, very good on the Razor. I mean, off the back of the out of the lane, definitely you did have some struggles in the lane. We saw, I guess that's kind of the unfortunate thing with the Zeus, with this global potential, how you're always able to at least manipulate some of the side lanes. But yeah, let's see what Zhao Yu's going to be playing.
Yes, indeed. I mean, I think any time that you're going to go into this like IO Bane draft, as soon as they were both picked up, I did mention like very single target, right? Even like the Legion Commander with the duel, with the one of the later picks, right? It's just so narrowly focused, and as soon as Spiky Gaming realized that and just changed up their strategy, just stuck together a whole lot more, went a few more of these items, like I think they finished up with 1 Lincoln Sphere and 2 Lotus Orbs, you know, Glimmer Cape, Aeon Disc, all this sort of stuff, just to be able to save from an individual target getting gone on. It just was too much to handle. And no nullifiers were picked up as well from Dark Horse. So that gave them too many issues. As we do get into the draft, I see no Zeus ban just yet. I feel like the Storm Spirit is going to go, and they're still just going to go back into it, because why not? Busted hero. And yeah, it took a loss, but it was probably a loss that shouldn't have happened.
Well, let's see what that loss though, which is the ultimate thing here for Dark Horse, so that they don't have too much more wiggle room now for them to start. So they're looking to try and counter the Zeus. No Centaur, no Storm. Easy ways to be able to gap close.
Okay, this is cool too. I still am not a big fan of Clockwork, like, once it gets to the late game. I think your potential for scaling is just so much less than a lot of other support heroes. Even, you know, we've seen Willows transition into heroes that can legitimately carry games with the Aghanim Scepter Moonshard build. Enchantress, similar sort of thing. Good amount of right-click damage. He's kind of got a BKB piercing ultimate, but really wouldn't count it all that much. Only the 2 seconds on the stun. But what does change is just that big radius on the cogs is just a game changer, right? Like, you just are stuck in place. You are able to land it onto multiple people. You're not locking yourself in with the rest of the team, I think, is the bigger change. And, you know, it enables, like, I don't want to call it like a mini vacuum or a mini RP, but it does group up a fair few targets just as a support, which you can also play as a 5, which is a really useful tool to have in some of these later stages of games.
Have you played any of the Clockwork yourself? Because I was just wondering. I feel like I've seen in some occasions where they've gone for like the hook shot into cogs pushback, but I don't know if I've noticed like it be a little bit too slow because you need to run further away now because the extra radius on the cogs, and I don't know if this is...
You can't go the pushback. Like, you can't go for that sort of strategy. It's just way too difficult. And I feel like part of the pushback was like you just wanted them to get a little bit closer to your team, but they're kind of stuck in there anyway, right? If you're just using the cogs as is. I actually haven't tested like what the interaction is with Force Staff, because, you know, previously you might Force Staff out and then you get pushed back. Now with the internal sides, you know, pushing back as well, do you just Force Staff into a cogs and just get pushed back in the same direction? That could be a pretty, you know, big change that just makes it just so much more viable. You're not actually escaping off the back of a single Force Staff.
I kind of Clock is quite strong at the moment. I do think the fact that you can't hook shot in then get to push them away is a bit of a nerf, because that was like
5 seconds remaining.
That game way to initiate onto heroes with EKB to prevent them from getting that off. Where like if you're lacking some way to initiate the fight, you could do that. So because it was just like what one stun potentially, or maybe like 0.75, which is sometimes enough. So I mean, I know this hero has been buffed a lot, but it is definitely something that with like late game, you're saying like this hero doesn't scale very well. That was kind of one of the nice ways you could look to play the hero in some of the fights,
I guess. But it seems like such a tiny thing where fitting where it's gotten buffs in so many other areas, it more than makes up for it in my eyes.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, win rate Japan, kind of interesting.
What's the tiny win rate, actually, that we've been seeing in the China calls? I want to see that, because it can't be very high.
I don't know if we've seen it actually win a game, at least from what we've seen. I don't know about the other games.
By China. Yep, 0% win rate in China. 5 games, 0 wins. Not the pick, it seems.
No, not at all. I don't know if this is...
Zero as well. CM also has a 0% win rate. Most of the time, probably because it's being picked to give Tiny a lane.
Enchantress.
So at least we have no star. Tiny on Spiky Gaming, so I don't know. Maybe this is not a good thing. This is a team who they just won previously, and now you are you're looking to try and send them into, and you draft the Tiny is the great hero.
5 seconds remaining.
We should just go game 3. No point playing it out.
I think Enchantress is a little different from the CM though, right? Like, you're going to be able to keep the Clockwork away from you. It's probably going to be a Dark Willow lane, actually. But even just that later game scaling, you're able to provide a little bit of tower push as well, something that a CM doesn't provide. We see a Sand King coming out here. Okay. Mid Sand King, I'm assuming, is going to be the priority for themselves as they go straight into the Lifestealer once again. So mid... Can you mid Tiny into a Sand King? I'm not sure about that. Unless they're going to go off-lane Lifestealer. Or off-lane Tiny, maybe.
Still might be 4 Tiny, right?
10 seconds remaining.
Well, it has to be. Because it's 4 Tiny. Well, what's going on?
Maybe. It could be 3 Tiny.
You're cooking too much. Alright, okay, yeah, it could be 3 Tiny, but I think that is a bit less like I'd expect it to be 4 Tiny over 3.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, just don't pick it. That's my attitude towards it.
5 seconds remaining.
Well, support Tiny's okay. I mean, I guess, is it actually really okay? Because I feel like the mana nerfs are going to be pretty costly for a support now. Toss costing more.
Yeah, and they nerfed a little bit of that, like, landing damage facet that the Tiny had previously for the toss. So... not even as impactful in that regard anymore.
10 seconds remaining.
What are they missing on Spiky Gaming? Something just seems a little bit... like they need something to outround their draft, of course. You know, we still lack one hero, so no surprise. Something. I don't know, it's just this...
Tower push, stuns, frontline. There's a lot.
Okay, so we're looking for...
Tower push, stun, and frontline. Sorry, I'm trying to think what they might have. I mean... I'm getting a bunch of 2 out of 3s here. Like, Death Prophet is a possibility. If you want to run Tiny as a core, you can maybe get Shadow Shaman for stuns and push. But then you don't have the frontline. Something's being given up in basically all of these. I mean... Beastmaster? Not really frontline as Beastmaster. And you have to be very careful about picking too many melee heroes as well when you're going up against this Sand King.
Yeah. And like can't because the Gyrocopter.
I'd say maybe Death Prophet. Going up against the Clockwork, you really don't care too much about the Battery Assault. You're going to be able to heal back that life and be pretty okay with it. You are frontline. There's not a huge amount of physical damage at the moment outside of the Gyrocopter, so you don't necessarily need to itemize heavily into armor really early. Could see it working.
Oh, MTR or Xiaoyu was a Death Prophet play previously on some of the old teams.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he's just been traumatized by the LGD game, though. You're not against a TA, though, my man. There's a difference. Yeah, I'm fully set on having something like that. I feel like this is the sort of game where Enchantress needs to go a pipe as well. You can't just... Viper, okay. You can't just go like, you know, super greedy style. Look to say, you know what, I'm a core, I'm a legitimate core. And the pipe seems really high value this game. Up against Sand King, Clockwork, Dark Willow. Even just a little bit of that call down damage, right? Just to enable yourself to survive a little bit more. Act as that roaming ward because...
5 seconds.
I mean, you've got a Zeus, Lifestealer, and Viper. Where are the playmakers here? Until the Tiny gets the Blink Dagger, right? It's a similar sort of issue to what we saw last game coming out from Dark Horse, right? Until Legion Commander got that Blink Dagger, they really just couldn't do anything.
Yeah, you're really... you're hoping this is early phylactery on the Zeus and he's able just to connect with the rotations. That's the big one. And you know, maybe you get some nice power runes, but you know, it's definitely not like you're the best playmaking hero you can ask for.
I actually haven't seen too much of the Viper as well. Like, I'm assuming he's going to go the facet that gives him the AoE, use of the poison attack once it expires. I think it's called the Poison Burst. The other one is Caustic Bath, which makes the corrosive skin increased whenever you're standing in your own nether toxin. One other change as well is that both of our favorite Academic Scepter, the Nosedive, it no longer disarms, which I think is kind of interesting, and a really massively reduced radius on it as well, down from 1200 to 500. So yes, you can dive a little faster. Yes, there's, you know, increased cast speed, cast range, excuse me, but I don't know. I feel like the disarm was such a key part of it, especially against like illusion heroes. And a Conquer again. I guess they just needed more lockdown to the Zeus. I actually don't hate this, right? Clock, Willow, Conquer, even the Sand King. That's a lot to have to deal with as a core Zeus. And it is a... Okay, no, it's still pause 1 lifesteal it. Offlane Viper.
Does make it look like an even better lifestealer game though. You're leaning to the Sand King. With that being said, I know I haven't seen the Sand King, like the new Sand King. I don't know how different it is. Is it busted enough where you're able to win against a matchup that was like used to be, you know, pretty decent for the lifestealer?
Oh, the lane's going to be pretty difficult, I'd say, especially going up against the Enchantress. You know, you go the Dust Devil, which is the one that doesn't provide the invisibility. I mean, in lane, if you're any kind of support worth your salt, you're buying detection anyway. But just the fact that, like, you can essentially permanently have the Sandstorm up. I think just with 2 points in it, the duration of it is greater than the cooldown. So it's just a permanent farming tool, great for team fights. You actually don't rush Blink a lot of the time. You just go straight into the Aghanim Scepter once you get, you know, some of your early farming items, and then beyond that, like a Bloodstone. And then it's incredibly hard to kill him because you've just got all this AoE damage going off around you. You've got all these stuns going off around you. You can still just stun and the Sandstorm follows you. It's pretty damn good.
Be surprised we haven't been seeing this is at least our first Sand King game of the China qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that we're not seeing too much more of it. Maybe just because of some of the lanes that it's getting put into. I feel like if you are picking more of these melee mid laners, then we're more likely to see it. So, you know, anytime that we do in the future see Void Spirit, Ember Spirit for that mid lane, I'm going to be watching out for the mid Sand King, but not against the Zeus. Zeus is able to stay far enough away that you're not really getting dominated in that lane. But that new Stinger ability is just so good. You can very quickly pop a lot of these creep waves, and it's a huge amount of burst damage for the laning phase.
Is the item build any different as well? Really quick to continue to stay on the Sand King?
Yeah, no Blink Dagger, basically. Like, you are not a blinking hero anymore. You're just wanting to build stuff that enables you to get into your Ags as quickly as possible. And then Bloodstone after the fact. Maybe... I don't know if Eternal Shroud is actually the go this game, just because you know, Zeus is the majority of the magic damage coming out. You've got a lot of physical and a decent amount of pure damage to actually contend with, so might just opt to go into more lifesteal for himself. No real vessel builders on Spiky.
Let's see what the choice is going to be. A couple of decisions, you know, even if the Enchantress, I know you were speaking about the Pipe earlier, so if he goes Pipe, if he wants to go Eternal Shroud, we will see. He's going to be on hard as well. What is this man able to do? I don't want to put all the pressure on him, but I feel like he's done it himself, though, with kind of tapping hard maybe a little bit early.
I don't think that was early at all. As soon as the Zeus was dead, he was doing most of the damage in a lot of these team fights, and he just didn't feel backed up at all by the rest of his team. So I was all good with that GG. Probably.
You reckon it wasn't a bit of a you know, emotional GG? See you later.
Already down megas. Like,
yeah, I mean, yeah, but like, you know, he was the only one that died, and the boys was, yeah.
He was up. He was up in another 90 seconds or something like that. There was no way they were going to win that game.
You haven't seen 4v5 comebacks? I don't know.
Not without the strongest part of your lineup that you specifically drafted around protecting.
All right, Han, I'll let you off the you know, list this time. It's alright. It's Still got my eye on you there, buddy. Well, we'll see what you're able to do. Okay. So far, 2 last hits behind.
Oh no, can't be doing that. So for Sand King, most of the time we see like 204 build, just because you're not really wanting, like, the ult isn't insane value anymore early on. You just want to be one of those ones that you like level up back to back, level 11, level 12, just to get that big power spike, because it's more about just for the laning phase, not pushing out the lane, so I don't think you can put too many points in the Sandstorm. You want to use the Stinger to kind of dominate these annoying melee heroes that are trying to run at you, like is trying to do now. And on top of him, and good use of the brambles there to be able to stop the aggression. But yeah, 204, then into the Sandstorm, then into the ultimate.
What is the... Is the other Eng facet actually viable? I feel like we've only seen her go for the overprotected Wisp.
I think I've seen her go at once. Maybe not in our China games, but certainly in Eastern Europe it was a possibility. So attack range bonus and cast range bonus on the enchant. It just means that you're wanting to be... Just crush the laning phase, basically, is the strategy there. But like I said, this game in particular, you are the frontliner. You are creating a lot of space for the rest of your team. You're kind of being that roaming ward around the map that's needed to enable the Zeus to get the farm, to enable the Viper to get the farm, to enable even the Lifestealer, who was picked as a response to this Gyrocopter, to get the farm that he needs to be early effective in team fights, but also get into that Aghanim Scepter.
Seeing Aenid not have an entirely fun time up top, 16-3 compared to the 9-1. Mid lane looking pretty good at the moment as well for XWY, 19-8.
He's got a big wave coming into him though on Aenid, so he should be just fine. And we might be able to see it, but just how quickly the Stinger enables him to clear through it. Of course, you get Caustic Finale as a passive now. Levels up with the Epicenter, but still, level 1's plenty.
Well, okay, you got 2 at least.
you were watching.
And meanwhile, the lane, not spoken about too much on bottom. MDR should be fine. I probably would say Gyro, one of the better carries actually to lane into the Viper, just because you can kind of avoid him with the flat cannon levels. He has gone actually Twin Rocket Barrage. So it gives you more kill threat, I suppose, but if you're worried about the Viper, you can just like shove the lane out and to avoid him. Paras.
Probably going to give up first blood here, maybe not, maybe yes.
Definitely yes. Who's going to get it? Will be Lonfair that finds it.
So I understand why he did what he did, but I think he was just a little bit off with his usage of tangos. Like, he used a tango a little bit too soon instead of waiting for it to be able to path back through the tree line after the fact, so it meant that he wasn't able to escape. I think that would be a lot less big of a deal if it wasn't first blood, right? Because you did need to make sure that this creep wave isn't being pulled back constantly by Cristiano. He's actually managed to be able to get a range creep, surprisingly enough, and he's doing a good job zoning away MDR just to try and ruin some of the effectiveness of that Viper. It's just being so annoying. Punch. Punch. Oh. This is no matter.
Cool mana, bro. Viper kind of needs it. I guess he's got some mangoes. Is he actually in trouble? No.
Nah, he'll be fine. The explode doesn't go on to... Oh, maybe with the... Oh, thought Hara might have been considering going for the avalanche there.
Top lane, Aenid. The Burrow Strike open wounds will expire now. Oh, what is that taunt? Thunder Gods? She?
Oh,
look at the kill on Aenid. Oh, dude, oh my lord.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Not ideal. At they're able to get that kill back. Going back the other way, as well as it's going to give Cristiano so much more in terms of his own experience, right? Like, you just want to constantly be locking in onto, ideally the Zeus, but certainly even just the Viper. You are one of those heroes that is incredibly immobile in the early stages of the game, so just going to be able to keep him in place and allow the team to just rip through him, especially with physical damage. That'd be very nice. Cristiano just dying here, it seems. There we go. Wanted a free trip back to base.
Okay. Don't really see a lot of those.
Being given out by Han. Just saying, hey, I need some help in this mid lane. I've got my level 6. I want a bottle refill. I want to try and go on to XWY. I'd have to say, could be a reason why Sheep has made a bit of a move towards the mid lane, but he's actually backing off towards the top side. Because he's interested in trying to get a kill here onto Victoria. Won't be successful, though. Remember, he's got the overprotective wisps as well, so every little bit of damage that he's taking, he's just constantly healing. You cannot go for this. He's only level 3 as well, and it... Okay, they don't have the
oh boy,
the mud golems done again, but yeah, he's just not farming at all in this lane.
You like looking for stacks for the Sand King to catch up? I know. I think we saw like
look at Victoria.
Golden lane
sure
actually,
that
yeah. MDR. Nice avalanche from Hara might be enough to be able to keep the Viper alive, but then one more right click's gonna get the bonus movement speed, and now has the cooldown as well if he wants to think about going for Haro, with the magic wand's going to give him that mana, but not the case.
Nice try there by Hara, just both with the toss and the body blocks, is looking to try and take out Victoria. He sneaks away some of these stacks for farm. He's still healing for a pretty decent amount here. Look at all those wisps, those buffs. Took 3 to be able to do, and he still took the majority of that camp. It's going real well for Spiky at the moment.
Yeah, not bad indeed. 2,000 up with lead.
Oh, get some magic as well. Like you needed it. See you later, Cristiano.
Avalanche just on the edge, going to be able to connect. I think they saw, yeah. Got the ward as well. Little D ward. I mean, Zeus is off to an incredible start, especially with a kill. 5,000 net worth lead, 8 minutes in. You know, with that being said, Ron Firth, 3 kills. This Gyrocopter is really farmed as well. It's going to be rushing the crystals.
I think that, again, that's Viper's big weakness, right? Is the, hold on. Speaking of Viper, as he's going for a bit of a dive there onto Longfair. Is the physical damage. You know, he's going to help himself out a little bit by buying the Wraith Band. But, you know, just the 2 points in the corrosive skin. I suppose the safety bubble does help a little bit as well. You really just need to make sure that you are putting him in the grave and keeping him, basically. And Gyrocopter is going to be the one that enables you to do that. Can Han fight against the Ench here? Maybe they feel like with Longfair they can.
Okay, well, at least they're going to be able to get the kill into the Enchantress. Longfair, though, it's a big kill if they're going to be able to find it. Looks like the damage from XWY might be enough. Han's going to try and step into off the assistance, but still the Gyrocopter will go down. The Tidebringer cleave gets them a double kill, and now without the mana, XWY, nice sidestep, avoids the torrent. Sheep gets a double kill, a lot of experience with the Dark Willow.
Yeah, very nicely done, especially for the supports, right? These are 2 supports, again, that really, really are able to
Radiant's top tower is
just
under
highly
attack.
impact off the back of these ultimates. That's one of the benefits of running the Zeus against someone like the Dark Willow, is that you can always look to catch her out.
The rune, shield on for XWY. And down to bottom by the looks of it, looking to try and start to get some damage and onto the tower and converting this early lead they've been able to pick up.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Happy with the level 7. They are going to TP some of the heroes down. They feel like they're strong enough to defend it on Dark Horse. Let's see if that's the case.
Not sure if it is. Maybe, I mean, they don't have the epicenter even. And it's still levels 5 and 99%. I don't think he wants to level up the epicenter. I think he just needs to be focusing solely on his own farm right now, and he does level up the 3rd point into the Sandstorm. It's the sort of thing that you just kind of had to let go, and now it's up to the rest of the team to kind of make space for the Sand King, allow him to... It's going to cost the rest of the team right now, but Sand King will pay you back if you just give him that little bit of space to get into the Aghanim Scepter. So much team fight provided. You pair that together with a Torrent Storm, a Boat, a Call Down. It's a lot of AoE that they're going to have to deal with.
Middle tower is under attack.
Let's see if he's going to be able to get to that Sage Zone, the Sand King, which is the important thing. Those stacks, actually, there is a double at the Ancients for him to potentially catch up on mid lane. They are collapsing, though. On 1600 health, they're going to have to go through, along with the Adventure Run buff. We'll use it at the last second, but the damage has already been dealt. Radiant coming. Mass TP in. These are rainbow TPs. Viper's going to be able to step out of the cooldown. And now without the slow, they will scurry away. And this is just so many heroes all for nothing.
Even just constantly while he was TPing, the Lifestealer constantly hitting him. He still had about 3-4 seconds left on the open wounds. He had the Orb of Corrosion debuff onto him as well. So with that really long TP, he wasn't actually able to get the range for the stun onto old mate Viper. Will they be able to get the kill here? Doesn't seem like it, but they'll get the tower, a much more valuable tool to have at their disposal. And he's looking to move back to try and take some of these stacks now because he knows that he's not going to have too much time to be able to do it in the future, right? Like, you've lost your tier 1 tower mid. There's so many avenues for them to just continuously run at you. I say, Victoria's done a fantastic job of, again, being this front line, taking the attention away from the Zeus.
Gonna be able to get the Viper Strike onto the Gyrocopter. So minimizing his impact inside this team fight. MDL's continuing to lock onto him as well with the poison attacks ramping up. Slowed to a crawl. Meanwhile, Hara's going to toss Outsider under the tier 2 tower. Should be okay though by the looks of it, and this is really starting to get out of control.
1, 2, and 7, but the impact is just so much greater from Victoria here. And they're even just looking to set themselves up inside of the Radiant jungle. Like, where are you going to be able to go? You don't have the greatest heroes at being able to take towers early on. You don't have too much space in the jungle to be able to farm. And yes, it's good that Aeonid's being given a little bit of space to be able to catch up, but you've got other heroes as well that need their early items. I suppose at least Conker's going to have his Blade Mail at about 10 gold, but they're just going to keep running at you on Spiky.
Bounty.
Remember, that all of that from the Zeus was without the Lightning Hands as well. Like, he's still tied to his mana pool at the moment. Maybe even feeling confident enough to be able to go for this 14-minute Wisdom Rune. It'd be a very, very deep dive, but I mean, Hara's already got his Blink Dagger, so I can understand why they would look to go for that. As Aeonid, he shows on the lane just for 1 second. They've got the Thunder
That is all
Gods
they
if
need.
it.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower.
Well, they will get the Wisdom Rune in the end.
Thank you very much. Even just getting a nice little bottle refill. Oof.
I might hit tier 2. See why they can't. I guess no creep from the Enchantress, and it's probably just a waste of time.
Yeah, you'd much rather just build this net worth even further for now, rather just deny all of this net worth underneath the tower. At least Sheep's going to get there to soak up some of the experience from it.
Man, this is one of the most farmed Zeus's I've seen at this stage. Because usually it's like maybe you have Diadem just before 15 minutes.
Not a full Yasha.
Because you can't get the shard. But yeah, this is crazy. I mean, this is Yasha. It's, you can... Of course, you're not going to buy Diadem now with the 15 minutes up, but he is uber rich. And with that being said, Lifesteal is under 1,000 gold behind him. And even with that being said as well, like, Chara is still doing well. I mean, Lunfair has died 2 times in a row, though, which is probably the big issue. But if he hadn't, he'd probably be neck and neck with the Zeus's net worth. So... this is really the shining grace for Dark Horse. You're going to have this Gyrocopter with a lot of gold. You're going to have the Conqueror as well. Who, speaking of Conqueror, going to try and land the combo.
They just want anything
all
at this
of it
point.
used solely on Tahara. And maybe with the Outsider kill, they're going to be able to secure the kill as well. No, Outsider is still alive. XWY can get range. Lightning Bolt still on cooldown. So won't be able to cancel 1 TP. They will get harmed though, at least on the escape.
Was so close. The X-Mark just being able to save him there, pulling him back that little bit of extra range. I don't think he actually had the Lightning Hands delivered at the start of that fight, just getting through to him now as well. So this is the damage output that they're able to, you know, deal out. 2.8k on the Zeus there, by far the most on Spiky Gaming. They're going to get a bottle refill again. The lanes are so pushed out that no one's really able to contest the power runes. He's going to be able to secure another one. It's going to be haste bottom, but they don't even really feel like they need it. They're just saying, keep stopping them from farming. Keep choking them out as much as possible. Make sure all of this vision is being denied away. And it just means that you need to be so... I wouldn't even call it creative with where you're farming, but you know, A&E, he's made the right choice of where to farm. It's basically where Spiky Gaming don't want to be. They don't want to be playing on the defensive side of the map. It's just go, go, go.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, you might not kill harm, but you do about half his health on the combo. And everyone else continuing to posture very aggressively. Sheep and Lonfair laying down bottom. XW way off the back of the haste. They've actually double smoked as well, so they will go on the hunt.
They'll find the gyro.
There's a big kill for them to get. Pretty much the only person who's having somewhat of a good game.
Ooh.
Oh, get it. 2 seconds.
2, 1. Oh, easy.
Is under attack.
Again, it's all about making the game less good for you now to hopefully be able to play around it a bit later. You know, and it's just one component away from that Aghanim Scepter. Should also be his level 12, unless he gets found out here by the kill attempt, and I don't know about that TP away from the Kunkka. You've got a Tiny hanging around nearby, and this is... You thought Han was tilted last game. This is... Woo. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes.
Straight to the bottom.
It's been frustrating, but I don't think it really matters. There actually are. We'll continue to try and find him. Sandstorm's going to give them a bit of a beacon of whether he is. Does blink incorrectly, but it's not going to matter though.
You could TP right now if you wanted.
TP?
I mean, that Sandstorm kind of gives away his positioning. Ara?
Okay. For a second, I'm like, is he not going to get him?
He at least bought the Staff of Wizardry before he died, so not losing any unreliable gold there from that. So still just as close to his Aghanim Scepter as he was previously. How close are we to some of these other items? I mean, Gyro's got his axe coming in about, well, now. Can look to buy it immediately and have that coming out to him. So something coming through. I'm sure he would hope for the Vampire Fangs, maybe, to be that neutral item for himself. Either that or the Specialist's Array are the top 2 choices for the Gyrocopter. I mean, you don't have a tier 2 mid. You're probably not going to have a tier 2 bottom for too much longer. Really is Aghanim Scepter Gaming for Dark Horse. Kunkka still a full component away.
Gets a jump in with a lane ward. They see Lonfer at the front of the tier 3 tower, and they're going to be rewarded. Really nicely done. It's a crafty position. Really aggressive lane ward. Meanwhile, top lane MDR looking for the kill onto the Sand King. Will also find it, so... Oh, man. Oh, man.
I mean, if it wasn't the knockout game, it would probably... Like, if this was game 1, I think GG would have been called already, but there's no harm in sticking around. You haven't actually taken a true team fight. Sand King, he's level 12. He's 500 gold away from the point booster. You gotta just try and delay it out just that little bit longer. Make something happen. It's just becoming bleaker and bleaker, isn't it? Even using the Thunder God's Wrath to scout for anyone that might be just off farming on their own. Feels like XWY wants to go into this Aghanim Scepter just as a TP cancelling tool, to be honest. You know, just that little bit of extra annoyance across the map. Can be used to do things like cancel out the epicenter as well, of course. More damage for killing Sheep's Dark Willow if he's inside of the Shadow Realm. 0 points in Cursed Crown, which is kind of surprising. Like, surely 1 point in that going up against a Zeus is going to be the main priority for yourselves. Well, eventually does get 1 point into it, but it's all the way at level 8.
Found another.
Oh boy.
Dude, he just nowhere my friend is. Where
He's ulting. He's ulting. He wants to try and get something out of this map, but you just can't. He's picking out that they've got vision, but no.
And our mid lane, what's going on here as well? Outside, huh? Okay, at least they got the Enchantress. It seems like that's all they're going to get, though. XWY doesn't have a lot of mana, which is pretty important. Livestealer, oh, slips on away, or maybe they didn't want to hunt because they thought everyone else was running at him. Now he's got to chase them down.
He was looking real healthy on that lifestealer. No real ways to be able to run away. Even had a full great healing Lotus to be able to play around with. They are just hunting down this Sand King, and I'm sure that's all that Aenid's saying. Like, guys, just please, just give me a few more minutes. And if I'm on the comms, I'd be like, bro, how many? You've been 600 gold away for how long now? It's not the greatest to have to play up against this, but it's the reality of the situation. Spiky Gaming and not letting up at all. And I mean, Bench has almost the pipe completed as well. They're doing all of this without the pipe.
It's a probability. Oof. Alright, don't look at that one again.
Oof.
Alright. Yikes.
Ags is ready for Aenid. This is a plus.
Okay.
Potentially get a kill here. I think you've got Ags on Han as well. This is the Hail Mary attempt, right? Imagine if the courier died to that creep wave. That would have been like... Oh, I wouldn't have wanted to be in the voice comms for that one. There we go. One Ag Scepter getting delivered. Aenid going and claiming his one as well. Wasn't revealed underneath the creep wave as well, so they have some genuine surprise factor coming.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Surprise.
There we go. Looking to move on forward. Can they make something happen? They would love to catch the Zeus, but XWY, he's way on the back lines.
Livestealer's gonna run into them.
Under attack.
Don't know
if he got a quick glimpse of the Sand King just to see
Yeah.
if he's got the Ags. Found someone.
Oh, he hit the creep. And now they're just in. They kept chasing. Once the initiation was off the mark, was it really going to work out?
No, nothing's landing.
They'll try and buy back out of the clockwork, but yeah, nothing is working. Now with the Livestealer with the backstab, in they go.
Oh, they found the
straight
Zeus.
to the gyrocopter. When yeah, they're on the Zeus. All right, they're going to be able to kill him off, but can they escape though? At least with the Sand King Scepters making it a little bit frustrating to close the distance. It's a die back on the clockwork, and Han will escape. No stuns to be able to cancel that.
It's something. I mean, it's a 10 kill streak being given over to Aenid, so it's a nice little bit of progression. And you know, I mentioned that Blink Dagger really isn't the go, but I mean, with the amount of difficulties that they're having with finding the right sorts of initiation, I feel like this is almost a force buy. This is not what you're wanting to choose as a Sand King in this day and age on this current patch, but it just comes out of a form of necessity, I feel.
Roshan now for the boys on Spiky Gaming. And this one does get scanned, but looks like probably going to be uncontested. They are smoking out. I mean, it's going to be a slow Roche. And you have a blink on Sand King.
Yeah, no epicenter, but surely Clockwork instantly is going to launch that rocket flare towards the pit, so they'll have a sense of, are they able to contest this?
Nice. Very nice Thunder Gods.
Good positioning by Hara as well.
They're committing.
Clockwork wants to get in here. He has to get a better angle, though, for the initiation.
WY is not with them at the moment. It's not going to take long for him to join. Early use of the Rage as well might leave the life so a little bit vulnerable. Eyes on Aenid, what he's going to be able to do. The hook shot blocked, I believe. I don't know what happened
Roche,
there.
Yeah, and then he got tossed at the same time.
Oh, Roche is running. Doing his dancey dance. Oh, but they just catch the clockwork out. Livestealer chomps him down. And now XWY to the north as well.
Han,
All the damage they need to be able to kill off Han. He will be able to get the Torrent Storm off at least before he dies. It's a lot of damage. And now with the Epicenter, oh my lord, it's exactly what they need. But Livestealer, they just do nothing to him. Rage activated, runs down Lonfer. XWY, this time he's having a free fight as well. Unable to get on top of the Zeus. And he's going to try and dance around, but it's not enough. Illusions galore. Along with the magic damage, XWY gets a double. I mean, it's a beautiful Torrent Storm Epi, but they are just far too far behind.
They are. I'm just thinking, like, is there anything that you can really go now on the Sand King? I mean, he just goes ahead and buys up the cloak just to try and, you know, withstand a little bit more from this support Tiny, from the damage over time coming from both the Zeus and the Viper. Even just the Radiance as well, it's going to help him out a little bit there as he eventually does try to, I assume, build into an Eternal Shroud for himself, but it's a lot to put onto the core that you've got that has the lowest amount of net worth. It just really feels like they're never able to find the super proper initiation. Everyone just seems to have a fight where someone's getting given their life up for free. Cristiano going for a steal, but will not be successful.
I respect the attempt, though.
You got to yeah, it would be a lot easier if they had been able to take like a Tormentor and maybe had the jetpack to make that sort of play, but this is the reality of the situation, unfortunately.
So Age is given over to the Viper, and no, that was first rush, right? So no cheese.
Trying to see if there's
interesting. The Viper gets it.
Some value tier 3 items maybe that Dark Horse can get to kind of rectify the damage output gap that currently exists between them and Spiky. I'm sure he would love maybe a ceremonial robe for Aeonid. Buff up all of that damage in an AoE. It's going to continue to synergize if he eventually does go into some form of lifesteal. Just an Ogre Seal Totem would be quite nice for him. Must be forced back to the base though. All ultimates once again available.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's actually the Viper holding on to the Aegis. He's the main sieger at the moment. He went and bought the Aghanim Shard for himself.
Let's see if they're going to be able to find another combo like we saw towards the end of the previous fight. Wasn't enough to get the victory, but did see a potential glimpse of how the fight can work out.
See the clockwork.
It's going to cast the Epi. Look for the jump in. Pipe's been activated, and they just shrug off the damage. I mean, you'll deal with the Aegis, but of course the buyback. So for the second life, it's going to be there. And now that is pretty much everything left in the arsenal. You have nothing to deal with them just running you down with the BKBs. Pyro's going to also be able to catch out Harm. Toss back onto the Conquer. The Remnant to the barracks. He is gone without a buyback. Clockwork's going to join him as well. I mean, the Torrents at least will keep him alive momentarily. Not till XWY looks to jump in. Jin. Cut down for the nuke. And not out just yet.
Yeah, they're giving themselves every little opportunity to be able to go in. Aeonid just trying to do it all on his own at the moment. It's just only so much that you can do at this point.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I really don't feel like they're appreciating the main strengths of this Clockwork, right? We saw he tried for that pushback that you were talking about in the draft as like an option onto the Zeus to try and push him back into the team fight. This is the game where you want 5 heroes caught inside of the cogs, not a small, 1 second pushback. You've got a Gyrocopter who's going to be able to hit all of them. You've got Torrent Storm that's going to be able to hit all of them. Sand King hit all of them. Terrorize, like, this is the time to just go into the middle of all of these team fights, but they're just not using it to its fullest potential. Not even forcing BKBs out earlier than Spiky Gaming might like. They've just got the freedom to use them whenever the hell they feel like.
They recognize their strength on Spiky Gaming. They are not going to back down. 26,000 net worth lead. Last set of barracks in their way of mega creeps. Off they go. Empty Arbol Siege. Not easy it was for him last time with the Aghanim Shard.
This time around, Cristiano's in a much better spot. Off to the side. Be able to get the hook shot onto XWY to be able to start things off. They gotta make it. I thought that had started to actually cast the epicenter.
Radiant are scanning.
I mean, it does become very obvious where the Sand King is, just because of this Sandstorm centering in on the side.
He's going for it. A jumper to the Viper, all or nothing. But the Infest bonus health, it's not enough by the looks of it. Viper will go down. They'll still lose Aenid. And Viper's even going to look to buy back and rejoin the fight. They know this could be the final blow. Han just getting ripped apart. The claws are sinking deep into him. She will be able to carve. No. Wait. Oh, he made it out. Okay. I mean, yeah, sure. He lives, but everyone else apparently will not.
Yeah. Claiming the base once again, and wouldn't you know it, all it took was Tiny not being played as a core for it to get a W on the board. Love this from the teams that do have that legitimate threat of being built into multiple lanes, and Hara, he was able to make it work in a very, very good manner. So, good overall performance coming through from Spiky Gaming there. Not a single death on the Lifestealer once again, but this was the XWY show for sure. 31 out of the 35 kills he was involved in for just the one death.
Very impressive. Very impressive. And let's see. Let's see what they're going to be able to do heading into the next series, of course, for Spiky Gaming. They will, unfortunately, knock out Dark Horse, unable to get even a victory here in the bracket for the Riyadh Masters qualifier. So, drop 2-0 versus Azure, and now drop 2-0 versus Spiky Gaming as well. So, let's take a look, of course, at how the end results for the scoreboard, see where the damage and everything lied. Zeus 14-1 for XWY, so a bit of a statement game from him, and even the Lifesteal was a pretty quick response from the Sand King. We saw pretty much bodied the lane and did a lot with that early advantage.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with all these teams that just seem to forget that Tiny Blink Reposition is a pretty damn good tool to be able to take a lot of these engagements, right? To have a legitimate, blink initiation onto quite a large area is just so useful to have, right? And I don't know, it's worked. It's now got a 16% win rate now across 6 games, so at least it's doing something. But you talk about the tilt. Sorry, I'm not sure if we saw that on the scoreboard screen at all, but Han, he has sold everything but the bottle, everything just put into his inventory or on the ground. So tilt was the name of the game for him, but victory was on the cards for Spiky Gaming, who looked to have fixed a few of the draft mistakes that they made in that first series up against LGD. This time around, they looked a whole lot more confident, and they're able to continue the trend. Another 2-0.
Definitely ready to see what they're able to do with this upcoming series as well. So with that being said, this is our second series done for the night. Next one is going to be a qualification series. We've got LGD taking on Azure. That's going to be in quite some time, 8 p.m. CST, which is about 2 hours. So a long break. I do believe MENA have already started. So
Kuro about to qualify. Love to see it.
Yes. Hopefully.
As well.
We'll see. This is you still got to go up against
quests.
Some quests, some apparently random other. I was looking at the teams, and then I saw a Southeast Asian stack. I'm like, hang on a second, what's going on? Didn't know this was allowed, but anyway, it's not up to me to work out. So there's other regions going on at the moment for your entertainment when we do have this long break. But yeah, again, when we come back, a very exciting matchup: LGD Gaming versus Azure. Well, we've seen some very, very one-sided games so far in the China qualifiers. Hopefully, at least this one can be a little bit more close, a little bit more interesting, and we will definitely be able to crown another team to be able to go over and compete in the LAN. But yeah, with that being said, it's going to be about a 2-hour break. When we come back, LGD Gaming taking on Azure. We'll see you guys then.
be like me. Flow so hot, but the jewels I see. Never think much of a fool I see. Them type of man we are school and teach. Fresh to death, head to toe. Smell the best fresh cologne. Finesse the best freshest clothes. I dress the best, yes you know. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. Yeah, I'm that guy, pose for the photo, never been shy. Drips in a chokehold and I got vibe. Wardrobe looking so cold, put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. I'm that guy. Put it on ice.
Scream out. I see you turn around. Scream out. You shine the brightest now. There's no doubt. This current's changing, changing. Still voices in my head, they say I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. Couple warrants and a gun to my name, low-key. Wood grain gripping and I keep it on me. Whole lot of new faces, I'm the real OG. Keep talking shh, and I'll put you on a white tee. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost. Blow me like a C4, give me what I want. Mad Max with you while I'm rolling up a blunt. They asked me where the body's at, I told them check the trunk. She asked me who the man is, I told her I'm the one. I told her I'm the one. You can figure where I'm from. I told her I'm the one. You can't make it where I'm from. The voices in my head, they said I'm lost, but I found myself in the dark. The voices in my
me with caution, might have to get hurt. I tower from the treetop, but I came up from the dirt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. Yeah, I don't care, kid. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shotty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shotty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. Scroll through my living room, chosen the pinnacle. I jump into the spotlight ever since I seen the hidden view. Move how I move, I don't know who you approaching. I'm Jordan, less suggestion, I don't need nobody coaching. All these niggas frozen, that's the usual. Every space I go in, that's not unusual. Approach me with caution, might have to get hurt. That shawty like them Reeboks, hit the pump and go berserk. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first. You end up in the hearse, you end up in the grave. That shawty like a detox, hit the pump and you enslaved. Hey, yeah, I don't care. You might get found in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, that shawty like a detox, hit the pump and go berserk. I think y'all in my way, so tell me which one going first.
take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. Yeah, what's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Keep on running till we get to the top. I'll never back down. I won't never stop. Take me to the finish line, 'cause you're never gonna stop me trying. What's real is never gonna die. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. So take me to the finish line, 'cause what's real is never gonna die. Yeah, you're never gonna stop me trying. So take me to the finish line. Take me to the finish line. Take me home.
Takes by their money to foster change. Takes by their time to heal the pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Fire will light the fire. Takes more than money to cause a change. Takes more than time to heal pain. Heart break will light the fire. Heart break will light the fire. Fire.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
Yeah, you gon' need 100 men, 100 scopes, 100 cans just for you to watch what I'm doing under the sun again. God-given gift, MC's doing the running man. If you want me to get it poppin', may cost 100 pence. Yeah, what I supply is always in demand. The throne is mine, take that. It ain't a high five, got the upper hand. I'm too real, can't fake that. Who you know putting fear in them like this? You a vampire, still suck when you bite this. Lord forgive me for my sins, I'm feeling righteous. But they been next to me to show me I might just. They didn't think I could do it, I had to demonstrate how the flow is so heavenly, keeping demons straight. Who they fooling? I showed them the jig is up again. When I asked them who is the best, they get this to stuttering. Tell them
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
I came this far, nothing can't stop me now. They knock me down, but they can't count me out. I can't lose, I won't lose. I can't lose, I won't lose. You may wanna save yourself. I think it's best you run away. I won't let you finish. When you came for me, you played yourself. You scream for help. It's a shame that nobody will hit me. No pain, no gain. Watch who you bang with. Make it to the top with the same ones I came with. I shoot my shot, you better know that I'ma never miss. When they coming for me, yeah, I'm gonna tell them this.
I'ma keep winning, winning. I'ma keep winning, winning. Ooh. I'ma keep winning, winning.
You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself. You can try to save yourself, but you only gon' play yourself.
As the competition, but if you go against me, you the opposition. But if you wanna test to look like you could close the distance, I'ma give it A forever since you're so persistent. With you, I'm just practicing, cause I'm back to back, let's get back to winning. As a matter of fact, I'm not that forgiving, cause you did this to yourself, that's a bad decision. I don't see no one in front of me, you is a ghost, you ain't got a soul. Whoa, always say that they gon' come for me, knowing they won't, they doing the most. Whoa, chasing my, gotta get already, not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa. When I talk like this, don't blame me. I know I'm bad with it. Go against a goat, that's bad business. All of y'all are jokes so sad with it. To me, you just a ghost, don't get mad with me. Just, it's a my, gotta get already. Not selling my, you on the, y'all moving, ready to, whoa.
I'm the main event, ain't no back before, let's get it. Heartless energy, yeah, better get lost, don't get with it. Ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me, ain't nobody in front of me. You can try to
Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge them the max. And then they pay more cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting past up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hanging up these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the doo-doo, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. Everybody trippy, yeah, we coming, yes, that back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. Cut from a different rary, raise it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this my designer flow, hey. Gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too close. I don't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pockets too swollen, they already know I'm a flex with a bag like this. Like, I'm at the top and it's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle they can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Way too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a cold, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into them way too cold. Too cold. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they love you, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold,
wasting time, 'cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Whoa. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. When it's late at night, I feel you on my skin. My skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now, like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. Oh, it's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Electricity. It's electricity. You move your body. Electricity. You move your body. It's electricity.
and the dust are trailing behind my boots. Blown by the wind, showed me a piece of my past. The soil and the dust is where we go. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. The smell of the dust is sticking onto my clothes. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. The smell of the dust makes us just the same. What makes us different is just a bullet away. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later we're gonna pay the bill. The taste of the dust is lingering in my mouth. Burns my throat, sends shivers down my spine. We taste the dust when we crow. 6 feet under, whatever your uniform says. No pride but shame. No pride can bring a corpse from the graveyard. May the souls rest in peace up above. Some say we'll follow them down in the wind. Sooner or later we're gonna pay the bill. We'll fly in the sky, blown like the dust, the soil and dust. Ooh, I find on with smoking guns. All this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel alone. I can't bear all this fuss around me, all this mess around me, makes me feel
If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. Body be dripping and fancy, pat on my nose with that fancy. Money on me, I got plenty. Hundreds, 50s and 20s. Stay stack, lot of them. Rags, house by the lake, bought that. Ops to the brakes, draw back. Paddock on my wrist, I'ma hit 'em with a drip. They gon' pay the VIP to get a pic with me. I'm a star, brand new keys to the car. I'm the boss and the king and the czar. Got 'em so high, so addicted, telling me I'm the only queen of his heart. Guess I let you co-star. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow, yeah. If I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast like I'm a provider. Tell the amateurs stay in their lane, ain't no outsider. Bought a mansion in LA, right next to Mariah. Write a song, get filthy paid, price going high. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Since they paid to see a show, got the South overflow. Yeah, if I gotta do it, I'ma do the most. Watching me, they take no, raise a toast to the goat. Yeah. It takes a lot to be the best.
I've never seen you this gone. You're further than you've ever been, and you're fading out. With your hands by your side, you're closer to the edge. It's your final breath of courage. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. 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 I know you've got it in you. You've gotta face it all. This life will continue, even if you fall. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. And you're ghost white, with a head full of pain. But if this goes right, then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again. Then you'll never hurt again.
days are getting shorter. It's now, no way. 'Cause life flows like white water. Take a moment to breathe, hold it in, stay a while, forget all that you know, and forgive everyone. It's all in your power to turn. but I think that you know much better. Wait forever. My head is on straight for once, and you will pay for caught in a landslide of birdside takes, and I can't wait to finally get out of here. And I feel like a freight train is running over me, 'cause I know like I know everything to make you believe. Take every piece of me, and don't be fine for a little while. Forget everything. You're making excuses. These loaded questions will be useless for you, and the real answer is that I fucking hate you. Never fall back. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Come up with a game plan. Double XL up in the paint, you can't shake that. All the way gassed up, full tank, man. Moving too quick, keep the cameras in the playback. Dang, so tell me how you feel with it. You put a lid on it, I ain't got no chill with it. This right here your problem, you gon' have to deal with it. Lay it on the line, high risk, that's the meal ticket. Yeah, we never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. No lies, no facts. We will stay right where we at. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Been way down, never vaulted. Came with the hands out, get them off us. I'm 24/7 in the office. Pay attention cause I ain't repeating offers. Yeah, never met a man I've been scared of. Careful, you gon' get exactly what you asked for. Here for whatever you bring me, getting handled. I answer to no one, I don't need the hassle. Yeah, we never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Huh. We never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Never fall back. We never fall back. Hold our ground where we at. Yeah. No lies, all facts. You can find me right where I'm at. We never fall back. We never fall back. Yeah. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Ha. We never fall back. And you can find me where I'm at. We never fall back. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. You know I be on a what? Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on a what? Yeah. It's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this, so all you steer clear.
Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Check's big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for the bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and got a run last. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it. You know I be on the way. Yeah. I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah. On the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
I'm such a weirdo, tattoos from my toes to my earlobes. Was a role model, I never had a hero. I learned how to live through the stereo. Coming from where I come from, the inferior. Everything you see ain't what it appears though. Everything that I built, made that from zero, then added a zero. I am my hero. You couldn't imagine what it's like in my mind. It's beauty and catastrophe at the same time. Remember they laughed at me when it was game time. Now I know that they mad at me, I'm when you can't find. I'm not from the day, I come alive at night. I'm not what you used to, couldn't recognize. They all on the ground while I'm taking flight. And you're welcome to join me, I promise I won't bite.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through. Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me.
I guess I don't fit in with the imposters. I'm taking the mask off, prepare your conscience, prepare for honest, cut off all the nonsense. I'm all of your chakra, wonder who shot you. Go call the doctor, boom like the chopper. Don't you get chopped up, I'm here to stop you. Whoever wants smoke like a roster, break you off proper.
Things they say, they're never getting in my way. And even if I make mistakes, I will always see them through.
What's that?
Cause I don't wanna play your game. I had enough, I'm burning up so hot I just break your chain. You can never stop what's building up inside of me. Play your game.
you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. So I'll let myself fall into your arms, where I will simmer down to trust. So I am waiting. I am shaking like a little baby boy, and I'll wait for your majesty to come home. And I'll let you be the fever that I feel. And I'll let you burn a hole right into the sun and call it home. And I'll let you be the fever when everything is falling into its place. Everywhere your feet may touch the holy ground. Everywhere your Lord may keep your weapons found. 'Cause I'll persist until I see you How strong is the hammer in my hand? How long can you force me to dance? There's a crisis in my heart and in my world, and I saw you smile when I fell into the dirt. Oh, your fire, I don't
killing every feels. To a hater, every problem's a goddamn nail. Oh, hold your fire. I don't belong here. I'm not calling you a liar, but I know you don't
Open your eyes, what can you see around? Wind of the open sky, over the siren sounds. This is a dream, getting the royal scar, holding a diamond blade, throwing it far. Holding your breath still, you jump the fire. We'll just sit and wait till you see me fly. You know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Look at them now, all of the noise they make, counting the cards to one. Queen of Hearts never breaks. Falling asleep here might just take a while. Try not to grind your teeth, dreaming to touch my style. Well, can't say I blame you, trying to come close to, but all you can do. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. See me fly, you know they'll never catch me for it. See me fly, the way I put my finger on it. See me fly, you got it, then try to tell me you got the wrong guy. Then try to tell me you got the wrong guy.
Throw your uppercut, try to hit me in the gut, thinking that I won't react. You whisper in my name, thinking I won't be the same. Turn fiction into fact. See what you didn't know, bruises that I'll never show, slipping on your every jab. So tighten up your fist, step into the ring with this. I hope your mama's got your back. First round, you thought you would've knocked me down. Fifth round, bleeding out the side of your mouth. Final round, pulling the sound of my name in the crowd. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. You didn't bust. Oh, 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 oh. I took a break. You're making a huge mistake, thinking you can take the throne. Look at you trembling, step into the lion's den. Bet you wish you stayed at home. Begging for mercy underneath your breath when I ain't even sweating yet.
We are back for our last series of the night after a long break, but a break that puts us in a position where we get to have a qualification series. So, it's exciting. We had to relax, have some food, have some drink, just chill out for 2 hours, and now we get a blockbuster of a series. Two of the better Chinese teams. I know LGD coming. We haven't really seen them ever so recently, but of course this is still a staple organization going up against Azure. Denok should be a very exciting series for our final one of the night.
Oh, absolutely. We've had 2-0s all the way through, and well, not the case anymore, I don't think. I think this one's going the distance. Really could be anyone's guess as to who's actually going to get the W. A lot of people have been a little bit iffy on LGD. Obviously, they had that period where they just, I wouldn't say dropped their roster, took a little bit of a hiatus, let's say. But Azure, they started out pretty hot. They have their moments, but it just doesn't seem like they're consistently playing at the exact same level.
Yeah, it doesn't indeed. So let's take a look, of course, how we got to this position, what the schedule has been so far today, and then we can see how the bracket is looking afterwards. So, of course, like you said, 2-0s, and we're going to see once we get to the bracket that has continued to be the case even yesterday as well. So we are in the upper bracket, though, upper bracket round 2 final series of the night. Let's take a look at the playoff bracket and how this is situated at the moment. Yesterday, we saw G2IG 2-0 Kev to be able to qualify into the Riyadh Masters, and now of course this other upper bracket semis final will be that qualification series. And really importantly, yes, the loser will drop down, they have another chance, but you don't instantly drop into that low bracket round 3 or low bracket semis to play that qualification. You still need to get one more win until you can even play that match. And unfortunately, or I guess unfortunately, because definitely I'd say Team Zero are the more difficult team, you're going to be versing Team Zero. And we saw they bodied Bright earlier, and this is no slouch of a team at all. So LGD or Azure, they need to get the job done now. Otherwise, their upcoming opponents are still going to be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. There's no easy beats anymore, I wouldn't say. I think a lot of the teams have kind of learned from their mistakes, the early drafting, which it happens. You got to give these guys a little bit of a break because this is a new patch. This is probably the first actually competitive series that they would have played in that upper bracket. Yes, it looked very dominant. The defeats that Team Zero as well as Spiky lost, but ever since then they certainly have corrected things, and even the stronger teams in Kev, they've had a little bit more time to be able to have an understanding of it as well. And who knows who they're even going to be facing down there in that lower bracket. But to get there, it's going to be good news at the end of today for at least one of these two teams. Before we see anything, before you see any drafts or anything like that, I want a prediction from you. Who's taking the series?
I'm just gonna say Azure. Honestly, I'm gonna say Azure. I'll just go Azure. I don't know. We haven't seen OGD, seen more of Azure. I feel like the ceiling for success is probably a little bit higher for Azure. But of course, the X factor for me is probably New and PYW on LGD. How are you feeling about it though?
Love all the boys on Azure, but I'm agreeing with you. I think New's my boy. It's just the love goes a little bit too far for me, and I think I'm going to go with LGD just to be a little bit of a contrarian as well. So we'll have to see how it goes. Regardless, I think these two teams are probably still going to be qualifying through at the end of the day. Remember, 3 qualification spots for China. G2IG have already secured one of them. But this is a little bit of a preview of those TI qualifiers where I believe there's only 2 spots for China, with those same 3 teams probably the favorites to secure those 2 spots. So a little bit of early mental maybe coming into this, right? Being able to say, hey, we beat you last time around when it really mattered. Now let's see what's going to happen when the chips are really down.
Yeah, which is going to be, that's going to be even crazy with those qualifiers that are coming up later on. So we'll see if you're able to get the win here, then maybe that confidence can continue over into some other qualifiers. And Azure would definitely need that confidence. So you were starting to bring up some of their recent track record, and really to start the year, or to close last year, I should say, they had that incredible victory. I believe it was the reverse sweep over Gaming Gladiators at ESL 1 Kuala Lumpur. Of course, that was with the a bit of a different roster, right? That was some of like the or the previous XG members were also kind of filling in for them. So, you have XM and XXS there with them, and Xinkyu. And unfortunately, we haven't really seen results with this new roster. I know early on maybe it was one of the Bedboom Data events where they placed fourth. I think Faith Bjorn Bark gave an interview, and he said that, look, we're happy with the result. We definitely would have liked to get more, but considering we were a newly formed team, fourth place, pretty good considering the caliber of teams at the Bedboom Data was incredibly high. But until then, the results are kind of getting a little bit worse, honestly. Like Dream League, they haven't looked very good. Your PGL Wallachia, they bombed out there. Elite League was pretty much the only decent one that wasn't like a LAN though or anything, but still, third place, it's still high caliber teams there as well. So it's been a little bit shaky for them this year.
Yeah, I think anytime you're getting top 4 though, with the current level of competitive Dota, especially at like the very top in the top 6, that's always going to be like just really, really strong Dota. So top 4, I know you want to win, you want the absolute best results, but yeah, you should be very, very happy there if you're able to get it.
Well, we'll see how they're going to be able to find those results. Do we what's going on with the I was going to say, what's going on, do we have a draft up shortly?
I don't know, I just saw the lobby explode, so we will see.
I honestly, I thought I got kicked for a second. I'm like, what's
damn, I should have said nothing, and then I said, oh, where are you, bro?
I was messaging like right now. I'm like, guys, did I get kicked from the lobby? Like, what's going on?
Don't know, but hopefully we'll be up and going very, very soon with it moving on forward. But yeah, just to, go into a few of these things from the other teams. You mentioned that really high placement there in the recent tournaments, as well as the great showing at ESL Kuala Lumpur. And that was with, who'd you say, XM, XXS, as well as Xinkyu. You've got replacements of what, Ori, Faith Beyond, and FY. They're not exactly downgrades either, right? So you can't exactly say it comes down to the individual skill that is on show. It's it's just crazy the amount of quality that there still is at the very top of the Chinese scene.
Yeah, it is crazy. So I wonder what some of the issues are, and if they've had the time to be able to fix them. Because we've had, let me actually take a look. When was the last time? I guess, the recent Dream League, which was a month ago?
Yeah.
No, way less, sorry. So they haven't had that long, I suppose, but they didn't play, I believe, in the playoffs. Actually, they did. They got knocked out straight away, which I think... No, they won. Okay, sorry, this is so confusing. They beat Heroic, and that's right, Heroic had like the forfeit loss, and then Extreme knocked them out. So I do believe they actually played a couple games on the new patch, but they've had about a week or a little bit over to be able to scrim, prepare, probably even chill for a little bit too. And then we'll see what strategies they have coming into it. I guess we can speak a little bit about LGD as well. I know we saw them yesterday. Of course, this is the roster that is completely the same. The only thing different is instead of Setsu, we have Echo as well on LGD. So Shiro, Echo, New, PYW, and YU Smile is going to fill out the roster.
Yeah, and you got to say, if you've got one team that's kind of stagnating, the other team that's been able to get a break, maybe get a bit of a refresh with this new roster, that might be the one that's going to have the slight edge as well. LGD must have identified a few things in their period of time off. They took a couple of tournaments off, and they just said, look, you know what, we've got some soul searching that we need to go through. We've got to have some hard discussions. One of them, of course, which we touched on previously, was Shiro moving away from playing alongside Planet, who's just been, a duo for so long. So we'll see if they are able to get some success with this new roster in particular, but time will tell.
Time will tell. So what do we want to see? Is there anything that we've seen so far in the China qualifiers that we would like to see avoided? Because some things have looked good, some things have looked weaker than what I guess has been proving to be the case in some other regions.
Any specific heroes are we talking?
Yeah. Like, what do you want to see? Maybe, do you feel like some heroes at the moment? Let's do this. Do you feel like some heroes at the moment are actually, too popular? Like they're overrated is what I was looking for. Do you feel like there's some overrated heroes that we're getting at the moment that aren't actually probably deserving of that?
Tiny One, for starters. I think CM as well is a little bit overrated. That nerf to her facet, moving it away from the freezing, from the arcane aura to the freezing field, really nerfed her early game. What else is there out there? I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more of like Mars. I'm surprised we haven't seen any Dawnbreaker. Not enough Night Stalker in my eyes. Those are the main ones, really. A lot of the other stuff does seem to be just as strong as people think it is.
Well, hopefully we get our draft up underway pretty shortly here to be able to work out what we have going on. It looks like we will. So we do get ourselves in. We're going to see how these teams are going to be able to battle out. Azure going to be on the Radiant side, playing with first pick, LGD on Dire with second pick.
Always love to be able to cast these guys. I mean, it's just such a treat to be casting such legends of the Chinese Dota scene, right? And yeah, we get to go into the draft itself, and here we go.
5 seconds
What are they going to be able to let on through? I completely understand. Like, China loves team fight. That's the big thing. A lot of people, they're still stuck with the old, oh, China never finishes games. It's just farming, yada, yada, yada. And you know what? There is some aspect to that. But I feel like certainly when you've got the likes of, your Tundras and your Falcons especially that are just happy to drag out games, keep those net worth leads really high, just split up the map amazingly, get a lot of farm. It's not just China doing that anymore, but what thing has maintained the same is that teamfight is going to be an absolute king. So Phoenix, that is a very high priority, considering the fact that it's probably one of YU Smile's best heroes. Just simply the fact that they don't have first pick for themselves is enough for them to ban it out.
Storm Spirit.
And even the Nyx Assassin going away. So we saw last time the Nyx was picked as a counter to the Storm. Not really able to get active enough, but clearly a lot of respect being given over to PYW. He would be able to make those sorts of moves. He's got such a good read on the map. We can also see Chen has been banned out by LGD as well, so obviously feeling safe that you're not going to go up against anyone that's just going to have some sort of sneaky mana drain strat for that mid lane.
I'm so upset they banned out FY's Urshaker.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time I've seen Urshaker banned out. Even in general, I don't even know if we've gotten it banned out in our games, and now the first phase too. And I really want to see how the new changes affect the hero on, who better to pull it out than FY. Yeah. It
is quite nice to be able to have that sort of thing. I'm not surprised that we don't have Quap, but like completely gone away from the meta, right? It was so good against some of these heroes, particularly the Spirit heroes for that mid lane, but the facets don't seem that amazing for the Quap, and also you just return 10% of the damage that you're... if you're going the Masochist, you're taking a lot of that damage back. So imagine if you hit a 5-man Sonic Wave, you actually reflect like 100% of the damage to yourself. And imagine if there's a few blade mails in there as well. It can be not the greatest.
5 seconds remaining.
But Leshrac,
let's see.
So solid, right? Like, good tower push. If Storm wants to be rotating, what this also means is we're going to see a lot of battles around those power runes. Both of these heroes absolutely needing to be able to play around this versus, your Slardar mids or your DK mids. They can certainly get by without them, not these guys.
Turn to ban.
And both mid laners really want support to like buff you up, right? We've seen Leshrac with some more health sustaining supports, Chen, Wyvern, Io, for example. Storm really liking a little bit more of the mana, like battery, so to say. I mean, Lesh doesn't hate that too, but we'll see if either Azure or LGD are going to be able to find some supports to be able to help in that role.
Clockwork's still in the pool. Dark Willow was still in the pool. I'm also considering something like a Crystal Maiden, still as an option for LGD. I know we mentioned that it doesn't exactly have the greatest record thus far, but with a Leshrac going up against a Spirit hero, having that Frostbite is going to be very effective. You've also got plenty of stuff that's going to keep people locked in place for now. Stuns, roots, very, very effective.
Venomancer.
Don't really value the IO as much, especially against, you know, the catch potential of the Storm Spirit, as well as the AoE damage potential coming from the Venomancer. So now something needs to be at the top of mind for LGD is picking something that's going to be able to build into that pipe, not just for the Storm, but for the Veno as well. It's not going to be the Darkseer. Obviously, a lot of respect being given over to New. And there aren't really that many other offlaners outside of maybe the Underlord that are going to be very happy to build into a lot of these aura items, right? The other ones are basically playing for themselves. They still play that, you know, frontline initiator role for the most, but they're just not those aura builders. I'm talking about your Axes, your Mars, your Night Stalker, Legion Commander.
10 seconds
Just the ones
remaining.
that spring to mind at the moment. So maybe it's going to be a position 5 that has the flexibility to go for that sort of thing.
They do it.
Okay, they actually still go the IO. Ooh. Ooh, I don't know about that.
Uh-oh. So, Tiny into the Veno, the Hoodwink, right? As well, you got the break now with the Sharpshooter, a little bit of percent damage with the Venomancer. Ultimate 2 to work with.
Which is always going to spread to the IO as well in these fights. So it just makes it a little bit more challenging to be able to maneuver yourself around a lot of these engagements. The break from the Hoodwink breaks the Craggy, so a little bit of extra right damage that you're not as worried about. No Ursa ban, but maybe just feeling like you would get kited around a little bit too easily going up against the Willow and the Leshrac. Could be maybe a Juggernaut that you're considering here. Going up against the Tiny again, that Omni Slash is going to be quite effective against an IO Tiny combination. Not really.
Got to see someone that enables you to kind of ball up a little bit though, right? Because I feel like the Venomancer, they're gonna Wraith King, so Veno can. I mean, I honestly don't know anymore. I'm pretty sure we don't see the skeletons, so
yeah, it's just the right click. You want to be able to like 2-hit a Willow basically.
But yeah, Venomancer is a relatively like slowish hero. So it can be a little bit difficult for this pick-off like style, I suppose, of the Iron. I know Storm Spirit can not be someone who likes to group up with a team early, because this is, you know, when we saw the IO previously, right, and just in general, what you were mentioning, you think a team fight, and you're kind of thinking just group up early, 5 men, make sure you don't have this global potential with the relocate. So do we feel like this is a concern currently for Azure, or is their draft actually okay at dealing with the IO?
I think it's okay at dealing with it right now. What I'm most interested in is what heroes are actually going to slip through to this, because both teams need an offlaner, and there's already been a few offlaners banned out of the pool already. The DK, the Primal Beast, the Darkseer, now the Enigma as well, who is another one of those pipe builders, right? The thing that I said they were going to be needing. So feels a little bit like, you know, how are they actually going to be able to do this? So there's what, Night Stalker left, there's Mars, I guess Legion Commander a little bit. Wouldn't hate the Night Stalker. Or an Abaddon. Abaddon feels quite nice when you're playing up against a Venomancer lane, especially when you've got the potential of an IO there to be able to help you out.
My only issue is how do you actually start fights on LGD? And like, how do you set up for the relocate? The Dark Willow? Okay.
I feel like you don't necessarily need to, like, find pickoffs, you know? You've got a Leshrac and I'm just suggesting an Abaddon. That's a lot of tower taking potential. Azure kind of need to come to you, and then you can, like, you know, counter initiate with the Terrorize, have a relocate potentially coming in there. It's just going to matter.
What is someone like
who's faster, right? Like, because if Veno, you give him time to be able to set up a bunch of these plague wards, then it becomes a whole lot more challenging.
Cool Ursa ban, very interesting. Because this is, you know, we saw yesterday the Ursa to address the Tiny, and obviously feeling like there's some flex potential with the Wraith King going to the offlane, the Slardar ban as well, like, you know, helping protect you. Pretty low armor heroes besides the Tiny once he's kind of has grow at a higher level, so maybe that in combination with the Wraith King could be a little bit scary. So I like the bans for LGD Last Phase.
It's not exactly control, but wouldn't hate a Timbersaw for Azure coming through here. It still hasn't been banned out. You can build into the Eternal Shroud for yourself. Huge amount of burst damage. You can actually kill the Dark Willow. Strength reduction for the Tiny also feels quite good. I was thinking the Ursa would have come where the Wraith King was. You know, we were talking about that in the lead up to the Wraith King pick, but it just still feels like it would have been kited out a little bit too easily. But certainly a Timbersaw doesn't have that issue.
LGD Gaming's turn.
Timbersaw!
Yeah. So what have we got left here? Last overall pick. Maybe it is the Underlord that they need here. You know, it would give you even more global potential with the Fiend's Gate. It would give you some damage over time, percent damage as well. You are that pipe builder that I've said that they were kind of needing. Does put a big target on you, though, especially for the Timbersaw to be focusing down. They actually choose to go for the Mars instead. Okay. Not exactly the biggest aura builder in the game, and you got to say, outside of, like, the mech, Io doesn't really want to go too many of these team fighty items, right? It's more about just buffing up the one person that you're attached to, but clearly putting a lot of faith in New on his Mars. It does feel more like a new hero, of course, than the Underlord does. You got to be enabled to make these big plays happen, but I don't know. I don't know how it's all gonna shape up in this game. I feel like this Timbersaw pick could potentially be game-winning for Azure.
So what LGD need to do to try and give the Timber a bad start to this game? And what overall, like, what are probably some of the Timber's biggest concerns that he needs to maybe be worried about in playstyle or potentially item build to help out?
See, that's the thing. I don't think this LGD lineup can do anything about the Timbersaw, especially early on, right? It's going to be, I assume, Why You Smile playing alongside Shiro in the lane. They could go with the Mars instead on the Io, and then maybe Willow Tiny is going to be able to, you know, for example, toss back the Timbersaw into a Brambles underneath a tower, and you get some early kills that way. But if it is just a tiny Io lane, nothing's going to be able to stop this Timbersaw, at least from getting out of that laning stage in a pretty good spot.
So you favoring Azure?
Yeah.
Do you feel like this? All right, so
they've got superior.
Is it easy for them?
They got a good amount of AoE damage up against, you know, not exactly a single target oriented lineup, but this Timbersaw just seems to solve a lot of the issues that they would have had.
All right, well, let's see if Bark's going to be able to have a good performance here on the Timber and what the supporting cast can do to give him that game. Of course, we've seen this hero loves to be able to find those ancient stacks back in the jungle. We haven't actually seen too many teams so far put a lot of emphasis on the stacking. So let's see if this is something that Azure are going to want to try and consider, want to try and prioritize. We'll get ourselves underway here for game one. So for people just joining us, of course, this is a qualification series. The winner will move over and represent China at the Riyadh Masters. We already have Extreme Gaming there. We have G2IG there from the series yesterday. Now we will have a extra team from China.
So one other thing that I just want to touch on is the position 5 supports in this game. You've got an Io and a Venomancer, two heroes that, I mean, Io's kind of mobile, but you can't really do anything on your own, right? So I feel like you just want to be attached to Shiro's Tiny for the vast majority of this laning stage. Hold on a second. Speaking of them, just hanging up here where the Azure boys have popped the smoke. Let me hold my point for a second. Alright, so essentially what I was going to say is the position 4s are the ones that obviously are going to be rotating, because early on, first two heroes picked were the Storm Spirit and the Leshrac. Power runes, so important. Because this Io Tiny lane, I think, isn't going to be able to be too much pressure for Bark, it means that...
Oh, they got him. Why you smile? Can they blow him up?
Ooh, deny?
I think he's... Oh, they might be able to get the deny? Yes, nicely done. Oh, that's mana wasted. Blood grenade wasted.
Imagine if that was first blood as well for LGD. Technically, it is first blood. Might be able to get away with 3 bounties as well for LGD. Yep, seems like it. Good start for them. So what I was saying before is that because I feel like this top lane is going to go a little bit better for Azure, with Bark not really under any sort of pressure, you saw that they were nearly able to kill the Io at the start of that one there. FY is going to be able to make a lot more rotations compared to someone like the Dark Willow, who I feel like still does need to stay in this lane, because New's going to be under pressure of dying if you leave him alone against a Venomancer and a Wraith King.
Do want to quickly mention with that first blood attempt that did reveal the lane ward. So they're able to get the D ward, very nicely done. And I really like how they've come out to the lane early. And it seemed like Azure were very aware of this, considering they have both heroes that rely heavily on the trees. But currently you don't really have many to play with inside the lane for the Timber, along with the Hoodwink.
Wonder if Buck is just going to go like 1 point in the reactive armor, just to be able to... Hold on, that courier might end up dying. Good micro from Why You Smile. I'm sure that will not be the case. Yeah, just to make sure that, you know, when the inevitable rotations do need to happen from FY, that he's not just... Tiny can still do a lot, even if it's just the Tiny on his own buffed up a little bit by the IO, and maybe just that 1 point reactive armor is going to be enough to keep the Timbersaw safe.
Get nothing.
Looks like mid lane's relatively even at the moment, though. Imagine will continue to be the case for these two heroes. We can probably touch back on the lane once we get closer towards that first powering timing, because I know this is something you were mentioning, that these are going to be heroes who will really be requiring some assistance from their supports to get the runes.
Oh, for sure. It's just one last thing that we do want to touch on is that if Ori's able to even get out of here with, you know, an even sort of matchup, it just goes to show how individually skilled he is, because, you know, this is very much an even matchup already, and he was playing from 1 bounty rune down. So the fact that he's currently ahead both 3 last hits and 3 denies is a big win for Ori.
Lastly, a bit of a battle between the two supports, Xiaoming along with PYW. So Cell's going to be traded here. We do even see the Venomancer bring out his own Selve. Good to see New back on the Mars. He did go for the Blood Sport, I should say.
Okay.
I think you've been asking for the Mars a couple times throughout some of the drafts, and finally we got to see it on probably one of the best Mars players in China.
I don't know if that's the best choice, though, going for the Bloodsport this game. I mean, you've got a Venomancer who can just toss a Plague Ward into the middle of the arena, and then you're still going to get that vision that you need. So, we shall see the actual team fights look like for Azure. Certainly, Tianming has a very high amount of importance to just general information. You know, I've got that support perspective. Information wins games. He's certainly going to be able to provide a whole lot.
Stupendous.
How's he play the lane here for Tianming? Is this a pull heavy lane?
I feel like you can make a decent amount of pulls happen. I mean, the thing is, you always want to enable a bunch of kill threat here with the Wraith King and the Venomancer. So they've got the high potential for it. Just going the 1-1-1 build. Very sustainable, high amount of crit damage. The fact that they've been able to get this hard camp pull off is a pretty big win, though, for LGD, equalizing the lane, make sure that they can play it a little bit more safely.
Tianming doesn't get clipped on the Bramble, actually. How?
And he has a Healing Lotus as well to be able to play around with, so we'll be feeling A-okay with that one. Low, just able to go back next to his tower and continue the free farm. Overall, New's been doing a fantastic job just in terms of last hitting in this lane.
Looks like everyone is, honestly. Maybe the Tiny a little bit less, but
yeah,
everyone's very happy with the last hits they're getting bottom lane. Tianming not too happy. First blood finally will be picked up. We saw, of course, the previous attempt top lane shut down by the deny just previously as well, with some of the spells casted. OGD weren't successful, but this time, second time, apparently the charm for them.
I suppose one of the downsides to this bottom lane is they really don't have the easiest way to secure range creeps. You know, it's a lot of slow-ish damage coming through, and you've got to make sure you're keeping that Wraith Fire Blast to go for your own kills. As here we go, Tianming does not dodge the Bramble, but it is a good stun, like you said, to be able to just give him that tiny little bit of help.
See, though, how much they're utilizing this new ward up on the cliff, and even going to get a D ward as well, actually, from PYW. So they are really owning Tianming down bottom.
Doing a fantastic job. I mean, it's just... Willow's just a good hero overall as well. You know, you're always going to be able to out-sustain even a Venomancer now with the Pixie Dust innate, just off of your regen that you've got in the lane. Feels pretty good. He's not outnumbered at the moment. Sorry, I was just looking at the Dauntless Innate that New is playing around with. So later on, that is going to start kicking in as well. For pairing that together with the Shadow Realm might be able to enable PYW to save some like 2v3 team fights, for example.
Oh, here comes that first power rune. The 50-50 will be one top, or he's going to get a shield rune for the Storm Spirit. The stacks being created as well, nothing too crazy. A little bit early on, both sides putting a lot more emphasis on trying to secure their side lanes, and honestly, they don't have the greatest stacking supports.
Nice spear there by New on the bottom lane. I think the big difference here, even though low, hold on. Actually, with that shield rune.
It's a bit forced. It's like potentially with the Cursed Crown. Nice. Oh, I thought he got the dodge. Not going to matter in the end still. Or plenty of mana with the extra one charge as New just misses with the spear, and they're going to be rewarded in the end. Top lane. Sorry, I thought Bark was in trouble, but he's fine.
Yeah, just did end up going that one point in the reactive armor just to make sure that he was safe for these sorts of rotations to at least start to happen. Looks like FY is even going to be able to build up some stacks for the rest of his team as he goes towards, I would assume, he's going to get the Wisdom Rune for his team very shortly. Both teams have really high impact ultimates on their supports.
Lane Echoes actually. Yeah. They're actually rotating Bark in pre-level 6 here for the Timber. Maybe if Ori had a little bit more mana, I'm not quite sure. We saw how much of a threat it was for them to actually fight into the level 4 Diabolic Edict. And maybe this tower's actually going to go down now as a result. You can glyph it up. You probably don't even need it because the Ira is here. So you expend a lot of resources on that first attempt. At least Ori gets the deny. Well done.
Really impressed with the individual skill coming out from Ori so far. One thing that he's going to be very happy about is that it finally feels like it is a Spirit patch again. And it's been a little bit of time until it's truly felt that way. Even Earth Spirit viable in some sort of games, but we've seen a bunch more of the Ember. We've seen a lot more of the Storm Spirit, and that's the sort of heroes that he really enjoys playing. It's even a regen rune from down bottom. Oh, might be able to punish this one actually.
He'll be alright. No way. Does he turn? Okay.
Force all the way back though. What the hell just happened? Like, what? How is Low able to? I swear he was about 300 gold behind the Mars, and now he's 300 gold ahead. Like, that's a 600 net worth swing off the back of what he hasn't really been left alone either side. Yeah, just an assist.
Yeah, but
I know he lost a little bit, but he still feels like a pretty significant amount.
I don't know if like maybe he had a big wave that he lost under the tower potentially as well with that death. I'm not sure. I wasn't paying attention.
There was all that action mid, so we keep zipping around the map.
Once again, they're going to rotate. Look at the damage that's actually coming through. Even just this 1 point up in the Spectral Blade. You're going to be able to land the combo echoes just too late.
He cancelled it. He cancelled the animation for the Split Earth. He wanted to maximize the amount of damage that they were able to output, but just ends up avoiding the stun on Ori altogether.
And we are really seeing these mid laners get active. Mainly Storm Spirit, mainly Ori. He's not hesitating of making these movements down to bottom. So far, Echoes have been, like you're saying, this was something that everything you said in the draft. Like, if Storm Spirit's going to rotate, we're going to see the reaction from the Leshrac and bring down that tower early, which is something they've done. And Ori has only gotten 1 kill onto the Mars, so probably not enough that he was hoping for these movements, because eventually as the game goes on, that's going to be really impactful to assist with this IO Mars and infiltrate into the jungle to play around with the relocate. We're going to see Echoes mid lane. Just blown up. Goodbye. Wow.
Relocate coming through here from the IO and the Tiny. Tiny being told, hey, come out, give me a little bit of help. Well, they get the relocate back. Never mind. All right.
They really win? Did they?
No. I thought they did. They came out of nowhere, so. Not sure how vulnerable he is. I thought maybe some of these next rotations coming through from Ori, you could potentially have the mentality of, look, I've already lost the tier 1 tower. what more could they possibly get at this stage, right? Like, you're not going to lose some huge objective by going for that rotation, and maybe you can just look to keep the tempo up in that way.
Let's see how they're going to respond, though, to Echo's TPing down bottom. There is a catapult wave, not really like the Leshraks need this extra push. FI is level 7 already, so this could be a lot of extra damage from the Hoodwink. They're even going to TP in the Venomancer as well.
Just the 1 point in the Plague Ward right now, just wanting to stop themselves from getting gone on from the back. Does have a point to be able to put into the Reincarnation, though. Do it after he dies, remember.
Oh my god. Can they escape? Or he's got Mana still to work with. Vortex on cooldown, which is the only big issue.
Nice,
Terrorize beautifully placed. PYW connects onto 3 now with the relocate. This time it will come into play. The damage is enough to get the kill into Ori. Now Shira, hang on a second. He thought he had an opportunity to enter the team fight, but Ori just survives on a slither of health. And meanwhile, Tiny, when he's unable to escape, with the help of the relocate as well from Wyu Smile, so it was looking okay. I mean, we see Azure showcasing just the raw damage they have at the early stage of this game.
Especially on the Timbersaw, right? They still had plenty of trees to be able to play around, and by pushing the team fight up more towards the north side, away from where the Mars had previously dropped the arena, there was nothing that they could do to be able to destroy a lot of these trees that enabled Timbersaw to take such an effective few engagements. Speaking of, Buck's impact, he's kind of pulling away with this game, right? It might feel a little extreme only being 2-0 and 1, but he's almost gotten into that Eternal Shroud, which is where the vast majority of the damage is going to be coming from at this early point.
Jesus. Where's his damage output?
It's the power of the curse. 3 points now into the Spectral Blade.
Is it pure?
Yep.
What?
The reason I said you could lose 3/4 of your HP just with an armlet as a support against a Wraith King, it does a lot.
Okay.
Didn't even, again, he hasn't needed to level up the Reincarnation. You could just keep saving it until the perfect spot. You want that, what is it called? The Vampiric Spirit, I guess, to pop, or the Wraith form when you're dead, but you can just keep moving on to a safer spot, then pop the Reincarnation and have plenty of mana to be able to respawn as well.
Anyway, alright, Eternal Shroud, first item block.
Yep.
And is not going to be easy to kill at all through the combo. See Azure being able to accumulate 1,000 net worth leads. So 6-1, very good start for them. All cores farming. Dire, it's not, their cores are still farming as well, but I feel like it's the impact we've seen from the support so far, and it's not even really including Tian Ming with that Noxious Plague.
Look at Low, he's even moving towards this mid lane. They want to make sure that they're taking a tower off the back of a lot of these movements. They weren't able to secure the tier 1 top, so maybe with that double damage rune that spends a lot of mana to be able to secure, we'll be able to at least open up the map a little bit. And you know that this is a lineup that does want to be getting a little bit more active. Storm's got the Kaya, he's got that power rune active. You've got the Timbersaw, of course, with the Eternal Shroud going into the Blink Dagger. I don't think that Buck needs that Blink Dagger. Maybe it might just be a few heroes making a bit of a movement up towards this top side, not needing the TP to do so that you can open up the map even further as it's turning into nighttime. So I'm expecting if LGD want to just be that little bit more passive, wait for you to at least get into, I'd say, the Voodoo Mask for the Leshrac. You've got to make sure you've got that defensive vision up prior to it reaching the nighttime. It's only about 10 seconds away.
Maybe we can see them start to be a little bit more proactive as well once his blink is completed from new.
Well,
he's going to be able to farm the stack. Will take a little bit of time. Gets the Wisdom Rune for himself as well, but we might see them start to put themselves in a bit of a corner if this blink doesn't work with the Mars.
I feel like they absolutely... It should, though, right? Like, you've got Leshrac, again, plenty of stats to be able to play around right now. Can look to give the arcane boots over to the Mars, but clearly just wants to be as fight ready as possible. And they did set up a bunch of those defensive wards, right? Just looking to see if they can spot out any sort of avenues of aggression that Azure might be looking to take against them. They're not considering Roshan, are they? I think they're just happy to take another tower on this bottom side of the map.
Bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
It's dead. It's a smoke coming from LGD. Can make those plays around the Blink Dagger. I don't think you can commit into a tier 2 mid, but it's up for consideration when you've got a power rune, when you've got level 12 on the Leshrac, when you've got siege creep wave as well. Maybe it'll bait someone to TP back defensively to try and rectify the situation in this lane. Doesn't seem like Azure want to take that bait though. They're just all committing onto bottom, and then they'll eventually go mid. Although
they got a great ward with the wraparound.
They're kind of split up a little bit here as well. Lowe's
Raking just runs instantly first, so they're not going to be able to deal with the backline first. It could have been a big opportunity for LGD with the vision. That advantage they had, maybe if they're able to connect onto the heroes that were trying to enter the fight from the north before the extra reinforcements got there, but Wraith King went in first. And in the end, there's no real big fight.
I think the key difference there is Ori TPing back to the tier 2 mid tower, right? This is what I was talking about with TP being forced back to that tier 2. It meant that they were a little bit split up. Yes, you're a Storm Spirit. Yes, you can just join in with a gank fairly easily. Hold on. Goes will be able to get back. But it just wasn't that instant follow-up, you know? It felt like that Wraith King engagement was a little optimistic.
Not a bad job to... I mean, we haven't seen the Blink, though, connect onto anything, but Tiny pole vaulted himself into the top net worth position. With this, he's had the shard for a little bit of time. All of a sudden, he's almost got enough gold for at least the Yasha. That is the route he wants to go down.
They spotted out New's positioning as well. Very nicely done there by Tianming, just to lay down the Plague Ward, get a little bit of that valuable information. And I mean, it's the thing, whenever you go on these heroes that want to buy the Blink Dagger, if you're not getting kills with it as well, you're really going to be suffering in net worth. He's a fair chunk below the rest of the cores in this game. Hasn't been involved in more than one kill, and that was just an assist for himself. Saw him have the Yule Scepter queued up previously, but he switched that one up into the BKB, maybe just thinking, look, I need to be the one that tanks up the brunt of the damage, right? Timbersaw, focus me. Venomancer, focus me. Hoodwink, focus me. And allow the rest of my team to actually get to work.
Ah, yes, my favorite item on the Storm.
To join
Shroud.
The Timbersaw Shroud. And instantly they go in. It just fits the new Storm Spirit so well.
Growbow too. Very nice items here for Ori. He's got the Fairy's Trinket, now he's got the Growbow, some of the better ones. For the Storm, they are reading this movement perfectly. See if they're going to be rewarded though.
What a bounty!
Going to be able to back off quickly enough. It seems like they will.
Radiant are scanning.
Scans right.
What's the positioning like from Y? Might think that you're safe, but little second's going to count. Instantly use the relocate.
Oh, look at Ori.
Cancel.
Goes over towards the eye to be able to cancel the relocate. Now the TPs will come through. Terrorize with the arena. Oh, it's getting messy. They haven't gotten any kills just yet, but now with Echo showing up with the damage, still going to be cautious though, because Load pops out of nowhere. This Wraith King, from his farming to showing up to team fights, bark chains over the top, and now they're all just gone.
Just that quick reaction speed, right? Ori, the spirit player in the Chinese region, just instantly making sure to make a beeline for Why You Smile. It was an instant use of the relocate as well, and just look at all that damage that they're able to dish out across the board. The stark difference you can see there is the IO. 0 damage done by the IO, and that could be the key difference maker, right? You just don't have that much to contribute to a lot of these big team fights, so if you're not able to find a lot of these pickoffs, which they haven't because of these smokes not connecting, because of the positioning of Tianming on his Venomancer, just scouting out where the Mars is, then you can find yourself falling behind pretty damn quickly.
Low? This is incredibly greedy.
Still hasn't leveled up the reincarnate.
Oh, why smart? I mean, they're starting to calm down bottom. Bark doesn't have that much mana. Ooh. And now they're here. Bark's not gonna die.
He's got Eternal Shroud.
I think not. Maybe he will. Echoes with the less damage. It looks like he will. Never mind. AR. A little bit too far away. Or he didn't want to zip in. FI wasn't able to cast any spells from afar. So never mind. Looks like Bark will go down. Bit of a streak for LGD.
It's Shiro. Ends up getting it as well. So rocketing the Tiny up to the top of the net worth charts. Protecting their Wisdom Rune as well. I'm actually going to give it over to Shiro as well, realizing that he is a little bit underleveled because he is a Tiny, of course, being paired together with the IO, just splitting all of that experience. He's 2 levels below the Wraith King at this point in time, and it's very important to get the Tiny up to that level 15 and level 20 talents as quickly as possible.
Okay, that was pretty quick, well coordinated. You know, everyone, Carle, and we just we're back in. Actually, wonder. I wonder what the scrims have been like and who these teams have been scrimming actually. Because I know recently we've seen like
a lot of the time, right? Because they don't need to go through qualifiers. They'd be at
the
the
on
top of my
break
list.
though.
Yeah, sure. You got some long-term friends in there, dude. I'm sure they'll give a scrim here or there.
Yeah, I wonder if Southeast Asia's getting scrims as well, because I know that changed pretty recently, maybe like the last year, where Southeast Asia was scrimming China a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
So seems looking good.
Since the COVID times, really. You know, that's ironically one of the better things that could happen to Southeast Asia. You know, there was a lot more respect given to the region, a lot more inter-regional tournaments.
Oh, whoa. How did he not connect to a tree? Or he wants to try and zip into steal the bottle. Unfortunately, Echoes was already quick to make sure there was no opportunity there. Is New just... Okay, sorry.
Just see how much of that poison damage is still coming out though, right? And what's Io going for next? Ghost Scepter actually really wants to be able to protect himself from getting blown up at the back end of a lot of these team fights. Still waiting to see someone go into that magic resistance though. Like, yes, you can get BKBs for the cause. Yes, you can get an Eternal Shroud for the Leshrac, but you're going to need something that's going to be able to, you know, just avoid that quick burst that this Azure lineup absolutely has at the start of a lot of these engagements.
I want to go again.
Why not?
Smoke is 4. Low shoved out mid. He's going to rejoin with the team now. Just PYW, so not the most juicy target. But I guess Ori's going to get a stack for his troubles.
Thank you very much, says FY. Do all the work for me, cause. I will take the very last bit there. I also wonder how quickly someone is going to start queuing into a Yule Scepter on LGDs, and when Bark is going to start purchasing this Aghanim Scepter for himself, because no one really on that team screams Nullifier Builder to me. So it's going to need to be the Yule Scepter that's going to be used to cancel it. I'd say maybe it could be something that Yu is considering next. Looks like he wants to buy the Aghanim Shard for himself first, but the Desolator actually, okay. Really feeling like I guess they need to rally around the Wombo combo potential of their lineup, which they have a little bit of.
Uh-oh. Oh, they're really quick on the TPs to the outpost. Bark, is he going to be able to find some angles with the trees? A little bit awkward there. Blink on cooldown too, and we saw Dire. They weren't messing around as well. They wanted to come just in case of fight. They might smoke. Got a decent ward at the portal.
They know that creep wave just vanished in the lane, and they're all backing off as a unit. Putting the tankier heroes on the front lines. Low, of course, has that blink dagger. Of course, has the reincarnation.
Formation so perfect.
Yep.
It's such a cool formation. The read from them, it's so excellent. Honestly. Low Bark, like you said. Squishy heroes at the back. You got Storm on the high ground for the vision. It's everything right. All the little things.
Looks like they've just abandoned it, realizing that, you know, they must know that we've set it up. We kind of gave away our positioning a little bit with taking out that lane wave, but the plus side is in 10 seconds, Roshan's going to be moving up towards the top side. So seems like they just want to get a little bit of that extra vision. Remember, they're playing with an IO as well, so that watcher next to the Roche pit is actually giving a ton of additional information for LGD versus if anyone else was holding on to it. Instantly looking to go into it, but I mean, it's not like they're playing.
Gotta
with
use
the
this
Venomancer.
ward.
Yeah.
But again, it's going to be the tanky heroes frontlining. Maybe Ori's clumped up though. That is a good target. Can they put Ori 4-0 though? It's going to be off the mark still. I mean, the arena connects onto 2 with the terrorize combo as well. Bark's falling pretty low. Alright, they got rid of the Timber Sword. Now Storm, he zipped into a root. Straight into the Bramble Maze when Ori. And the first real big fight goes LGD's way. And what a timing for it to be that way as well. Roche, potentially for them, Radiant are sticking around, but I don't think there's a fight to be had.
I don't think so either. What a clever rotation up there. You know, just being able to cut their losses, realize that something was up when they didn't run into anyone when they went for that previous smoke attempt. They just thought that with the Noxious Plague that they were able to use from Tianming, he used it onto the Leshrac, who wants to get in the middle of this team fight, but he wasn't really the one doing the majority of the damage. It was just Shiro absolutely going ham with that crit stick that he has, and of course being buffed up by the IO as well. And there is that Yule Scepter that I was talking about, so as soon as they saw the point booster be purchased up for Buck, just immediately go into it. There's nothing really else that a Timber Sword would want to be buying at this stage of the game, especially considering how quickly they just died.
Wow, and Arashiro is incredibly close to a Satanic, so you got Aegis now to work with. It's very cool how we are getting some different ideas on how to build the Tiny. I know we saw earlier today to know its success, but you know, Ukyo tried to go for a different build with that old Moonshard build like we were seeing. And it looks like Shiro has a very different read as well with the Phase Boots, Echo, Agshot into the Sanjin Yasha and a very, very early Satanic.
I mean, I think this is able to work, this build, just because you've got an IO to be able to buff yourself up, right? It's such a, you know, an old school pairing, the Tiny and the IO together, because they kind of cover each other's weaknesses. You've got a big team fight with the Tiny, huge amount of right click damage, but you're incredibly slow, not the most mobile, and of course your attack damage suffers, but he's certainly able to fix up a lot of those issues, although he did just cliff himself as he was trying to tether together with the Tiny, tosses him down. Never mind.
Tower is under attack.
We're having a bit of a chuckle there. So with the we got an even ball game now, and I guess maybe not so even with the Aegis advantage, but Radiant splitting up the map. Bark's gonna try and shove mid. You got the rest of the people poking their heads up top, but LG want nothing. Maybe they do want something to do. I thought they were just gonna trade bottom towers, but they want to force a fight. They got a double damage rune as well for Echoes.
It'll be nice. He's level 18 as well. One thing that I'm actually quite mindful of is I'm already having a look at the buyback status, because you have got a Tiny IO combination and a Leshrac. If you take out a tier 3 tower and they used the glyph previously, you might be able to just go tier 4s if you feel like they don't have the buybacks available. Like this is a lineup that could legitimately take both tier 4s and Ancient in like 20 seconds.
Walking up.
They're looking to put that theory to the test with at least, like, when are they going to force out this glyph for themselves? I'm sure they would have loved to be able to at least get rid of that range creep. At the moment, it's just keeping that backdoor protection unavailable. Use of the glyph that's actually not going to prevent this next creep wave either. There's the Aegis, though. Spreads the plague to absolutely everyone. It's going to spread again, by the way, from Why You Smile. Look at that, everyone's just half HP off of one ulti from the Venomancer.
TPing back for Ori. Was PYW, but oh, he got him! He got him on the TP! And now New's going to be there as well. Multiple other heroes are looking to try and TP back. And with the chain control, is Ori actually going to have an opportunity to zip away? PYW tries to land the Terrorize, but a little bit too slow, and what an item, Eternal Shroud.
Gotta love it, don't you? Even just the Dandelion Amulet, honestly, going up against Leshrac ended up protecting him a whole lot. You just see why previously on that gank attempt, Echoes tried to wait for every little millisecond of that AoE damage before he was able to pop the stun. I think there was a little bit of overlap of spells going on there. And that might have just been the bit of difference that Ori needed to be able to get away.
Still got a minute left of this Aegis though for them to work. We're going to see them try and posture up towards his top side of the map. Potential tier 2 along with control of the triangle.
And the Tormentor coming up very shortly as well. Most teams are really active with making sure they secure it basically instantly. I know it's not going onto a core, but just to give 1400 gold over to your team for, you know, about 10 or so seconds work is very, very significant to be able to have. So for now, we're even going to consider going up onto the high ground. I mean, why not? No glyph refresh for that tier 3.
Heroes take a decent chunk of damage. Toss the Wraith King out of the base. Low now. With a peculiar position. Both sides poking. Trying to force some unnecessary spells.
Just the 20 seconds left on the Aegis though. Looks like they might be trying to just get another freebie in the tier 2 tower. Again, how quickly they're able to melt through them. Now, it should be a complete back off unless they're going to go for a fake back. Seems like it's a full-on retreat going through here. Echo's really wanting to make sure he secures that Wisdom Rune. He'll be able to call out the fact that the Torment is available again, but Azure not giving them time to be able to get any sort of reactions through here. Smoke coming up, all 5 of them.
Low, Bark. Leading the charge, no Aegis for work with. Echoes on the front line, not the hero. He wanted the first point of contact, but Azure, they'd be happy to try and bring him down. Not enough just yet. Somehow Echoes back up the full.
We got the Ghost Scepter off.
Or is attempting to deal with the eye towards the backline. Not enough at the moment. Why are you stuck in the middle? They'll be able to deal with him now, but sure in some trouble without the eye. He doesn't have that steroid to keep him alive. Now Echoes as well as the next target. But the Leshrac, he can stand strong. There's just so much sustain that she has to play with. Echoes goes completely untouched. Low just one hit. Where'd he go? Or just completely disappeared from the screen in the end. I mean, Echoes relocated back to base, and it's looking like he's really the ultimate person that Azure have to be worried about.
Yeah, for sure. He's just able to dish out so much of that damage at the start of these team fights. It wasn't even necessarily the perfect initiation, right? They were able to... Well, it was a really good counter initiation, actually. I gotta give it to New. Just blinking past the team fight, making sure he got that arena up in place to prevent a little bit of the follow-up coming from the rest of the team. But it was still just enough to be able to get that burst through onto the IO initially, despite some really good spellcasting coming through from YU Smile. He popped a full wand, he popped a great healing Lotus, he popped the Glimmer Cape, the Ghost Scepter. It still wasn't enough. Talk about that overwhelming damage that they have, and this is what we expected coming into this series, right? We might not have the closest kill score, but it really does feel like it's anyone's game at this point. 50-50-ish win probability. Yeah, 57. With Roshan coming up in about another minute's time. Looks like Io is actually going for the Vlads, just wanting to bump up the Tiny's damage even further. Actually, I quite like this with the Tiny pairing, because remember, the tree grab base damage is what's going to be increased with the level 20 talent, which is coming shortly, and that's really what the... Hold on, relocate coming. Looks like it's just to keep a wave pushed out. That's what the majority of the Vlad's damage is able to amp up, right? So just provide that on for pretty much free. It's just such a huge benefit for someone like the Tiny, who's already hitting like a truck.
How do you play the team fights though if you're OGD? Because it seems like your hero needs the IO, but if YU Smile is revealing himself, we're just seeing constantly like it's either the Storm Spirit, the Timber, or the Wraith King jumping the IO.
It's a good question, honestly. It feels like it's... When's the last time we actually saw LGD make an aggressive rotation is probably the better question. Because I think that's really the situation that they need. You know, New, he's had some pretty good counter initiations, but you want that surprise factor. You want to be able to catch a target off guard. You know, for example, Timbersaw, right? Like, yes, he's got the Eternal Shroud, but If you've got Bedlam, if you've got Leshrac pumping out all that damage, and more importantly, if you've got a Tiny tethered together with an IO with a Daedalus, he's going to be able to take out that Timbersaw before he's able to react, or there's too many of those reactive armor stacks even available. Building into a Moonshot as well, like he even needed any more right-click speed. Here we go. Another 5-man smoke, looking for that initiation that we've been talking about, maybe trying to bait out that Wisdom Rune on the top side of the map. It's going to be spawning in about 20 seconds.
Really low level with Shiro, really needs his level 20.
He does, but it might just be the bait that they're looking for. Again, no Blink Dagger on the Tiny, so it's not like they can toss low back to the rest of the team.
They know. They are going to look for their own smoke play as well.
They see him.
Pops a smoke. Shiro's going to try and run for the Wraith King first. The toss is a little bit awkward. Onto the creep instead. And now they've got a glimpse of Why You Smile. Yu's going to try and jump the backline, but the arena only holds FI into place. It still will result in a kill. Why You Smile is going to be jumped as well. Low and or in combination, looking to try and deal with the ball of light. Is Why You Smile?
He's out.
No way, he's actually able to get the tether away with the relocate. He's out. New is not. And Echoes now. He's like, boys, you left me. Where was my assistance? I mean, they're going to come back shortly.
3, 2,
he does have PYO coming. Terrorize up in a couple seconds as well, but it's not going to matter. Echoes will still die. It takes him a while to get the kill, but once again, Azure. Another successful fight. They'll be able to chase down Why You Smile. Might even be a bit of a beacon of where PYW is retreating. Bark is not out of mana though. Yes, or he might be, but Bark, he can still pump in plenty of what is required to get rid of the IO. Get the glide though. They didn't limit it too far away.
Ooh, just able to dodge it out. Man, Why You Smile is still so damn good at this game. TI champ back in 2016, and he's still got it 8 years later. Important thing though, with that team fight victory, opens up that Roshan up towards the top side. Cheese now available. Very, very valuable tool for Storm Spirit in particular to be able to have. Harassment too. So much damage output coming through from Azure. We've been saying this the entire game. It really does come down to who is the one to be able to find that initiation. There'll be even more damage coming from LGD too, with this Vlad's now freshly picked up.
Dark Cheese. Ori ages by the looks of it, so they are still around the area, LGD. Maybe okay with taking a fight considering they've got actually really good vision nearby. Low's reincarnations on cooldown for another 10 seconds. Let's see if they know the timer though.
I mean, the best target to go on is ironically a support. That's not who they want. It might be who they have to just take though, as Tian Ming going for the escape. This will be a dieback actually coming through from him, so it's a long amount of time where, yeah, you don't have the gem. You also don't have a lot of that percent damage that you were relying on previously. 2 Noxious Plagues in the middle of a team fight is really significant, so despite being up the Aegis, this opens up an avenue for LGD to actually be the ones to siege the high ground.
It's going to be scary though with the continued damage output. We're going to get FI very close to the Daedalus, so for high ground this could be a bit of an opportunity till he has plenty of damage with that Acorn shot. They're even going to drop the ward as well. New pumped up. He's going to be able to land the arena on 3. The perfect placement right on the edge of multiple heroes have bounced into the middle.
And they can't see.
To clump up for Shiro's right clicks. And once the Tiny starts to go to work, look at the cleave. But held into place. Gets the chain away, but it's not going to matter. Yeah, they're onto Why You Smile, but the damage has been dealt, or it takes too long. His damage by himself is lacking, and now he might be killed off. Yes, that's the first light, but you don't have supports on the back of the respawn. Nice BKB. Ori avoids the spear. Has now got a full mana to work with as well. He's going to try and chain back Shiro. Shiro's still got the BKB. What is the call from LGD?
Might actually catch out low here. Oh, Shiro instead.
Get Shiro. Echoes. He'll TP out. Looks like also PYW will escape as well. Any buybacks forced?
Bark. He ends up using his, so you get a core buyback, you get another tier 3 tower, use the glyph again, so it's going to be another one of these team fights where you win a team fight, you could potentially end the game if you're LGD. They're going to have a solid minute, though, where I don't feel like this is a situation where Tiny's going to be forced to buy back. He's got the tools to be able to do it, but he wants to be fighting alongside the IO.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Kind of surprised at some of the lack of damage we're seeing from Ori when he's jumping the IO. I guess it's just like Glimmer along with Ghost Scepter.
Yeah, there's just so much protection being provided to him. Even just getting like forced around a little bit by PYW a little bit in these team fights.
Oh, Brambles Galore.
Don't have enough for the Aghanim Shard on the Leshrac yet. Would love to have that defense for the high ground. We'll be able to force them back just enough though. A little scared of.
It's getting spooky.
Yeah.
It's getting really spooky. You get double BKB. Is he going to be able to get Tia Ming? By the looks of it, he will.
He's got the ulti available. Just going to catch out the Venomancer though, but you'll take that. You haven't really lost anything for still being able to claim the kill as Vicious Plague just continuing to spread around a lot of these fights. Once again, no Venomancer. I'll remind you, no Glyph. This is the 40-minute mark as well, so you've got those double siege creep waves moving on forward, and that's exactly what they just pinged there. That was PYW saying, this is what we can look to make plays with, boys. Just hang together with our siege creeps. We've got the Tiny. All 23 now.
Radiant's middle tower is
These
under
towers
attack.
do not last long at all.
Holy.
Radiant's middle tower is falling.
Can't even clear out creep waves. You okay?
Will he be okay? Might get the reincarnation. On the respawn, no BKB. This is a big opportunity. Hey, I thought he was a little bit more survival than what he truly is. Toss up in the air. Someone
Oh, the
needs to
double
help
spear.
him. And no one will. New also just clipped Ori on the edge, and at least he's going to buy back. Both of them going to be forced out early on. Ori knows his role though. Straight to the IO.
He's out.
Not going to address why he's smart, but he's okay. Buck's going to try and continue to hunt down his former teammate, but unable to do so. And now Echo's stuck into the middle. Potential threat of the Terrorites to be able to protect him. It's only going to clip onto one once again. Ori over towards the eye, but it's not going to matter. That's a dieback out. A Buck and Wyu Smile is still alive. This IO is just taking
Reload
far too much of their attention.
He's going to be able to keep Echoes nice and healthy. Just give him some of that fountain regen to be able to buff him up, and they're going to be able to get 2 full lanes of racks. No tier 3 protecting the bottom side. 2 buybacks used from the cores, and Faith Beyond had his dieback expended previously.
All or nothing. In they go with another round of the BKBs. His Tiny's falling. Satanic Activator getting right click, or he's trying to zip away, not give him a target. Shiro has the creeps, but it's not going to be enough. He'll attempt it standing strong. Why not? All or nothing for the last play. He gets as much damage out as he possibly can, and that is enough for them to get the victory. LGD will strike first.
They will indeed, and it wasn't smooth sailing for them the entire time as well. They were down 80 to 20% win probability, but just a couple of fights, notably around that top Roshan. That's the key one that made the difference, with the advantage of the vision, with the Watcher, with some great vision being placed down as well near the Lotus Pool, and it was really the initiations coming through from you. As soon as they were on the front foot on LGD, they were just able to get so many team fights going their way, find that quick burst, notably onto the supports.
Man, what a crazy game. Crazy game one here. Hopefully we get a multi-game series here. We'll see how this one's able to shape up. Why you smile 7 deaths didn't matter. Felt like he was just, soaking all the time and attention inside some of the team fights. He was taking so long to die.
Mm-hmm. Man, I love seeing I think we could call him old school, right? TI6, that's kind of old school at this point. Like him, Puppy's still got it. Puppy's still got plenty of that mechanical skill, which is so surprising considering how long he's been in the scene. Not just Dota 2, but Dota 1 as well, as we even have a look at all of that hero damage coming through there. Split evenly between Shiro and Echoes coming through there, and yeah, they were able to just get so much done here in this lane, and man, I'm very happy to see that my boys LGD, my pick for the series winner going to be able to get game one. I didn't think they were going to win game one, but they did. And that's just the value of being able to, have someone that clearly there's a lot of trust around PYW, because he was the one that made that big call to go kind of all in with that last play, recognizing the strength of the double siege creep wave, not just in the mid lane, but all lanes were kind of under threat. So much information, so much pressure coming at you all at once, and they certainly took advantage on LGD. Didn't win the kill score, but they won what mattered, which was game one.
Yeah, like you said, took advantage of the opportunity they had in the end. LGD going to be able to take game one here in our second qualification series of the China qualifiers to Riyadh Masters. So let's see if we're going to continue with the trend on the 2-0s or if we will go to a game three. All our questions soon to be answered after a quick break.
Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary race, it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, 10 toes, I'ma never miss. Bomb locked in, never take a loss in the sport. Bomb top 10. Giving work all around the clock. I know they watching. Got it out of the mud. Ain't had no options. Oh, yeah. Let me go ahead and change my style up. Got that touch like Midas. Back then they wouldn't invite us. Switched up, now they wanna be like us. And now they dealing with identity crisis. I know, I ain't sorry, get a pity party. You could probably get it from your mama now. But if you pull up on me, you gon' see a body. Cause I'm not the one you want a problem with. 10 toes down. If I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. And body trippy, yeah, we coming, yeah, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary race, it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. Hey, look, hand me the ball, I'm running it back. Answer the call, I'm all in my bag. They want me to ball, I charge on the max. And then they promote cause they paying me tax. I'm the solution and I'm the problem. If it ain't profit, it ain't an option. If you try to play me, I'm gon' get you packed up. If it's something nasty up, nothing's getting passed up. No, we bout to act up. This whole game is wrapped up. Talk will get you smacked up. Refresh, you should back up. Hang it up, these plaques up, it's fast, bro. Know that I'm a menace, catch you lacking with your hands up. 10 toes down, if I stumble, watch me stand up. When it goes down, get the tutu, tell your man's dog. You can blame it on your homies, got you hyped up. Whoa. And body trippy, yeah, we coming, yeah, step back. Yeah, we walking with a body bag full of cash. From a different rary race, it like a flag. Unapologetic. We gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. It won't stop. Running it back, running it back. And that's we gon' keep running it back, running it back, running it back. Running it back, running it back, running it back. You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Cause the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Yes, I meant it, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Hey, I'm a problem when I'm on top like this why this on the flow, Hey, gotta keep my fur coat close, cause I'm a boss and I'm way too cold. I didn't really wanna come ask me why I gotta act like this. Tell them that my pocket too swollen, they already know I'ma flex with a bang like this. Like, I'm at the top and that's literal. I'm making money, it's digital. They watch how I step in, it's pivotal. They wanna be me and it's pitiful. I cannot be no one else and I'm flexing, I'm glad to be me. There's no angle that can come for me, boy, I'm 0 degrees. Wait, you can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100, Those the same ones say they loyal, they funny, You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it, Way too cold, yeah, man, I'm way too cold, Way too cold, minted. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Yeah, I'm killing it, I'm the realest. Ain't gotta say, gotta know you feel it. My flow got a code, sick as the illest. I know that I'm great and they about to witness me going in. I went way up, about to go again. You see me on the telly, then you tell a friend. Cause you know I'm about to rain, it'll never end. Cause I got big dreams, big goals, never settle, gotta keep on going now. You say you got it, and I'm Red Bull, I got the wings and I ain't coming down. No. I keep it straight, every line is so intentional. This is your moment to let it go. You know that I'm into it, I'm way too cold. Too cold.
You can't manage this, can't break this, boy, I'm funded. Gotta keep my distance when you not 100. Those the same ones say they love you, late and funny. You can't match my energy, and yeah, you know it. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Way too cold. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold. Yes, I meant it. Yeah, man, I'm way too cold.
Performance from them in game one. Let's see if they're going to be able to replicate that heading into our second game. One game away of getting this organization back on land and back on the right footing from what we've seen them be for such a long time since they've been in Dota for all the years they have been in.
Back on the winners list. That's where LGD, I don't want to say deserves to be. No one deserves anything, right? They've had their moments in the sun, but clearly seems like a renewed energy coming through from this LGD roster, right? Like, Why You Smiley seems like he's very proactive. PYW obviously having a lot to prove with, joining that new roster. I love him and DY when they were paired together, but maybe he just got a little bit complacent, saying, oh, they're never going to break us up. We're the iconic duo. But ever since he's joined this roster, he's looked really solid. We saw so many great terrorizers that game on the Dark Willow. Remains to be seen if that is just him being an incredibly good player and how much of that is Dark Willow being giga busted, because it is certainly one of the top 10 heroes in my opinion on this patch.
Should we count how many wave profiles we have in the lobby?
True.
This is
also
abysmal.
very important. Well, I see a Pikachu. That kind of counts, doesn't it?
You be the judge. I don't know. I'm not someone who should probably give an opinion.
Pokemon's kind of like entry-level weeb, so I'm just going to say no, because everyone likes Pokemon, at least kind of. So let's see. 1 weeb, 2 weeb, 3 weeb. Oh, never mind. Draft is starting shortly. Won't be able to see.
I think both the offlaners were. I'm pretty sure New and Bark were not. Unless those Starfish the star of Bark is in, and I would say it's not. I think it's a star.
I think that's like it might be like a Nintendo thing called like Staffy or Staffy or something like that. It's just a little game that you can play with a little star-looking man.
Right. Well, we got our draft ready to go. LGD going to be on Radiant. First pick Azure on the Dire side with second pick. No more Storm Spirit. We'll look to remove that one. Let's see if the FY Earthshaker slips through.
You hope so, right? Like, do we want to see Azure lose just so that there's more chances to see FY play Earthshaker? That's kind of where I'm sitting right now.
Wait, we want to see them win, right? And then we get game 3.
True.
Okay, right. I know what you mean, though. Yeah, so they go low bracket. Yeah,
correct.
Gotcha.
Coddle of the Light, though, coming through. I don't know how I feel about this opening a draft, but clearly it's always been the old adage, right? First pick is basically either you're picking something mega busted, or they've clearly got some sort of a strategy in mind. In terms of like big changes to the Coddle, it wasn't really that many, right? The big one that I noticed when I had a look at all the change log was the change to the ultimate, right, where you can use the recall when on others as well. So like you can actually TP to them as opposed to just TPing them to you. So if you're going that plus the Boots of Travel, it's just a crazy amount of map movement, which feels pretty good.
I know in the past, like, this has been a really comfort hero for PYW. So if there is that flex, we will see. I believe Echoes is one of the other really strong Coddle players, and damn, ratings are apparently first pick material hero. Okay,
I can see it. I don't want to see any offlane Wraith King though. Like, you always see players trying to get away with, something a little bit cheeky from the offlane, but I just don't think Wraith King is one of those, unless you're going like, I don't know, a super early Blink Dagger. Yeah, it just doesn't seem to make a whole ton of sense to me. But you know what? Something that's going to have a stun is also going to be a nice tool against the likes of a Keeper. Also, if they anticipate that he's going to be delivering a lot of harass to the lane, then of course just having that inbuilt lifesteal at level 1 is also going to be a useful tool. But I might have considered a Faceless Void as well. Time Walk feels pretty good against a Keeper of the Light, so we'll have to see how it all goes down. Oh, what if they went like a position 4 Faceless Void and he went the Time Zone, and then you could cast that and Wraith King can just hit, super fast? I'd like to see that.
For some people that don't know what the Time Zone is, would you like to explain?
Yeah, it's an arcade in Australia. Is that before your time, or have you still seen the time zones? Okay. Basically, it replaces Chronosphere. It has a little bit less cooldown, has a little bit bigger radius, but it's a big square instead of a dome, and everyone can move within it. It's just that your allies within it are moving faster, turning faster, casting faster, and attacking faster. And everything that your allies get better, your enemies get worse. It also acts as a leash, but you can still just run out of it, which, I feel like that's kind of a little grief-ish, don't you think? I feel like if they slowed them massively, or you could move around, but you just couldn't leave it for the duration, that would make it take it to that next level that it needed to be playable.
Okay, so there's not even any movement speed slow.
Is there not? I thought it was a slight movement speed slow.
Oh no, it looks like there is. Yeah, okay. So the way you were describing was like there wasn't. If there was, it was like fucking. Oh,
yes, bring the Australian out. But yeah, attack speed, movement speed, cast speed, turn speed. I haven't done that before.
Oh god.
Yeah, you have. You've forgotten
not
about
like
it.
That though. No, not like that though. That was like I've sworn, but that's like.
That was the real Aries.
That was like normal. No, that's like normal conversation. That's.
Oh well.
Oh, that's funny.
Well, we do get to see the clockwork, which I'm a big fan of, Metal Spirit. I'm going to keep saying it until it catches on. Or the Cog Spirit, Cog Work. Kind of feels like Cog Work these days. Such an innate part of the kit. I'd be very mindful of, like, not discounting this keeper still potentially being mid, though, right? Like, if you're going up against 2 melee heroes, obviously that's going to serve you in pretty good stead. Don't exactly do the greatest at, like, pushing lanes out either, as... Oh, yes. Yes, here we go. The cluster clock coming through here. I'm excited. I'm excited to see it. It does probably mean that this keeper is going to be played as a mid laner, though, right? Like, I know Why You Smile can play the Shadow Shaman as a 5, but it just feels so much more comfortable as a 4, especially when you're playing it together with someone like the Mars.
5 seconds remaining.
What are our thoughts of the Shaman, though? Because I feel like Clockwork's just gonna kind of eat him alive in a lot of the fights.
Yeah, no, it's a little puzzling to me, but maybe they just want to go a fast-ish paced draft. You know, you're already playing with a keeper, so, you know, you're wanting to get active pretty early on into the game, and keeper's not exactly the best at being able to push towers, so I feel like maybe they just want Shadow Shaman for that purpose. The Mass Serpent wards every single time that you're able to make a few rotations around the map, get some kills, and use that to snowball into something better.
Azure Rays turn to pick.
Oh, let's go. Okay.
More catch for this Coddle.
Instantly looking up Ember changes. 1 second, I'll get back.
Permanent Flame Guard as his innate ability. He gets
Permanent?
a double... Yep. It's like very weak at level 1, but it means Nyx is an amazing counter to it because you just can't switch off your Flame Guard. You also get the choice of, I think 4 targets can be caught in the Searing Chains, and it also affects the stuff around your Remnants, or a second hit on your Sleight of Fist on, I want to say, the closest unit to you, or the last unit that gets hit, one of the two.
Okay.
This is just off the top of my head.
How do you feel like this Ember is potentially viable? I mean, maybe it's a bit too early to tell. Really, the only team that I think was running it was like Liquid. Were playing the Ember into the Zeus pre-patch.
Hold on, I'm just trying to think about this, because I mean, you talk about changes. You're gonna need to look up the silencer changes, because they basically completely reworked the hero. Last Word is a passive now. Arcane Curse. It's kind of like how it used to be. You know, people get silenced if they cast a spell. So it's kind of sort of what the old Last Word was, but it's in an AoE area, which feels pretty good. Movement speed's quite nice too. You can eventually transition into being core-ish because you get that guaranteed silence after 4 attacks. The reverberating silence feels really good too, just because you're able to have that secondary silence even after the first one goes off. So BKB still going to leave you useless for 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds, or you could just play it as a core, can't be silenced, which means that you could build something like the Mask of Madness and you get all of the bonuses from it without actually silencing yourself.
I never thought about that. Okay, that's so interesting, actually. Oh, let's see what we get out of the silencer. I think maybe I caught a game where it was played position 4. I think that was the only pro game where I saw the silencer in some of the games that I've been watching. So yeah, we'll see what we get to witness from Azure. LGD looking for more than likely their mid... I mean, a lot of... Oh, sorry, not their mid laner, sorry. There's a lot of flex. So you see Shadow Fiend banned out, even the Dark Willow banned out. So just covering both their multiple tracks here.
I do wonder about this Tiny, though, right? Like, I feel like it worked because they had the IO last game, and you don't necessarily have the same thing buffing you up this time around, unless, like, if this is a Shaman 5 and a Tiny 4 paired together with a Mars, it just doesn't really seem to make a whole lot of sense to me. The hero that always makes sense to me, though, is the Winter Wyvern. Fits every single draft, Ares, and actually, I don't see it this game. Maybe they just felt like they needed a little bit of extra lockdown. You know what, I trust Why You Smile to be able to play it if it is indeed being played as a position 5. Not exactly the strongest lane for you, though. Tiny Winter Wyvern can't really get too much done there.
Let's see if they're going to be able to punish it. And
Now select your heroes.
there's the Doom. So you're not really going to be able to do too much in the lane. Doom will be the core for Bark. Definitely one of his more comfortable heroes. Something that we've seen your percent damage. Very frustrating for the Tiny to deal with. You know, who cares about your Cold Embrace as well?
He's not going to go the Devil's Bargain as well, is he? Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate that JT made it work as well.
That's true. Maybe he's just going to spam Midas buys because I was really expecting was the triple bracer in that game, but we saw JT was just like, buy Midas, sell it when he needs to. Oh, why is PY? Did you see that PY? Yeah, okay.
He's changing between the two facets constantly. Yeah, got to be very careful. You don't want to get caught out and have your eye off the timer, get caught with the wrong facet.
Now?
Which one? What is he landing on? Cluster Cluck. He has to be staying on Cluster Cluck.
Yeah, I believe so.
Unless
maybe. So it looks like Ori actually went for the Chain Gang, and nothing Dragon Sight for YU Smile, so a little bit extra damage he's wanting. Doom did go for the Devil's Bargain, so okay.
Chain Gang, huh? I don't think I've actually seen Chain Gang in a pro game. I've just seen the, what is it called, Double Tap or something like that. Anyway, interested to see how it's going to be successful, because they're going to need to get the win here on Azure if they want to stay in the upper bracket qualifiers and not have to go through that additional game. Remember, it's not just an automatic path to the lower bracket finals and immediately having another chance. You've got to get through another team first, a team that's going to be hungry to be able to take away that last spot.
Prepare for battle.
They want to do it here now. See if they're going to be able to do that. Game advantage for OGD. Do we feel like they have the draft to give them a 2-0 victory? You a fan of their draft previously? You're going to back them this game as well?
Nah, they're against a Wyvern, not a chance. Never going to have any sort of hope.
They're with the Wyvern. Or do you think LGD are going to win?
Oh yeah, LGD are going to win, for sure.
Okay, there we go.
I thought Azure were going to win last game, but I thought LG were going to win the series. So I might just be completely wrong on all fronts.
It's a very interesting angle from Azure. He's got a pretty good read on this. Gonna pop the smoke. Echoes will line up a big blinding light.
Big
Cog's gonna prevent you from being able to escape. He's getting bounced everywhere.
They gotta get the first blood before he dies.
They're gonna be able to get the first blood. They will before. Oh my god. So the change, and Low is actually the one to get first blood too.
I mean, you get that extra movement speed when you're in the Wraith form. You get, I think it's a little bit of extra attack speed as well. Still able to find you out, and they even waste a sentry ward as well, assuming that they had placed an observer ward up there on the small cliff. So very nicely done. White going for another little bit of an annoying play. Will Bark be able to yoink it away? No.
Well, he's just dead now.
Lose his life. Yeah. We even used the.
PYW's... Wait, who's dead? Shiro dead? PYW dead? Who wants to die? No one wants to die. Maybe Shiro does. F5's got another cogs. Nicely done. Blocks him in. Going to be able to get the bounce back. Misses on the first. Misses on the second. Does mean at least Tianming. I mean, another round of the Arcane Curse, and this will be a kill. And you want to die. You've got no regen. I don't know if YU Smile wants to be taking this much damage though. How many cogs? What is it called on this? PYW's here as well.
Oh my god! What is going on? Keep going.
PYW's going to take half his health.
I feel like they could have potentially gone for one more there, with the increased range of the cogs just pulling him all the way back. But yeah, the brain drain is starting to set in for Tianming. Extra 6 intel and just makes the laning stage so much easier now for this top side. Anyone that ever said China Dota was boring Dota is dead wrong.
I think it's C now, actually.
Yeah, a little bit, which is unfortunate. Although,
yeah,
can't blame Aurora. I mean, it's what's given them the most success.
I want to call the fellow hometown out, but... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, not the question mark.
I've been saying something.
Emo's supposed to be on bleed now. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me get my phone out.
What is it? I wonder what this is actually.
The-
Like, there's no camera things that they have to worry about. That would be my first guess.
I would assume it's something camera related, but I have no idea. Do not speak Mandarin myself.
There's no maybe China streams.
Yeah, I think it's the China stream. Why are they talking to Azure though? LGD said this game too.
Might be an AR, maybe AR issue. Well, because again, my first thought would be camera, but unless we don't have that set up, and so I'm presuming maybe China does. So maybe someone in AR, naughty, turned off the camera.
No, I think it's stream related. So we shall see. Hopefully, it doesn't take too long to get back into it.
Okay, G to go. Okay, no stress, not too long at all. Back in, ready to go. So let's take a look. Seems like, are there any lanes? Like, what happens now after those 5 kills? Like, what you thought was going to be a winning lane, potentially, is it a bit different now with all the maybe extra experience in gold?
Maybe top, just because of the extra harass potential coming out from Tianming. I mean, he's already bought up a null talisman. He's got plenty of stats, plenty of regen for himself as well. Not really in position to be able to protect that much. And PYW is going to just show his face at the very end there. I mean, the Arcane Curse against the Shadow Shaman is pretty good, right? It becomes a... Remember how last game I said the end of the game was going to be decided by who actually gets the initiation? It kind of feels similar to a lot of these lane trades that Tianming is going to be going for against PYW, right? Because if PYW gets the shackles off first, great. Arcane Curse not going to be a factor. But if the Arcane Curse happens first and you use the shackles, then just instantly you're going to have that one cancelled. So it feels a whole lot more useless.
Does the item build really change with the new silencer as well? Or is it kind of just more situational depending on what utility items you need?
No, I don't think it changes all that much. I think it's just about trying to live for the majority of the time, right? There's nothing really that's like channeled other than, of course, the shackles that you're going to be wanting to use the global silence for. So it's more about, preventing the arena, preventing the Winter's Curse. You're going to be using it as an aggressive tool the majority of the time. Just making sure that you're not going to be dying is pretty much the best way to go about it.
Yet to see Azure block some of the camps inside LGD's jungle for the Coddle. Already see a couple stacks for Echoes. You see that continue to be the case. Would not mind, honestly, maybe FY moving over, or at least someone. Sometimes we do see this like pretty much to start the game. They'll actually smoke there. It's even already block it.
Kind of what they tried to do though, right? They tried to get into that area. It's just that there was a massive, I wouldn't even call that one team fight, right? Like 3 separate team fights that broke out.
Never refuse gold given.
So often we do see like the thing with Coddle lanes is the enemy mid laner is always going to have a pretty good time with being able to find farm. The lane naturally shoving in. It's just a question on how is Ember going to be able to address the Coddle once you get spells. I wonder what the build even is for Ori. I know it's, again, haven't seen Ember in quite some time. Used to be the Mage Slayer. I know people were sometimes avoiding that even after the nerfs and just going for the Maelstrom. So yeah, we'll see what the choice is going to be for Ori.
Especially considering he's gone the chain gang, right? Instead of the, I'm gonna look up what it actually is. The name of the other Ember one, Double Impact. There we go. So you're going to be relying a little bit less on stuff like the Maelstrom. You might still buy it just for your farming potential, but are you going to go, for example, an earlier Aghanim Shard, for example, just so that you have more of those fire remnants at your disposal?
What do we even want actually is the item build for Echoes. He's got the Spirit Vessel queued up this game. Is there any like top lane actually?
He's coming up top with the Urn.
We're going to try and find the connection onto low, and yeah, with the first rotation out of Echoes, he's going to be able to find the kill into the Wraith King. Maybe we'll even look for Tianming as well. This kill is going to be a little bit more difficult. Reaction will be there from the Ember. Tianming's going to go down, but of course, Ori able to strike back and find his level 6. He's lacking some mana though, which is the big issue, and will dissuade him from continuing to chase down PYW. And what a first rotation out of Echoes though.
Yeah, and it means that, I mean, he's a keeper of the light, right? Just with the boots of speed, he's so damn speedy when he's inside the spirit form that he's going to instantly be able to get back to that mid lane. It means that it's going to take Ori quite some time to be able to match that pace, and he's just going to try and shove out this wave as quickly as possible. Oh, I like what he's trying to do, right?
He's dead.
Yeah, might be.
Wow. That's so cool. Tianming TPing in. Echoes just gets a kind of brace off. Is it really going to matter that much in the end? Yes, it's a lot of bonus health, but slide up in a couple of seconds. Or actually, yeah, don't know if it would have been enough anyway.
Nicely done. Uses the urn on himself, gets given over a tango as well. Echoes is going to be just fine. Really nice rotation there by Why You Smile. But I did like the little play that he attempted, right? Just dragging the creep wave over to the left-hand side, ensure that the siege creep was going to be hitting into the tower for a little bit, but it still will a little, but just not as much as it would have previously if Ember was a little bit slower with some of those rotations.
Wonder how the priority is going to be for LGD on like their supports and leaving the Tiny alone. Because again, we know like Echoes can jungle and can infiltrate the, well, I should say, get involved in the side lanes. So do we feel like Tiny is going to be okay and Winter Wyvern can play mid to try and soak some experience?
Yeah, I think absolutely. I mean, PYW still kind of needs to be a little bit more of that playmaker alongside the Keeper of the Light, just so that, you know, people aren't just running away when he's going for a few of these kill attempts. But looks like up top is where they're wanting to be able to make that sort of thing happen. He's getting very close to his level 6. I'm sure he's just keeping track of how far away he is from the creep wave, just to make sure he's not stealing that experience. And now they're going to be ready to go, potentially. Might be willing to just drop the arena here.
Mass TPs. Even Shiro's going to come through the portal. Echoes has to be really cautious of his positioning. Arena connecting onto 2, but there's going to be no damage follow with the blast on cooldown. Chakra up in a couple of seconds. News really survivable. Double bracer, you are not going through the Mars, especially with the blast from Echoes.
Really impressed by this early LGD play. Just really good movements, especially coming out from that mid laner. The little stuff like making sure that that arena was available, not soaking up that that XP in the lane. Even just the movements from PYW, right? He made sure to secure the wisdom rune for himself, but instantly just booked it straight back up top. This is an efficient LGD, one that we haven't seen in quite some time. He's even got the vessel already, 8 minutes.
Oh wow. 2-0-3. 5 out of the 6 kills here for the Coddle. They're going to think about going for Shiro though down bottom. Veil, along with Doom, ready to go. Only one in Infernal Blade, but of course kind of expected at this stage in the game. Or he's actually going to reveal himself, getting the getting the kill on the Courier.
Everyone's got TPs if they feel like they need to get there, but really good presence of mind just to get the hell out of there. They're just kind of dragging them around the map right now. LGD doing a very good job at it too. And all the while, Echoes was just able to farm up at least the hard camp for himself, wait for the Spirit Vessel to come off cooldown, and instantly can be able to make a move elsewhere. Oh, actually up top is where they find the Silencer, not able to drop the Arcane Curse, which means that the Shackles gets off completely unopposed, and with that kill and a little bit of lane XP, might want to stick around for one more creep. He'll have the level 6 on PYW's Shadow Shaman. Can pop the clarity and maybe make a move towards that mid lane.
Yeah, I love that call. Really would like to see a move around here. I mean, you got New with the arena. A kill potentially into the Serpent Lords will result in a T1 tower.
Gonna need the Saberlight Spear though into the arena. Guarantee that you're able to lock down Ori. TP's already starting to come though.
I think you need more from Radiant, especially if they bring the numbers on Dire.
Maybe they just want to take a fight slightly away from the tower so you can... Oh, hold on. Gets the initiation.
It's not bad. They're going to try and TP and bark. Even the Wraith King wants to get involved as well, so the Doom's going to come out. At least it does get the arena pre-Doom. It's going to make it a little bit more messy for the chase down. Why You Smile's got a great curse. Both Radiant supports are already playing with the level 6, and it's going to make it difficult. Echoes is having a free team fight on the Coddle. Shiro's here now as well. And he's not clean at all from LGD, and just the spell casting continuing to be a big issue for them. This Echoes Coddle is doing far too much damage for them to sustain through in the early game. They've already got another round of the Solar Blade, which means another gigantic kill onto low.
Just doing their best to try and at least take out the siege creep. Why it wasn't needed to be able to do so. Looks like Shiro might just be happy to put his body there on the line to be able to put a little bit of damage into this tower, but he'll be happy enough to at least get the fortification out of there. But yeah, like you said, 4-0 and 4 Echoes was just able to be everywhere, it feels like. And Shadow Shaman, it was a ballsy move for sure, but just knowing that he had the backup, they had the vision advantage playing around the right-hand side of that lane, and really nice Winter's Curse to enable that retreat.
To breath of fresh air in a way from some of the other. We're just seeing the caliber really of these two teams, and the early team fighting we're getting out of the carries as well, in particular. Like top lane, PYW. This is a bit more of a difficult kill. They got to be perfect on Shiro. It's like the Slight almost was able to get the combo out before, but not enough. So what I was saying though, I mean, we're seeing the caliber play between these two teams, and really the big thing for me is like, you know, we've been harping on like the tiny games we've been watching where this hero has not been getting involved at all, like pre 20 minutes. Shiro was already coming, I think. Maybe he had the Echo Saber at that fight, but I think it's 2 times we've even seen, you know, rotate through the portal prior, even the Wraith King's getting really active, and this is something, the innovation in Dota where we've seen these carries be forced to be involved early on. I'm really liking what I'm seeing.
To me, the faster that you play a game like Dota, the better that you're going to be, and I feel like that's just going to be a persistent factor. You know, the faster team, the one that makes the quicker reactions, is always going to be the one that comes out on top, because takes a lot of mechanical skill to be able to realize that sort of thing. As they go for another move here, actually walking into the Watcher, so should be able to back off just in time. Seems like they will be able to. Still no level 6 though for Tianming, and they was looking to try and soak up a little bit of that mid lane experience, but they're just going to lose the tier 1 tower to the Mass Serpent Lord. So PYW, he's doing a fantastic job so far. 3-1 and 9. He's been involved in taking a couple of towers. He was the first one, you know, initiating that previous gank attempt, so might even be able to get another stack off for himself, bringing him into that Aether Lens really quickly.
Let's see if he's a Midas enjoyer as well. We did see the Aether Lens into the Midas previously. Was it actually him that did it?
No, it wasn't FY. I think it was Bobica. Yeah. I think it's not quite as important this game, just because you don't need the break this game, whereas last time it was very much a necessity.
Okay. Link up from New. And he's having a 3 deaths, but the net worth is not really representing that. I guess partially because he has 7 assists though for the Mars, and I mean, you have some great heroes to be blinking in front of and helping them be able to freely spellcast onto the backline. And Dire have the same thing though, like we spoke about. You have this Clockwork, you have this Ember, eventually Doom Wraith King. You know, when they get their own items as well, but still in the early game, if they find a team fight, maybe around a high ground, maybe around a ward, we could see them be able to jump the Coddle first and bring him down.
They're giving you a lot of the safe farm as well though, right? They're right next to these towers. They're not really putting him in too far of a risky situation. And he kind of feels like he's the secondary initiator, right? I don't think he's been the one to lead with the arena a single time. It's always been trying to force out a few of the abilities and then drop that one down, as Why You Smile might be in a little bit of danger, and they're just trying to mana burn him so that he's not able to get off the curse. Back off just in time, and he will end up dying still. So rare mistake coming up from Why You Smile, maybe just overextending his presence a little bit. And it could even result in a tier 1 tower being lost now on the bottom side of the map by LGD.
Do we like the slower pace we're getting out of LGD though? We've had this Boots of Travel along with Spirit Vessel for a little bit of time, the Blink now for I think at least 2 minutes, and we haven't really seen them look to try and make a play. It does look like they'll go now though.
Yeah, I've been crazy about it. Maybe they're just a little bit conscious of the global silence that Tianming has, so as long as he's not really showing on the map, he's feeling a little bit anxious about starting a lot of these engagements, and you could just see that sort of situation. You know, they wanted to be able to find that quick burst onto somebody, but won't be able to.
The unnecessary global silence, does it matter though?
Better safe than sorry. Another Mass Serpent ward's about to come down here. Maybe. Don't want to walk into a Watcher without any sort of extra vision, though. There we go.
Was PYW's 8th lens, so it is something if a fight breaks out. Spellcasting, but it doesn't look they're going to try and mount a defense with the wards already dropped. Oh, it goes down. Low is still farming, though, and he's starting to catch up. Hookshot. Actually going to land. FI sneaks it past. Cool use of the Hex, actually, from the Shaman, so this is...
invulnerable.
Okay, wow, yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
I think actually, in fact, I brought it up in the draft. I'm like, clockwork into Shaman. This is something that can be a little bit, can be very frustrating for the Shaman, but did not think of this as just your own defensive way to be able to get out of the cogs.
Yeah, it's going to get even better too. Going into stuff like a 4-star for himself. Got the Wyvern, of course. That Cold Embrace starting to get leveled up too. I wonder if he's going to go straight into the Glimmer Cape here on YU Smile. I suppose it's going to be dependent on if they get lucky with the Tormentor once it gets
Hero's under a ward.
He is.
They're actually going to look to try and take the fight, but they're not aware that Azure already smoked and trying to play with low. And what a connection with the Doom as well onto the Coddle. This time they're going to be able to bring down the main damage source to start the team fight. They need to get out. Radiant are actually still here. YU Smile, PYW, running over the top. Ori going to be able to get the connection. LGD, do they want to take the team fight? YU Smile's going to be able to land the ultimate, connects onto 3, but is it really much follow without the Coddle? Shiro's going to try and do his best with the Aggro Saber. Low, of course, use the reincarnation prior. The armor toggles are pretty goddamn good though. Low might go down with the Avalanche connecting. Global Silence going to prevent the Mars from using any spells, and now New wanted to walk into the team fight, but he buries his own grave. Azure strike back, and importantly, they get rid of the Keeper of the Light before that big team fight down to the south.
I still remember you and I over in Stockholm watching Fnatic taking on OG. The Keeper of the Light mid, Armel, he was in complete control of that game. It was like a 30-4 kill score, and you always felt like all it takes is a couple of deaths on this hero, and then you can really start to fall behind. If the snowball doesn't continue, once those BKBs start to come up, things become a whole lot more challenging for you because you're not really that big late game scaler. And honestly, this game, it feels like they only really have the Tiny that's going to be able to do that sort of work. So I'd be very mindful if I'm LGD to look to try and make the most amount of plays that I can while you know that this Doom is still on cooldown, and looks like they do just that. Instantly looking to push into another tier 2 tower, drop the Mass Serpent wards, and keeping that creep wave alive. Every second is going to count.
Yeah, so I think with the Coddle is like your scaling is kind of comes through your itemization. Something like we could see a Hex from him as the game goes on to address the Ember. FI will try and TP out. They might have to curse, and it looks like they will. So a bit of a free kill onto FI, farming aggressively down bottom. Another item Echoes is actually going for is the Scepter currently. So we'll see he's going to have the Will-O-Wisp to play with inside some of the team fights. Could be very interesting. They have a lot of AoE control for Radiant, so Dai definitely without a doubt have 3 BKB carries in regards to their cause, so we will need to see them prioritized early.
I think the Will-O-Wisp got a little bit of a buff as well. 100 less mana that it costs to cast, so not that Coddle's too often short on mana, but it still feels quite nice to have. Yep. Again, it's just anything that they can do to enable Shiro, though. This isn't a game where he's paired together with an IO.
Good lane, they got the Hex.
Yeah.
Global Silence going to prevent the chain control coming in afterwards. Nicely done. This time Tiaming is going to be ready and waiting with the Global to be able to protect him, so almost an opportunity that PYW was able to find for them.
Have we mentioned Tian Ming's items that he's been able to pick up so far? Yeah, he's more than 2.5 items towards the Aghanim Scepter for himself. So applying that Arcane Curse to everyone affected feels pretty damn good to me. Basically need to choose your spells so well, and I know Echoes is going for the Aghanim Scepter, but if he sees this on the Silencer, I wonder if he's going to pivot to something like that BKB. Because you cannot be caught out just not being able to cast spells consistently. The reverberating silence, that's one thing, but the silence after the fact really doesn't feel that good. See how lucky they get. There would be... Honestly, both supports have really great Aghanim shards this game. To Wyvern just to be able to enable a lot of these lane shoves, and dish out a good amount of damage in team fights as well. Just with that combined together with your Splinter Blast, you'll be fine.
Yeah, man, if that was the timing though, if that was the second, like usually no one is ever close to being able to read that. It was that close from FY, so he's also going his own scepter. So just really vision, I have to say, and probably lane shot too is really the big ones that come with the scepter from the clockwork.
Just having bigger cogs as well means more space that attack speed buff is going to be a factor. Oh, what if he like jetpacks into the middle of where the Will-O-Wisp is, drops the cogs, and then just spams it down, you know? Plus 250 attack speed.
Okay.
Feels pretty nice.
Now we're talking. Some value out of the clockwork finally.
What do you mean finally? He's always had value. Put some respect on Rattletrap's name.
Well, they might get Bark as well. Come on. Okay, FY... I thought he was outside the arena. Never mind, not to be. Bark will get blown up here by the looks of it. No one's going to try and TP in. They feel like this is a lost cause, and it looks like that is the case without a doubt. Shiro steps in, no messing about with the burst.
Might just be looking to force one of these tier 3 glyphs out as well. Remember, they would love to get the tiny, just a few right clicks to be the thing that disables it, but of course Mass Serpent Ward's available as well. No hesitation dropping it down on PYW. Still just level 1, but it's pretty significant there. Oh, no creep wave, no creeps rather, able to survive, so Cold Embrace not able to obtain the backdoor protection prevention.
It's like it didn't matter. Okay. Lasted long enough.
Smartly hitting the range racks as well. Making sure to get that unhealable damage through.
Not a lot of damage. Did they up it? How much damage it does?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't look like it.
And it's still just level 1.
Okay, well, 7,000 net worth lead for LGD. Azure not happy with the status quo of this game. They'll look to smoke. Scepter's completed yet or not? It doesn't look like they are. I mean, they're so close to it from the supports, but time to make a play. Bark's got a blink. We did see prior, though, that last big team fight. Of course, the gold still has gone very much in LG's favor since then, but once they're able to get the cold, the team fight looked pretty decent. It's only PYW down bottom, though.
Doesn't have a TP scroll, just got delivered to him, and still 35 seconds left. I don't know if they got a glimpse of that courier going down to deliver it to him, though, so might be able to just slink away. She will. Much prefer this item build, honestly, for the Shaman when you aren't in need of that. Alright. Not in need of the break. I mean, going up against a clockwork, that is, you know, reasoning for needing the 4 stuff just on its own, but that Blink Dagger is going to be such a key tool at being able to find out these key heroes in team fights, and the Spirit, Doom, even just the Silencer, especially once he gets into that Aghanim Scepter for himself. Not wanting to
one's going back to do a top.
They want the wraparound, they see...
Tiaming's such a great target!
Yeah.
Get rid of the global silence! And now what? No. Ember just walked forward and ate a stun! Doom, I'm hearing a Doom bark. I mean, he found the Coddle, that was his job, but there was no one there. Is he actually gonna die to the Rocket Flare and the Doom? Okay, no, he didn't keep casting it. He only had one more left.
Certainly a puzzling play there by Ori just to walk into that one. The team fight was done. I think they had completely cut their losses on Low in particular. Like, he's only level 15 as well, a good 4 levels behind this Tiny, who, I mean, Shiro's really impressed me here. I really thought that the Tiny, at least in the China region, was only able to work around the IO, but he's just been able to do it pretty much solo.
Again, very different playstyle. Just much more active, it seems like. Yeah, is the big one. And very different story as well, because without the IO, he's not suffering at all with level. Just level 19. Second highest is the Coddle, being Echo's level 16. So he's going to have that 20 talent with the Daedalus. You're probably considering about looking for Roshan next with the Serpent Wards as well. So you get this big objective and maybe go high ground afterwards. We'll see if Azure, do you feel like if they scout this out and have the time, we'll look to try and take a fight at Roche?
Oh, not without the Doom, man. They really need that just to be able to either cast it on the Shaman, the Winter Wyvern. I know it's important to have onto Echoes as well, but I feel like they can get a little bit of confidence at least.
They're gonna run it, they're gonna go now. Oh.
Just a little bit short, unfortunately. And New has got the... Well, they know exactly what's going on. All those rockets flying across the map. Yes, don't seem to care. It does at least force out the Mass Serpent Wards just to try and take it that little bit faster. Doesn't seem like FY is in the state, though, where he feels like he needs to go for the all-or-nothing Aegis Snatch play.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He's already trying to set up on bottom, but they probably should be able to get out. There's only one more jungle camp nearby. And maybe they just even want to go for the tier 2 tower. PYW is going to show inside the lane.
Level 15 now up for New, who's going into an Aghanim Shard next. He was able to hit some great spears in those last few team fights in game number 1. Just want to see them connect through to YU Smiley, maybe even using him as bait a little bit here. He's very healthy, 4 points in the Cold Embrace. He's got the Glimmer Cape available as well. It's actually just going to be Shiro leading the charge. No backdoor protection prevention though. Creep's still going to take about 5-10 seconds to be able to get to the tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Deep positioning though from PYW. And on the front, with the Observer, Sentry combo as well.
Oh, low, he's in. They've committed everything.
They're even going to be able to deal with the Tiny because he has the Aegis. Where's Bark? You need the Doom to be able to get an angle. He's going to be able to do it. It's on the news, so they want to take rid of the arena instead of trying to deal with Echoes. This Coddle needs to go huge now. He's enabled without having to worry about the big team fight ultimate. FY's going to be able to jump the backline, trying to assassinate the Winter Wyvern. So much heal by as well. He's back to full health. Repairs all the damage. Low looking to try and make quick work of him, but he's now committed. No reincarnation. A buyback out of New. They want to settle it right here with this final team fight. As Bark's able to get the blink away. They wanted the wards for the vision, but quick fingers Doom. He's out. PYW doesn't want to let him escape, but a bit slow to catch up.
Yeah, you get a buyback from New, but also one for Mori. Still not having any form of control for himself as well. Feels like he's just so vulnerable in all of these engagements, and you've still got the Aegis available for Shiro. Doesn't care if he's rooted or not. He's just going to be able to take that tier 3. So vulnerable. The Azure Ray base. They've even got a double damage if they did want to try and turn this around and make another play. I mean, Spirit Form's coming up in another 5 seconds. You don't have Doom for another minute. They just don't know it's there. Just keep the pressure up, I suppose. I was thinking maybe they could bait out that bottom wave, but FY, wisely enough, ends up shoving it out. Really just wanting to make sure that this tower is unsiegeable for as long as possible.
Come here, boy.
If he had a Blink Dagger, yes, he was 10,000% dead.
Man was charging at it. I was worried for FY. And its objective is the only thing on Shiro's mind.
My eyes just on that Doom cooldown. 25 seconds away. Can they pick up the pace enough? This time around, they will have the arena available.
The reincarnation as well for 40. Trying to farm the BKB, but long time away. He's going to be forced to come back. They'll need to fight without this ultimate.
Look at the full wraparound coming here from Bark. He wants to try and catch the back lines.
Low will jump in. He wants a force of response, right? Trying to get a glimpse of where you saw is, and Bark is going to be able to find the Coddle. So Doom out of the spell, because that's a lot of damage on the backline. Finally! A potential good fight from them. FY Bark in combination together. Now Ori over the top as well. All the supports are down, but Shiro goes untouched inside the team fight. This tiny, standing strong. Crits are raining down. Another smack of the tree. Ember's gone. New's got to try and do his best to protect him. Reincarnation up in 1 second, and Low is okay. He'll have an extra life to work with. And Shiro, what can he do?
I mean,
random spells, any detection, spear splits them.
Satanic.
Shiro, though, Big Satanic life still. He's not going to mess about. There's no escape. He wants to fight. Tips are there already before the fight overs because LGD and Shiro know they have done it.
Beyond God, like 18, 1 and 5 in just 30 minutes on Shiro. What an absolute beast. And look at that. He barely even cares about the creep wave. I think he's considering maybe just going for those tier 4 towers. Very easy for them to be able to close this one out. 30 minutes in, you've got the siege creep coming down the lane as well. Why not just go for the safer route?
Are they alive already? Did they buy back? Like, what? Why were the timers so low?
They died pretty damn early. Sorry, I opened my chat window and I just see a wall of LGD Shiro just ripping through every single person on the Azure Ray lineup.
Holy crap, actually. It's just Shiro's name. Oh my god.
Might be it. Mass Serpent Wards drop down as well. Level 14 on PYW, so they're dealing a huge amount of damage. Nearly
Still
able to kill them.
reincarnations on cooldown low. Alright, no Wraith King, no amp. No. Oh, where did he go?
No, nobody. It felt like last fight was pretty much the perfect setup that they could have possibly wanted, right? They found the backlines, they got the Doom onto the Coddle, they enabled them to start the retreat, FY follows up, you quickly take out 2 targets, but it just wasn't enough. All of this net worth lead that they've been able to pick up is just kept them way too far ahead. Mega Creeps 32 minutes in. LGD, they are back and back in a big way.
Now it leaves you kind of scratching your head a little bit for Azure and Azure fans. This team continuing to struggle a little bit. I mean, it's not out yet, but 2% Mega Creeps. You drop down to the low bracket. Still some
2%.
incredibly strong teams.
That's optimistic, I think.
Yeah.
They've lost 1 tier 1 tower. I think this would be one of the greatest comebacks of all time if they actually did it.
Supports that are completely useless. I mean, maybe the Clockwork Scepter's actually, I don't know, okay. I don't want to say like useless, but like Wraith King's not even that good as well.
I'd say Jetpack's more useful, honestly, than hit the Aghanim Scepter at this point.
Kite them.
Not even just kiting them. It allows you to like quickly get onto the backline without actually using the hook. And speaking of, he's been found out.
Okay. Well, we're gonna global for him. So I meant for the creeps, and then when you said jetpack, I thought you meant like what? So he just like kites the creeps around the base or something.
I mean, it's certainly an option at this point.
Low. They use global for the Clockwork, trying to force out some reactions. See if anyone the supports poke their head out. Have they got a smoke? It feels like that's the play. Or maybe just Doom the Tiny. Go straight for him. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. 1600 crit.
Try and hit him.
And G's are dropped. And congratulations, LGD will be the second team from China.
Whack.
Qualify to the Riyadh Masters. They are back.
They are back indeed. There are other regions that have teams that it's questionable if people are back or not. LGD, though, they have put those rumors to rest. They are just saying, we got the stuff. We're able to make this tiny work with or without the IO. It really just feels like something that they're so comfortable with, and I mean, it's so insane what they're able to do in this early game, really leaning off the back of a Coddle that, again, this was first pick overall, and it still wasn't able to be countered. So crazy good that they were able to just keep on the front foot. And again, I feel like PYW, it can't be understated the role that he played this game, right? He was, I think, 3-1-13 at one point, dealing a really good amount of building damage early on when Shiro was still trying to stay ahead. And yeah, it was crazy good. But let's have a look at the scoreboard, see how the numbers actually broke down. It's really hard to give it to anyone but Shiro, isn't it? I mean, he basically just soloed that last team fight.
I feel like this is like when we take a look at the percentage from the Tiny, this is the games that we should have been seeing so far. And finally, we get one of those tiny performances. Because, again, like, we've just not seen this hero have any wins until today. Now, finally, Shiro is able to get 2 wins on the board. I'm now, if I can quickly take a look at what the tiny win rate is at the moment in Riyadh, and finally, it looks like your people able to, what is it? So 92 games, 53%. So people have been first picking it. We've seen so far, at least in our games, it has not been successful. But with all the rave of this hero, I've been expecting some crazy performances, and finally, like, Shiro just absolutely popped off. Loved the way he played it. Very, very active early on, showing up to a lot of fights. I mean, 10 minutes in, he was 3-1-2. Maybe a lot of that is some of the assists from the first big fight we had. But we did see a lot of action in him getting involved. So with that being said, LGD, a big congratulations for them to qualify to the Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters.
Yes, indeed, and I think they've got a 100% win rate playing it. So I think there's a difference between the quality of teams that are able to play it as we have a look at the bracket and see how the rest of the day shaped up. So we've had to say goodbye to Team Bright as well as Dark Horse. Team Zero, though, they move on forward with a really impressive performance. Same sort of thing with Spiky Gaming, and it means that Azure and Team Zero are now going to be facing off against each other in that lower bracket round 2. Not even the qualification game. You've got to get past one additional hurdle before you even get to that stage. So 3 more series for tomorrow, 1 more qualification at the very end of the day, and we will be able to see what order that is all going to come through tomorrow. So at the very start of the day, of course, just going to be, I would assume, Azure, Team Zero on this stream. We will have a second stream, I believe, going on for the Kev versus Spiky Gaming, Spiky Boys, I'm just going to call them. And very last and not least, it is that qualifying series. The winner of both series to decide who is the last spot at the China region for the Riyadh Masters.
Yeah, so very exciting stuff. Very exciting stuff. We've got our final day coming up tomorrow. We're going to be starting at the same time with all the action. And with that lower bracket match as well, the round 2, Team Zero and Azure previously potentially played in some other qualifiers, recently, imagine maybe for PGL, but the big one was the Dream League Season 23 qualifiers. Keep in mind, it was they played each other in the grand finals. Azure won in 5 games. So Team Zero would love a little bit of revenge to knock them out here and then get that opportunity of the qualification series later in the day. Regardless, though, teams are going to have to play 2 series. So it's going to be a long day of Dota, but well and truly worth it for the quality of Dota that will be played at the Esports World Cup. So for us, we are done for another night of China closed qualifier action. I do believe, again, there are some other regions going on. Western Europe is probably starting up pretty shortly. I know MENA has already started as well. So if you guys are itching for some more Dota, make sure you check out all the other streams going on. But if you want to, of course, continue to follow along with China, you're going to have to wait until tomorrow. Same time. We'll see you guys then for some more Esports World Cup Riyadh Masters qualifiers.
Am I wasting time? 'Cause I'm already gone. So long, can you stay the night? 'Cause you're the thing I want. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, but even with no makeup you still stand out. 'Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy. It's electricity. Late at night, I feel you on my skin. You're all that's on my mind. It's finally sinking in. You're it. I know you're feeling different when you're stressed out, no makeup, you still stand out. Cause no one makes me feel the way you do now. Like you do now. Way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity. Things we discovered underneath last night's covers. Everything came so easy, it's electricity. The way that you move your body, you make it look like a hobby. Every time that you touch me, it's electricity.